like I'm Bigfoot, step on the beat. Make a man's run till you step out the cleats. When the whole place scream, gotta get out the
It's been, and it's all going to go down today. We're going to decide our champion for 2023, the first ever International Board Riders Club meet. And man, the performances have been monstrous. The scores have been huge as we look to continue into the Open Men's third round. A couple of heats to polish off here before we move into quarterfinal action here on finals day. Live from Snapper Rocks, Ronnie Blakey joined by Mark Occhilupo. Occhi, it's been a lot of fun, mate. The numbers have been huge and really pleasantly surprised to see that there's still a bit of action out there set wave-wise, and we're going to expect to see some big performances today.
Yeah, definitely, Ronnie. I had an early this morning. The swell has dropped a bit. It's turned a lot more east, actually even northeast, so there'll be smaller, tighter sections on the point today. We're going to get that extreme high tide again, so they'll be sitting a little wider. It's a bit peakier, so more short, compact, but there's still a lot of power in these little waves, so they're going to be ripping.
Most definitely. What we saw yesterday was those more underground clubs rising up. We saw a couple of the big name clubs fall out of the mix, in particular North Shore, North Shelley, Snapper Rocks, North Shore, and we saw teams like Point Lookout, who've been on fire all week, really stand up. They're into semi-final action now, and we've got a Point Lookout surfer out there, and Lincoln Taylor, who's been dropping great scores throughout. And in fact, he's the only surfer in this Open Men's Heat whose team's still alive in the World Club Challenge, so an important one for him to get through this. Yeah, really important. You've got to match a surfer with your club in the final, I reckon, to win this thing club-wise. And we've got the first rider up and riding. Yeah, Mikey Clayton-Brown, this is one of Merriweather's finest, and he's really looking to kind of salvage some pride for the Merriweather team who lost out early in the Club Challenge, which was a big surprise to people too, because they've been very strong since their inception, really. Yeah, definitely. And let's just talk a little bit more about conditions. You know, we talk about how consistent the Gold Coast is, one of the most consistent spots in the world, but the way the lows move here, they go back and forth, you know, like in Hawaii, for example, the swells usually turn out west if they do, and they'll go north, you know, during the swell period. And a lot of spots just get one direction swell, but we're so lucky here because we started off the event with a
kind of sloppy northeast swell that went kind of southeast, picked up, and now that low's kind of moved up a bit. Or every time, we get a south swell, it ends up east at the end of it, and vice versa. So we get all angles here, like, I don't know what half of 360 is, but we get those angles, and every one of them.
Yeah, we'll have a look at the swell lines rolling in here. There has been some quality set waves this morning, seen some great surfing from those warming up. But let's talk about it. The teams that have a fantastic shot here today in the Usher Cup and are still alive in that World Club Challenge.
Let's talk about it.
Big individual performances, but in the World Club Challenge, we've got some international teams, and that's great to see. We wanted that. Padma have been blowing minds. Wayan Putra, he's been dropping excellent scores every time he's out there. It's his first trip to Australia, and he looks right at home here on the Gold Coast. D-Bar, they were dynamic. They've been also powering through the open men's draw as well. Nick Vasicek, for me, has been one of the real standout surfers. Yesterday afternoon, he was brilliant.
He was. It's really good to see Nick doing well. It's not his typical conditions. He likes it big behind the rock, but he seems to have that kind of looking like it's an epoxy kind of board that's looking really springy and spicy. And he just hasn't got that barrel. That's not his... that's his go-to, but he can surf really well on the face too.
He can. Point lookout. There's a team with a bunch of strong goofy footers in it, and they've looked really strong. Mentioned Lincoln Taylor's out there at the moment. They're into the semi-finals. Snapper Rocks, man, they saved themselves.
They did.
They had an unbelievable finish to their quarterfinal clash. Mitch Parkinson just chewing up so much time on the clock, but making it count with a big pit behind the rock, 9.27. As we cut to live action here and see Merriweather's Mikey Clayton Brown, who bagged a 3.67. So a bit more of a traditional format here, contest format. The surfers looking for two good rides to stay alive and get themselves through to the quarterfinals of this component of the Usher Cup. But yeah, it was fun watching Snapper Rocks. Kobe Enright, really stood up and competed under pressure to keep Snapper Rocks, the host club, in the mix here on the outside at the moment. Oh, uncharacteristic fall there from Lincoln Taylor.
It definitely was. He went big. You'll see, hopefully see not too much of that today, but what they're going to be doing, these competitors, is going big, really big on their first turn because the wall's not as stretched out. So you've got to get something in big before it tapers off.
Other clubs that are still alive in the Club Challenge and in semi-final 2, Noosa. Wow, they've really kind of made their mark, I think, as a potential dominant club in years to come with the way that they've been competing. Torquay, they've been really surfing well. Troy Brooks has been one of the standout performers, the highest scoring surfer of the contest.
Oh, yeah, sure is. So Torquay's still in there too. Are all these clubs still in?
Yeah, they're in the club challenge.
How many have we got left that actually in with a chance?
8 clubs.
8 clubs in with a chance.
Eight clubs in with a chance. M&M, haven't they been fantastic? Gritty performance yesterday. Like we said, not one of the highest achieving clubs in the draw, but yesterday proved that they're on the rise as well. Ran into some of their club members and support squad.
A little slow on the high tide, but we got some nice little peelers on the bank when they come. It's just have to be on them. So yeah, it's a little tricky, a little more strategy this morning, and but that's the game we play. It's not like another competitor gets to surf low tide. We've all got to surf the same conditions. So see the potential and try to see where the good ones are.
Nathan Hedge for Narrabeen, still alive in this open men's event. The team is out of the World Club Challenge, so their chances of winning the Usher Cup this year are probably gone. But he's surfing so well, he could easily take out this division. He
could. He looks nervous though. Like he would have been a little upset not surfing yesterday afternoon. Rabbit called those last 2 heats off, and it was a lot bigger. So he's thinking these are not my conditions, but he's so light and he's so energetic that I think he should be fine.
Yeah, he brings energy to a lineup that's maybe lacking it, and that's an incredible asset to have, isn't it? I mean, even when you think about championship tour surfers who had great success. You know, the ones that were really consistent found motivation when the conditions were a little lacking. They found energy and a reason to get up and really show some fire. And Nathan always has that when he puts the jersey on, but he really wants to represent the club well. And the only other club that I haven't mentioned yet that's still alive is Currumbinelli in the World Club Challenge. And I think that they can really thank some of their female competitors for keeping them alive in the mix.
Holmes up and riding, 2 big turns. That's his go-to, just big moves. Shane Holmes, I love that guy, hard-working club surfer. Done a big turn, but fell on his second, Ronnie. So, you know, these guys have got to get away from the rock. Remember we were talking yesterday, or the day before, I'm not too sure, but the tide was coming in. Here we go. Jeff Devenbar from Huntington Beach. I know this guy. Was on the tour together for a couple of years back in the, well, I dare say late 80s. But, yeah, you've got to get away from that rock, Ronnie. Today it's not big enough to get that wave that we were talking about that kind of breaks next to the rock and has the wall that hugs the sand. There might be the odd one, but the tide will kill that. And it's reverse rip again because the swell's gone northeast. So they've got to be careful. You can get stranded out there, high tide, sitting next to the rock, and there'll be waves wide.
Well, let's see the replay of Shane's ride. You mentioned that you're a big fan of this guy surfing. Always turns up in a big way for North Shelley when these board riders events are unfolding. And Jeff, he had a great opening round heat in the for the open men's. Put a couple of decent scores on the board, and he's up again here, Rock.
He is up again, and I dare say he might have had the best wave of the heat prior to that because they were 2 good snaps, no big scores on the board yet. And he's taking it to these young kids. He's in his 50s.
Yeah, he's loving it.
He's loving it.
Relishing the opportunity to surf here at Snapper Rocks. It's been a massive bonus to be invited to obviously compete in Australia with your Board Riders Club, but to actually compete here at Snapper and have the 4 days of the window, deliver pretty decent conditions. Is a magic way to kick off your year.
Definitely, decent conditions. We've been talking about, 4 days. It's hard, not hard to get 4 days in a row here at Snapper, but we got it with, no onshore winds, no devil wind, no northerly, just clean conditions this time of the day. The sun hits it, the water goes just turquoise, crystal clear. Beautiful morning here, another beautiful day on the Gold Coast.
Magic. That was Alistair Reginato. He's been surfing brilliantly. He surfs for the North Shore Club. It's a really stacked final heat to decide our quarterfinals for the event, as we see Lincoln Taylor wanting to make a move. We spoke about the importance of this heat for the Point Lookout Club, and Lincoln just hasn't put it together yet, and he's only got 8 minutes to turn this around. He wants to give them the best advantage before we move into that club challenge component of the event by getting a big result in the open men's, and at the moment he's kind of dwindling down the back end of the order.
Talk about important. I mean, it's important to find some lip out there, especially your back end. I mean, forehand, whatever, those forehand guys can actually get some nice carves when it's high tide and facey, but those backhand kind of cutbacks do not cut it, and you need to get high, tight, and find the lip preferably. But on high tide at Snapper, in these conditions, not easy to find the lip, Ronnie.
Yeah, he's got a little mantra, Lincoln Taylor, when he goes to bed at night before these events. He just says it over and over in his head. Vert, 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 vert. That's his approach on the backhand. He just gets his board so critical in the lip. And we haven't seen too much of his carving backhand throughout the event. And I noticed yesterday when the higher tide was up, he was looking for those verts and he couldn't find them, and as a result he sort of mistimed a couple of sections. He saved himself in the end by finding high quality waves, but he needs to make the adjustment now and just go to those rail turns and just chip away, because it feels like this is going to be a battle of the kind of mid-range scores in this opening heat. You can see everyone's trying to make that adjustment.
It's amazing, I competed for so long on tour, and just that backhand kind of half cutback. Here he goes here. He finds some lip. He'll have to go over the whitewash there, and can he get around it? he gets around, but with no wall. But yeah, no, it's amazing, Ronnie. You know, all the years I competed on tour, that backhand kind of half cutback carve gets you like probably half the points as a forehand one. You know, like I've had so many heats everywhere where I feel like I'm surfing good and the turn feels good, but the judges are not scoring it. You know, it's just a weird thing. You know,
Yeah,
like
bizarre,
forehand, for that forehand carve, you know, obviously they can lay back and maybe even throw more spray forehand. But yeah, they don't, you know, backhand, they want you to go vert.
That's interesting because as we see here, Lincoln Taylor, he does find that section. He gets that turn in, that money turn again, climbs, gets that board vertical. Now just coasting through the inside. I feel like on these days, just juice whatever you can. He almost could have stuck with that wave. It's still kind of dribbling through to the inside, but those multiple turns on these days, you know, that obviously you want that steep wall, but I feel like this is going to be a pretty reasonable number.
Yeah, it will be. Definitely might go into his top two. Just keep him busy. And how about yourself, Ronnie, thinking about managers at night? What did you get up to last night? You go out on the town?
Mate, I've been using my time on the coast to catch up with people that I haven't seen in a long time. Last night was hosted by Johnny Gannon, who travelled with Taj Burrow for years, and Winchester from the Padmar Club. He was there as well. We had a nice little feed, and just at Johnny's place.
Oh, nice.
With his fam, and yeah, it's been awesome actually. Been really enjoying it. It's that's the great thing about this event. Typically at a major meet, those people are kind of part of certain camps, and it's all a little serious, and people are trying to stay focused. But at the moment, you know, we've got Shane Holmes up, and a couple of nice turns here. He's just waited patiently. He's back in fourth position. He's going to get a little hung up here. We're down to 5 minutes at the moment. Behind him in the yellow, Jeff's going to get another ride. He wants to get rid of this 2.27. Lincoln Taylor, just a 3.5 for that previous right, which you know, makes me think that sticking with it and getting a couple of little hits on the inside might have helped jack that score up just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, oh, here he goes again. Nice first turn. This heat's wide open, Ronnie, and a second one too. Dare say this is going to be the best wave of the heat now. Oh, as soon as I said that, he fell off. Judges don't, you know, take points away when you fall off. They will judge those two turns, and I dare say it might be in the 5 to 6 range maybe.
Really cool. I was going to say really cool talking to you about that backhand approach. And if you're feeling like the backhand carves aren't scoring at times compared to forehand carves, what chance has anyone else got? Because yourself, the likes of, say, Bobby Martinez, the Hobgood brothers had nice whipping carves off the top that they could show that variation with. You know, if those competitors were kind of struggling to rack up the numbers with those carving turns, and every other goofy footer is going to have a real nightmare trying to get those big numbers. But here we go, Shane Holmes on the replay.
Yeah, Shane, not a lot of wall, but talking about numbers, you know, I believe the judging might, they've been judging high, and the head judge agreed with that. I was talking to Stace Galbraith this morning, and he had to talk to the judges, and they have kind of been judging at club level, you know what I mean, giving higher scores. I believe they're going to pull it back a bit today and try and get excellent surfing, even though the waves have deteriorated a little bit, but that's what I hear. Let's see if it happens. Mikey Clayton-Brown, he's in the lead. Can he better his low score? Because he needs to, I think, Ronnie.
Yeah, working his way through this flatter section, hoping that he gets a bit of an oncoming hunk of whitewater to really rip into here at the end of this ride. I mean, great small wave surfing, just doing all the work, manufacturing his own speed, gets that hit in, and it should be a pretty decent number. He'll get rid of the 3.67 for sure. Lincoln Taylor making his move now, 4.7, 3.5. So even with some falls, he's hanging in there at the moment. But this heat's anyone's. It's so compressed, and really anyone could make the jump from the outside the top two here. Shane Holmes only after a 3.61. Jeff Daffenbow only needs a 3.71 to get himself up into a qualifying position. So, you know, this is, as we said at the start of the heat, if you've still got your club alive in the club challenge, then these
Pressure's
results,
on.
these results are crucial, and progressing into the quarterfinals is massive. And Lincoln Taylor's the lone surfer out there whose club's still alive and really got a great shot of winning the Usher Cup title this year. So he doesn't want to drop the ball there, as we see Jeff just kicking out of one. He doesn't see the points in it. Only after a 3.71. With a minute and 40 seconds to go, he's desperate for opportunities down the line here. As on the outside, Shane Holmes is up. He's the danger man for Lincoln Taylor. Only needs a 3.61. He's already done it with these first two meat hooks. And he is now just checking his clock, saying, yeah, that should do it. That should get me into the top two as time winds down. And the pressure's going to be on Lincoln Taylor here.
Oh, point lookout would be freaking out right there. I actually missed the first turn. So he did get two in there. So, you're calling the score.
I think even the carve, bigger wave, ripped into it. Mikey's got the lead at the moment. So Shane's, if he doesn't get the lead, he's really looking to just consolidate that second position and then push the requirement up. So he's just dropped a 6.23, Shane Holmes.
Oh, quick. Score went in quick, and
So he's up into second. Lincoln Taylor's got to get a 6.14 now, and he is running out of time. Just 40 seconds to go. Mikey Clayton Brown, he improved his situation, got a 5.6, but here's the replay now of Holmes.
Yeah, nice carve. Right there, and pretty big score, but I guess they're just going for big moves today because, like I said earlier, smaller sections, more compact today. Swell's dropped a bit.
This is going to hurt Point Lookout's chances a little bit. Getting Lincoln Taylor through to the quarterfinals would have been a huge points bonus. But Shane Holmes and Mikey Clayton Brown, they're really looking to win back some pride here and get themselves some prize money as Lincoln taps into this one after the hooter. And what a shame for him there. He's been relishing the opportunity here at Snapper Rocks. We're going to take a quick break. Just one more heat in the Open Men's third round to decide our quarterfinals here at the Usher Cup. It's finals day. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. Nathan Hedge about to hit the lineup in the last heat of the third round, and this guy, every time he paddles out, he collects some highlights, but he's been great for the North Narrabeen Club throughout the event so far, and really looking to put on a solid individual performance to rack up some points and get some prize money, lift North Narrabeen's status in the leaderboard ratings. But he's one of your good friends, Mark Ocalupo, and it's just so great to see him looking so fit, so cut. And he's kind of had this, massive performance resurgence. He's just throwing it back. It's been fun to watch, and big performance at the CT level too last year.
Oh, massive performance there at Chopu, making the semi-finals. And, he's been waiting a long time to do that, the comeback. He's still trying to make a comeback at 50-something. Is he in his 50s yet? No.
No.
Sorry about that.
Mid-40s.
Mid-40s, excuse me.
Early to mid.
But let's see a replay. Oh, no, that.
Yeah, that was just a quick ride there for Alistair Reginato, who's definitely been one of the proven performers.
That's Michael Marchison. I can tell that style anywhere. Yeah, no, he's making a comeback. We asked him yesterday, he's going to do the QSs, and he really actually wants to get back on tour.
I love it.
And I don't know, it'd be tough, I think, but with his energy level, and he is surfing really well. Obviously, he hasn't got an air game, but I wouldn't put it past him.
The challenge isn't necessarily the high quality waves on the CT. The challenge is ploughing your way through the QS initially and then getting yourself through the Challenger Series. But man, he's done some great surfing in this contest already. It's a bit more of a traditional kind of power surfer. So he wants a bit more size to the waves to really lay down his best. But I mean, even throughout this contest, he's been getting himself right up into the excellent range, dropping 9s. And we'll see if he can do it again here today. But Alistair Reginato out there, he's been strong as well. Micah Margison for Kingscliff. As we see the replay of Reginato. Nice hook there. He's just looking so fit at the moment. Also joining us in the booth is Cooper Chapman. And Coop, you've been watching Hogg and competing alongside him in board riders events for years. Mate, what an animal he is, and just, I guess, the spiritual leader of the North Narrabeen club at this level.
Yeah, I mean, Hedgie's been the forefront surfer for North Narrabeen for what feels like since I was in the womb, pretty much. He's been there since I was a little kid, getting to watch him as a Grom, and then now getting to compete alongside him. It's been really special. He's been a great mentor to me. I got to spend a bit of time with him last year. We did a few of the QS events together down in Pacific Palms.
Boomerang.
Down in Boomerang. We stayed together and spent a bunch of time together. I had him on my podcast, had a really good chat and learned his story quite well. And yeah, it's just super inspiring. Like Ox said, he's making this big comeback now, which is just epic. And I know now what his why is, and it's for his daughter, which is really special.
Yeah, love that. As we see Alistair up again. Had a 5.83 just moments ago, wasting no time here, Rock. This guy, he's just had so much spark every time he surfed throughout the Usher Cup this year, and he's found it again.
He has. I was looking through the draw after I had a surf this morning and kind of picking guys that will suit these conditions. He was one of them for sure. I actually, Micah Marginson, I actually talked to his dad last night. He's actually taking care of a farm near Southwest Rocks at the moment, a little inland from there, so he's not up here. We were talking about how hard it is watching your son, on the webcast all live. It's just tough. But he's be nervous right now. He'd be watching for sure. Like I say, Margot being one of my best friends. We only surf when it's perfect. The last surf we had was out at Tweed Bar in really good conditions, and this is Micah. Wishing he'd have a wave like this right now in his heat.
Yeah, he's a powerful, solid unit, isn't he? He's been doing some strength and conditioning training with John Gannon, and he said he's just starting to really build, and he's got a similar kind of personality to his folks, obviously, but Margot, his mum Simone, and just has this really kind of cruisy nature, and I think John's trying to instill a little bit of grit.
I saw something go on there. No one knew who had priority. Nathan Hedge was on the inside, and then Micah Margison was on the outside, thinking he had priority because I saw Hog Dog jump off. Didn't cross his line, but I wonder if it's going to be interference here. Here we go. He's like, yeah, definitely. I think Micah blocked him, but Hedgie didn't cross his line, so I don't think there'd be an interference there. What do you think, Coop?
North Narrabeen
Coop will know.
I'll tell you all about interferences.
You got one yesterday.
I don't know. Something that is really important to note, and this is what happened to me yesterday, this is an event that we're using a completely different format than we do use in the WSL format. If you paddle for a wave, you do not lose priority, which I learned out the very hard way yesterday. So unless you take off on the wave, you still regain priority in this event. So Hedgie did get up that quick in and out, so he would have lost priority anyway, but then whether Micah paddled for one, and that's what he thought, but Hedgie did give way to him. It looked like there wasn't much scoring potential anyway for Micah, so I think that one's no harm, no foul. I wasn't so lucky.
No, it must be hard, though, too, because, we didn't know it. We'd heard it happening, but you're fighting so many heat situations where you're watching someone paddle for a wave and losing priority, so it's hard to block out all that almost like muscle memory, just brain...
is full.
Just the trend of just watching that unfold and playing that cat and mouse game in a sort of more standard competition format.
Well, I'll tell you exactly what happened to me. So for anyone listening, as we see this wave here, Nathan Cook, D-bar surfer, was on fire yesterday. Great first turn, up through the lip on that second turn. Coming around, this tide is really high this morning, but finding a steep section there, Another wrap. This is going to be the best wave I've seen this morning and maybe the best wave this heat. So Nathan Cook, patient to start, but really paying off. About 8 minutes into this one, and he's wrapping this one all the way down through Little Marley, and that'll be the end of the wave for him. So nice start there for Cookie.
Yeah, he's been strong for D-Bar. Really looking great.
Here
And
we go.
D-Bar obviously still alive in the club challenge too as Hedgie gets going here, Rock.
He does. Has he found himself a good wave? Only a little bit of time will tell, as he hasn't found any lip yet. Split screen behind him, Micah Marginson with 2 big turns. And a third. Just seems like the forehanders have got an advantage this morning with these kind of flatter, slopier waves. Not much lip to find on your backhand. We were talking about that earlier. So, Hedgie's like, he looked nervous when we saw him before the heat, you know. He just was looking like, these aren't my conditions, thinking about, I wish they ran yesterday.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
A few
I
more
bet you'd be, yeah.
I mean, who do you reckon's going to win this paddle battle?
Oh,
Mike or
mate.
Hedgie?
Oh, no
Probably the
doubt.
last person
Say
on the
it.
planet you try and paddle battle.
I like that Mike has given it a go, but mate, please.
Yeah, keeping him on his toes.
Give it a rest. Oh, look, we've got some dolphins out there in the lineup. Beautiful drone vision. Crystal clear water up here on the Gold Coast. To be expected. Haven't had much rain here too recently, so the clarity is just amazing.
Crystal clear, they're my friends. I always say hello to them in the
What are
morning
the-
out here. I always
Got names
put my-
for them?
Yeah. That's Willie and
How cool
Jeffrey.
is that? Just not.
Jeffrey.
Billy
Love
and
it.
Jeffrey. They're dolphins.
10.5 minutes to go here. It's the second heat of the morning. Actually, the completion of the third round. We're deciding quarterfinalists, and we've just seen Mikey Clayton Brown for Merriweather get himself through to the quarters. He's with Stace.
Mikey Clayton Brown, 3 heats out. Mikey Clayton Brown, 3 heats out at Snapper Rocks with only 3 other gentlemen. Are you buzzing?
Yeah, I'm frothing. The waves are kind of cooking. It's a bit slow this morning, but yeah, waves have been pumping.
You got the responsibilities of a pretty big club on your back. How's that feel?
Yeah, I like it. You know, it's just me and Morgs left, but yeah, if the waves turn up, then I'm sure we'll turn up.
How much do you love the Goldie?
I'm actually not a huge fan of the Goldie, but when the waves are really good, you know, you can't complain.
Well, you won't be getting any waves out here anymore. Thanks, Mikey.
Mikey Clayton Brown. You got to love the honesty. Yeah, he's a Merriweather boy through and through, but you know what? He is, you know, now tasked with representing the Merriweather Club because they did fall out of the mix in the opening round of the World Club Challenge, which was devastating for them. But they do still have Mikey and Morgan alive in the mix, and both those guys are capable of going all the way, so we'll see how it all plays out. Out there at the moment, you know, we've got Nathan Cook, you know, much like the first heat where Lincoln Taylor was out there as an open surfer whose club was still alive in the World Club Challenge. A big opportunity here to get himself into the quarters, and that's going to give them a massive advantage.
Yeah, for sure. Massive advantage. It's got to happen if you want to win this thing, I reckon.
He's already got the 727, as Coop said. He picked it when Cookie finished off his opening ride. 727's put him in a great position here.
It's one of my... I love D-Bar. I've got a soft spot for them. I think I was saying that earlier in the broadcast, but, you know, if anyone would win this event or whoever does, I'd really... My favourite's Snapper, obviously, but second is D-Bar.
Yeah, D-Bar, you know, a lot of the members of the D-Bar
good
club,
friends,
it was a
yeah.
breakaway.
It was a breakaway.
A lot of them were competitors here at Snapper Rocks.
It was
as
a breakaway.
we see Micah.
He's gone left.
Oh, wow.
I don't know why,
First
but
left
he
we've
is.
seen. First left we've seen in the event is on the outside. Alistair Reginato. I think he maybe had the smarter option. The rights at Snapper are typically a little better than the lefts, and
That was so weird. His hog dog, don't count him out. He's going to get a score, and like with 7 minutes left.
he needs something in a high 7-point range to get himself up into the lead.
Yeah, I don't even think he betted one of his lows. He's really frothing out here this morning. I don't know why Michael went left. I actually took it left this morning just for fun, but Coops, I mean, yeah, left's at Snapper.
Left's a snapper, maybe not the best option, but Micah really just trying to put something on the board behind his 6.23. That one is not going to give him much, but Great first turn there for Alistair Reginata. As we see, Hedgie having a paddle. He's not going to lose priority for that, though.
You're kidding me.
Funnily enough, no losing of
So
priority.
if your first priority and you did that,
because he didn't block anyone, he doesn't lose
he'll go
priority.
back out with his priority.
Yeah.
It goes against everything you guys as competitors
like when you were talking
know
about
of
muscle
priority.
memory.
Yep.
Like,
it's hard to shake it.
guaranteed, you see someone paddle for a wave and you know you're in over their priority.
So even Hedgie, I think, was going, do I still have priority? I saw him looking over his shoulder.
Look, they're all looking. Yeah. They're all going, what's going on?
What's going on? And it's like, you got to remind yourself. All the clubs were made aware, all the competitors were made aware of that rule, but I think, as we said, you're just fighting so much. Look, they're just going, what's the deal? He paddled for a wave, he didn't get it. And Hedgie's going, that's right, boys. That's right. I'll maintain that priority.
Yeah, put their hands up, going, you guys serious?
That's when you have no idea what's going on. You start waving your arms around, just going, what is the deal here? But Alistair Reginata is starting to light up. You know, he's had true form. I will say that Alistair has been able to manufacture really decent scores. I don't think I've seen him on a high-quality set wave yet. I think this is a guy that's capable of dropping excellent numbers, even if they do pull back on that scale a little bit today. He's just on. He seems to be building towards a big qualifying series campaign. He's got all the moves, but I think other than that, he's just one of those up-and-comers who's starting to get into that zone where, with the jersey on, we're seeing his best surfing, and I think that's what most competitors are trying to get to.
Yeah, I really think Alistair and Xavier Huxtable are two that first come to mind who have so much raw talent, and seriously, if they're on good waves, are almost unbeatable. As we see Alistair right now, big turn through the lip, finding a really steep, here's that wave you're looking for, Ronnie. Big three-turn combo to open this one up on the high tide. That's one of the better waves I've seen this morning, and like you said, he has some of the best surfing in this event, and put him on the right wave, and that's going to go up to the excellent range.
Yeah, and that wave was wide. These guys, even though they're sitting a fair way from the rock, I'd even go wider. Today, you can't go too wide, because actually this morning when it was lower, I got a good wave at Rainbow and it was better than the wave I got at Snapper. So I don't think you can go too wide today. And here it is. Wide, guys.
Rostradamus. I kind of could feel it coming, but I really do love it and appreciate it when a surfer delivers after you've been kind of talking them up.
Yeah, you do. Yeah.
It's the best.
I picked him. I saw it in the draw, and I'm like, these conditions suit him. And Hog Dog's waving his arm here, thinking about priority. I'm not too sure, but yeah.
Well, don't worry. They get plenty of decent waves up there on the Sunshine Coast, but from my experience travelling up there, it is just a little less energy and push than what you get down here in the southern parts of Queensland. And I think, you know, when people have that kind of small wave upbringing and they've manufactured their own speed for such a long period of time, when they get a little bit of energy and it's given back from the ocean, they tend to take it and turn it into some pretty incredible stuff.
Like the Florida guys, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. I know where you were going.
Yeah, and there's something in it, isn't there? There's something in when you can read a small wave so well, when you can translate that onto a bigger canvas, it works well. Not that we're dealing with big conditions today, but it's another high range 6 for Reginata, who's in a great position now. Nathan Cook's got the single highest best score of this heat. Micah Margison's got a 6.27. He's kind of in this as well. Nathan Hedge is trying to make up ground, though.
Yeah, he is. He is a set to Micah. He's must be kind of in priority, him or Nathan. So these guys both need scores. There's a wide set coming. Here's Micah. Nathan's going to use his priority, and he needs to go big here, and he does. It's a big first turn. Does he hit the lip? Yes, he does. 2 turns. Wow, hang on a sec. He gets a third. Wowee. The wave will taper off now. You'll see him flick out. Oh, actually, hang on. He's milking it.
So what's he
and he claims it. What does he need, Ronnie?
Well, he needs a 7.31, but Nathan Cook, though, is looking to replace, next to nothing, 4.37 to improve his position. So Nathan might need another wave here. Hedge, that is.
Oh, Hedgie's going to come close here, I think. 3 big turns out the back. What do you reckon, Ike? I think it's close.
I think it's right there. I mean, the judges were talking about putting the scale down, and if they did, maybe not. But let's see Michael Murchison doing a nice roundhouse cutback. He needs to score 2.
He's got a 6.27. That one's not going to do it for him. It just fades away to nothing. Just under 2 minutes to go. Great lineup of surfers here on finals day. Also, we've got some big names joining us in the commentary booth as well. The Ain't That Swell boys.
No way.
Jed Smith.
Yes.
And Vaughan Blakey are going to be stepping in and working you all into a frenzy as we look to crown our champions this afternoon. Nathan Cook there just has a look at one.
That's great. So we're going to share it all around today. I'm going to be home soon. Big shout out to Jonah, Jay, Jasper. Well, J-Boy too, but I don't know if he's listening yet. Jasper and Java, I hope you've been good boys. For Jonah, my middle son, is starting to surf really good now. It's going to be his, he's going to high school this year, and Jasper's going to big school. I'll be home in a sec, boys. He's
Shelley. Yeah, we're getting excited about the next clash.
Is that heat done?
Quarterfinal 1.
Who got through, Ronnie?
No, it's still going. Sheldon Simkus is going to be surfing against Tim Chalmers,
go.
Zeb Stokes, and Will Droomer. But right now, Michael Markison trying to make his move. Nathan Hedge didn't get the score he needed to get into second place. He got a 6.83, so he's after a 4.82 at the moment. Micah, he was chasing a 5.38 out of that ride to get up into second place.
We didn't see the start of it.
Nathan Cook for D-Bar in second spot at the moment.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah,
Let's see. Here we go.
Well,
Pretty nice
decent
first
turn
turn.
there. Nice
But
cutting.
like I say, I mean, they didn't give Nathan the score. They went low on him, so are they going to go low on Micah? Maybe not the score. What was
Maybe.
it? What does he need? 5.23.
5.38.
5.38. Yeah, well,
He might do it. We'll
maybe.
see.
I'm hoping for him. I'm hoping for
Okay.
Margot.
Reginato up again, leading this heat. Couple of sixes in the bag already, can afford to push things as this one comes to a close. Nathan Hedge does get to his feet before the hooter. He needs a 4.82 out of this ride to get himself ahead of Nathan Cook. This wave's growing down the line. There's a bit of foam on the face. No dramas for the hog as he gets on a bit of a roll now, getting that nice rhythm happening. This wave standing up for a couple of hits down the line. Nice little tap there, and not done with this one. Putting everything he's got into this ride. He's really trying to manufacture a score out of it.
I knew we'd
Needs
see
a
a claim.
4.82.
I knew the claim was coming, Coop.
Yeah, I mean, he gave it everything. You know, Hedgie will fight until the dying breath. And he did it just then. We'll wait and see what the judges think. He wasn't looking for a huge score. It was pretty small. Did he get something big at the start? A bit flat first turn. Wave goes a bit sudsy. He does about 15 turns on this wave, but there wasn't a big impact one. That one was nice, built some speed. That was probably the best turn on the wave. He did get plenty of them. I'm going to leave that one with the judges. I'm obviously biased. Good friend of mine, Nathan Hedge, fellow club member at North Narrabeen.
Bias?
So
You're always talking it down, mate.
Oh, yeah, true, I was, but hey, we'll see.
No, he, look, I think he did a lot of work on that wave, and it's just going to really depend on how much credit they're giving those turns. It was a flat wave. He surfed it incredibly well for what it was, but it's going to be close. I mean, the comparison's going to come with Nathan Cook's 4.37 because he needs a little bit better than that. So waiting on that number to come through. This is going to be intense. Quarterfinal spot up for grabs. And the number is in, 4.93. And Nathan Hedge, he shows that determination, that fight once again to get himself up into the top 2 and qualify for the quarterfinals. And he is just getting the word right now. You know, that's not celebrating a magic ride. That's celebrating staying alive in the event, chasing that prize money.
Never!
And never give up, he says.
Theo.
Look at the hole. Oh, he's been bringing it, the energy. What an absolute pig. Competitive pig, he loves it. He won't give up. Loving your company here on finals day. Nathan Hedge is into the quarterfinals. Big heat coming up next. Tim Chalmers, Sheldon Simkus, Zeb Stokes and Willis Droomer. Back with more in just a moment.
Yes, we're back in the booth here with two of North Narrabene's absolute finest, the Hog Dog, fresh off a classic performance, mate. Talk us through it.
Well, little grindy, being the dead high tide, 1.8 metre high, so it was pretty stressful because you want to take the inside, but the better waves are wide, so you've got this real predicament where you're going to let guys inside because you want to be in the peak position, but then sometimes you get a slingshot from deep, so it's a really tricky heat strategy this morning. It's not too easy.
Mate, I've been loving the variety you've been putting up, so many different kinds of backside manoeuvres, and the judges have been loving it too.
Yeah, I guess this morning was sort of a little more grindy. I wasn't able to sort of showcase things there, but yeah, it's something I have been working on, and it was some feedback I got from the last season's work, and good to come into a new season, just showing a few different turns and show the judges in the surf industry put the work in the off season.
And must be good to bounce back after yesterday. You guys, got off to a flyer in the teams event, but yeah, kind of, I don't know what happened there. Talk us through it, Coop.
Mate, we popped the tyres and absolutely did not finish the day very strong. Me specifically, I should be out there in this heat right now, but a silly mistake took me out. But I mean, it was pretty epic watching the team yesterday. Hedgie got to surf twice, dropped a 9.6 and 8.77, led from the front. No step out of place for you yesterday. You got to surf today. The conditions were obviously not as pumping as they were in the afternoon at the low tide. How did the tactics change having to go to bed last night? It's not going to be low tide and pumping in the morning, but you want to make it to the afternoon. Yeah, how'd you keep the head on for that heat?
Well, yeah, Coops, it was a real, I had to just be aware that that's out of my control and not to put any, wasted energy into what the scenarios are. I landed in heat 8, the comp's called off at heat 6. Really wanted to surf because it was low tide coming. I knew it was going to be sort of better waves for me, but there's some things you can't control, and you don't bother wasting any time and energy on things you can't control. So. And
here we go. We're watching the replay of this last one. So you needed a 4.83. First turn was a little flat, and then this thing gave you that bonusy, the slingshot, the line up down the line, and what's gone through your head right here?
Well, it was just, I'm glad it had a little bit of a growl on it. It's a little bit of a speed run. I just thought, I knew they were giving 3s and 4s for not too much, so I thought if I can just milk it for everything it's worth, and then try to sell it on the end right there. Yeah, I mean, it was just one of those things. It was 2 little waves. I think there was like 3 seconds to go, so it always feels a lot better when you get it with just a couple seconds to go. So, yeah, stoked to get through that one. Hopefully it gets a bit better as it gets a bit lower through the day.
Yeah, I feel like the conditions obviously going to get better. The tide yesterday, as it drew out, began to be some of the best 2 to 3 foot waves you can almost dream of for a surf competition. It's an absolute privilege for us to get to surf the iconic Snapper Rocks with just 3 other guys out. That's something I, last night, went to bed pinching myself with obviously a bit of disappointment about my interference. But my dad called me right before bed and he was like, "Are you going all right, mate?" Like, obviously pretty hard one to swallow. And I sat there last night and I wrote down my 3 gratitudes for the day, and I was like, I went surfing at Snapper 3 times today with no one out, and in 4 waves I caught, I got 3 7-point rides and an 8-point ride, and that just means that I got to surf open face, beautiful waves with no one out, and I was like, I can't be too disappointed in a one silly mistake to ruin a bloody great day. So yeah, I mean, as today goes on, the conditions going to get fun again. I kind of was going to bed going, tomorrow's not going to be as good, so it's all good that I lost, but now it looks like it's going to be all time again as the tide draws out today. But yeah, what are your plans? Not having to surf in the teams event, obviously it would have been nice in the teams event, but being able to put all your energy into the individual event, maybe a little bit of a, a swing of favour in your side for the guys who have to surf double duties today.
Yeah, Coops, I think maybe a little blessing in disguise. Like you said, you can focus just on the one task and keep it pretty simple. I think it's just keep things really basic today and just try to identify, what my recipe is going to be to get through the day the best fashion I can, and just enjoy. Like you were saying, I love what you just mentioned then about just a gratitude to be down here to surf Snapper Rocks and no one in the water, and what a privilege to be a part of this charity event. It's got such a great vibe and feel to it. It's a beautiful Sunday. Strip it back. I mean, we start surfing because we love it, and that's why we're here and we get to surf. So how good's that?
Shelley, the event favourite, open up with a nice little hook, couple little hooks on a burger section, gets a nice third hit there. That was, that's going to be the best scoring wave of the heat so far.
And out behind him, Zeb Stokes from Kawana in the yellow. Bigger wave, but that thing just swung a little bit wide off the bank. It kind of is re-going. I'm just watching Hoggy point out to the edge of it, and that thing had a little double up off the end. Didn't quite see it out of his peripheral vision just then. As we see a replay here of Sheldon Simkus. First turn, tight in the pocket, little snap, carves it tight once again, and he sees this one about to close out, so goes hard into that third turn. What do you think of that one?
Spicy pedas to man. That was sick. But, mate, I've got to say, yesterday, watching it at home on the broadcast, one of the most entertaining days of surfing, competitive surfing I've ever watched. I thought the format was on point. I thought the performances were on point. The waves obviously came to the party. It was pretty much cooking, like just little nuggy tubes and plenty of scoring opportunity. And, mate, they call it the Usher Cup, but they may as well call it the Punter Cup, because there is just blue-collar grinders for days. Shane Holmes, yourself, Hoggy, just like the battler, the grit merchants. Oh, my Lord, it was Russ Maloney. Mate, there was plenty of just A-grade blue-collar performances yesterday.
Yeah. How about this one from Zeb Stokes, boys? I'd say he's on the epoxy, he's flaring. This one he's put together. The timing's been a lot better on this wave, and he had a few steep sections which he really connected with, hey? And
that was under priority too. We saw him just catch that wide one and then pick that one up just underneath everyone. With this high tide, it is very different to yesterday afternoon. You can see sitting out the back the other three surfers not even seeing this one, but nice first turn in the pocket, and then it gives him a nice steep section here. Second one, and 3 in a row. The judges are going to love this. This is one of the first waves I've seen today that actually stood up for 3 or 4 turns back to back. Most of them have been one big turn, connect to another big turn. That one had quite a nice bit of flow to it.
Plenty of flow, no transitional moves.
Yeah, Jed, coming back to what you were saying about the format and the blue collar, you know, the surfing, the true grit. I mean, what an incredible event for the Groms to get a chance to surf against some of the heroes and put the rash on and get to surf snappy. You know, it caters for everyone, for the Groms, to some of the overseas competitors that come here. They've probably always watched the Quickie Pro and seen many clips of you know, the Cooley Giants surfing here, and to come and put a rashie on and get a taste of the action. You know, it allows for that experience, you know, that otherwise you wouldn't get. You know, it's hard enough to get a wave out here, let alone to get a heat. So, you know, what an incredible opportunity for everybody. I think that's what's such good viewing too, because you get to see all the different levels and everyone get a crack at it. And, you know, the surfing, you know, Snapper is the queen. It's the jewel crown. And when it all comes together, the good value, the charity event, good cause, it's just insane, isn't it?
So insane, yeah. And I mean, just so good to see some of those forgotten heroes, those old school QE legends. And as we see, surfing green, nice little slash out of the top there. So the third section there, that was a big hit.
Yeah, and this is an important wave. Torquay are well and truly looking good for the whole event cup, and Willis Droomer finishing that one, and Sheldon Simkus with the club sandwich out the back. Action is heating up right now, and somebody who seriously went mad in that last heat was our surfer in the orange singlet in the last heat. Alistair Reginato, he's down on the beach with Stace Galbraith. Tell us what he thought, mate.
Alistair, obviously individual format, but do you carry that team pressure into those events?
Absolutely. Kind of motivates you to get going a little bit harder, so yeah, definitely like to think about the club when you're paddling out in the water. It gets me psyched, and I love it.
Certainly brings out the best in your performance. Between this and the ABB, you're on fire.
It's pretty nice. I don't know, having the president and all the boys here supporting gets you pretty frothed up, so yeah, I usually love these events, and it's proven to be pretty useful in these fun ways.
What's the plan for the year? Regional series?
Yeah, getting ready for that. Pretty excited, so have a really good crack at the regionals and hopefully be on the Challenger.
We certainly hope so too. Well done, Alistair.
Oh wow, nice little exchange there. Spewing that one didn't give Tim another section. The opening section was sick, but Zeb Stokes flaring. That one had a nice bit of run on it.
Yeah, Zeb's been dialing it in out there right now. A few long ones. That last wave that he caught before that one was a 6.03, the highest wave of the heat. We did have quite a few waves ridden as we were in that interview. We saw Sheldon Simkus with that club sandwich right before. Also, Willis Droomer getting a long one, which will be his best wave of the heat. We'll wait and see how these scores come in. I also saw out of the corner of my eye, pardon me, Sheldon Simkus ride another wave. So plenty of action. The waves are starting to roll on through here. We are pretty much hitting the dead high tide right now. So all day long. Conditions are going to improve. Finals are going to be coming up later today. We have both the women's division, the men's division, and the World Cup Challenge. And yeah, it's going to be great fun surfing all day.
Hoggy, mate, you're the spirit animal of Australian surfing, mate. You're the totem creature. You're at the top of the totem, and you're looking fresh and rejuvenated for the year. I mean, how good are you feeling heading into this year, and what are the objectives?
Well, I think, we're blessed with the way the format's come around to the regional series, so it lends to guys like myself that, want to put their hand to it and give it a crack and not have to travel overseas or put too much effort into thinking further afar. So, in that regard, it's a good opportunity to compete in Australia, and I saw Snapper and Narrabeen as the first challengers, and that's a great incentive, and I'm sure Cooper will probably have a North Narrabeen Board Riders Challenge for a wild card there, you never know, mate. Just to get to surf at home at your favourite break, a huge incentive. So I thought, why not? While we are talking about Australian surfing and the year coming up, I want to look back and apologise on the commentary yesterday, and I left out Connor O'Leary and Caltex Callum. We're talking about new guys on the tour this year, even though they've had years on the tour. I did leave them out of a conversation yesterday, so we've got a really strong force coming onto the Australian World Tour this year, and good luck to those guys in pipeline.
Yeah, it's exciting, man. The solidarity and camaraderie of this new generation has been a big boon for Aussie surf fans, and I feel like you've really galvanised that, Hog, or at least played a role in it, man. Just kind of, just showing them what the culture of Australian competitive surfing is and what it's about, the passion, the commitment, the work ethic that's needed to succeed at this level. It's unreal, man, from a fan's perspective to see that come back into it. I feel like it kind of went missing for a bit, but I feel like we're back in the pocket.
Yes, maybe when we're talking about blue-collar guys too on the tour this year, Jacko Baker. Let's trot Jacko.
The Merriweather FedEx man, was he delivering postal? I don't know what was in those post packages he was delivering, but he was made just enough to get on the changers. So
it's good to see the Aussies.
Jacko.
Like, we've got a good handful on the tour this year. How sick's that? We've got Brooko warming up. I've just seen him fire up. He's given the come on, the Leighton Hewitt come on. I just went past Brooko on my way out, just get a bit of juju so I could try to get a good wave out there. He's just got something going on this event, Troy Brooks.
He seriously does. Yesterday afternoon we saw Troy Brooks drop 3 9-point rides in a 20-minute period, get barreled off his head, afternoon session. That same heat we saw Matty Job drop a 10, and that is just pretty much a sign to show what we're going to get at low tide this afternoon, because the last couple of days have been unbelievable. We also saw Troy Brooks drop a 10-point ride in his previous heat, so as you said, Hoggy, he has got some of that juju going, and go rub next to him a little bit, because you're going to be coming up very shortly again in quarterfinal heat number 4. Troy Brooks is going to be coming up in quarterfinal heat number 2, and I'm looking at the beach right in front of our commentary tent, and the high tide is also coming up right now.
You better believe it's a 1.8 metre high tide. Uncle Theo is dead set on the shovel digging us a trench to keep us out of the water here. It's pretty wild. Wild scenes here, but we're holding on and just praying for that tide to start going out, because it's going to start to cook. When it does start to get a bit hollow behind the rock, Hog, backside out here, trying to stuff yourself in them little pits, is that the strategy, or are you kind of just looking for the long wally ones a la Medina Parko in that iconic final years ago?
If the opportunity presents, I definitely want to go for it. It's an area that I've felt a little bit vulnerable in my surfing, is to back myself for backside barrel riding out here at Snapper. So on my very first heat, my first wave, I gave myself opportunity, but probably wasn't the right wave to do it. So look, I'm really open to it, and I openly admit that that's an area I want to get a little bit better at. So I want to, challenge myself, and that's what surfing is for me, at this stage of my life. So if the opportunity's there, I'm going to go for it. But I also know that I can win heats doing my thing sitting wide and get the backside ones that go square, and they've got a better pace because they're a different wave to the frontsiders. So there's definitely the waves out there that I look for that give me the right pace to do my style of surfing. So let's wait and see. Who we got here? Shelley, little inside nugget. Just have a little sniff around. Didn't bother to pursue that one. I guess he decided it wasn't going to better his 5.83. That's what you've got to do, Coops, don't you? When you've got your 2 scores, you've got to decide, is this going to better my lowest score?
Yeah, pretty much. As we see, Willis Drummer out the back. He has gone hard into that first section, and a bit of a bog there in that second section. Unfortunately going down there. Torquay are in a solid position. They've got Troy Brooks still going in the event. I believe they're still running in the tag event as well, or the teams event. I'm not too sure how their female surfer's doing, but I do know that also Xavier Huxtable still marching on through the event. So Torquay coming up from down there in Victoria and putting on a gallant effort here at the Usher Cup for 2023, as well as the international teams. We're going to see plenty of them surfing later today. We've seen the Padma boys from over in Bali marching on through with some big scores, as well as Raya Campbell, their female surfer, dropping a 9.7 yesterday. So
wow,
do not go anywhere. We've got international surfers. We've got legends of the sport, Troy Brooks, Nathan Hedge coming up again later today, and then as well some of our best Australian talent. Surfers like last heat winner Alistair Reginato, Sheldon Simkus out in the water right now. We've got plenty of action coming up as the day goes on.
And Smithy, mate, talking of the season starting up, mate, what's the Swellians got going on? What have you got pumped on the schedule? Where are you guys going to really hit and fire up and get things flowing for you guys?
Mate, I cannot wait to get down here on the beach with the pots and the pans and support you lads as you launch your Challenger Series campaigns. I mean, hoping that you guys qualify for that part of it. But yeah, that'll be a huge part of our year this year, is just getting on the beach and making a bit of racket and generating a bit of energy for the lads and the lasses. But yeah, we'll be doing our usual shenanigans, couple pub shows and whatnots, and of course the obligatory swellness, mate. We want to promote healthy lifestyle choices as well as the degenerate ones, which are just the mainstay of Australian surfing culture. So all things in balance, Hog. You know that, mate.
I love the inclusion of the Swellness Retreat. It was incredible feedback from the inaugural year. The rain came down, but I think that made it, everyone decided it is what it is, and just to make it, an incredible time. And despite the weather, you guys got on with the show, and it connected everybody from what I saw, and everyone that I spoke to said that they've had a really enriching, connecting kind of growth few days,
Yeah, an opportunity to really reconnect and recharge en masse, like just charge your batteries like they've never been charged before. You come out of that like in a state of elation, and it's all created by a completely natural methods and healing modalities. It was so powerful. I've never experienced anything remotely like it. And, it was a social experiment. We didn't know what we were doing. We were a couple of imbeciles from, what do we know about anything?
Good on you guys. I think it's epic. Obviously, myself in that wellness space, it's so cool to see you guys who, like you said, might be known for your shenanigans, but also at your core, just trying to give people a better life, as much as it's through comedy and some absolute hilarious podcast episodes and live shows. Now having the wellness event, I think it's really showing that there's a lot of depth to the stuff you guys do, and I absolutely love it, and I'm going to be there this year for sure.
Oh, cheers, Coop. Appreciate that, brother.
And wow.
Timmy Chalmers, no stranger to a right-hand point break, just a couple of points down at Cabarita. He had a stellar heat yesterday. He's flared up on that one. And boys, did you get a little replay of Brooko coming down the promenade there? He's kissing babies.
Oh.
He's got media PR, doing interviews for him. It's circa 2003, isn't it? Brooko,
yeah.
Quickie Pro. Hey, how's Brooko, the mayor of Cooley? He's taken over Rab's position.
Yeah, he's one of the great transplants. He's probably second only in the transplant stakes to Ock as just the full-blown Loke, but not representing Torquay at this event. But, oh, mate, the 10. Geez, he's right on the behind the rock ones out here at Mental. I mean, he's a known truffle pig at the Kira. And, yeah, expecting big things from him as the tide drops out today. The Brooko turning back the clock. The mad.
How's that watercolour on Tin Chalmers' wave then, the drone angle? It's just pristine. And, I mean, what a natural beauty Snapper Rocks is, hey? Is there any better watercolour anywhere? Oh, it's just gorgeous, hey?
It's surreal, yeah. Electric Kool-Aid blue.
And then we see Chris Zaffis, the new crop, coming up against the old crop, Troy Brooks. But I tell you what, he has definitely got the highest average wave score right now, Troy Brooks, with multiple 9s in the last heat, a 10 in the previous heat. Conditions are far different though, so I'm excited to see how Brooko goes. This might be his biggest challenge yet, this next heat coming up. Low tide barrels has been his forte the last few days, but right now he's going to have to deal with the high tide. No barrels on offer right now, but we see Timmy Chalmers fighting back, and he's chasing down Sheldon Simkus right now, the favourite of the event. He's gone back-to-back waves right there. We'll wait and see what the score. To beat those top seed surfers, sometimes you need to go a little bit above and beyond though, so we'll wait and see what the judges think of that one. But with 3.5 minutes remaining, Sheldon wouldn't be sitting out there feeling too safe, seeing a bit of spray come off the back behind Timmy Chalmers' waves. So we'll wait and see what score comes in for that one as we pick up the replay. What do you think, Hog?
Well, I like to get on the inside rail. Big roundhouse cutback, figure of 8 bang, which is point of difference, slowed up enough, and then little phone climb here. But watch this turn, Coops. Oh, back in under it and full inside rail. So there's 3 different turns there. And Seb Stokes threw a bit of fan. Nose back to the wash again.
He's been on dial-a-bomb, hasn't he? So what's he going to need to catch up to Shelley Simkus right now? Tim Chalmers has a 5.1, so he's going to be looking for something pretty much bang on that 7-point range if he wants to move up. So right now, the 6.96. So we'll wait and see what Timmy Chalmers got on that one. 3 solid turns as the heat leader right now. Zeb Stokes, solid first turn, straight up into the lip on the second. Brings it around on the third. He's just been on dial-a-bomb in this heat. That one kept giving him sections. Maybe one of his better waves of the heat. Nice swoop to finish this one off. And a foam climb. So he's stoked. He knows that he's going to be well and truly out in front as we pick up one more replay. Just a great opening combination. What do you think of these first 2 turns, Hog?
Well, it gave him the steep green wall in the outside section, and the judge has been rewarding that the whole event. So I think even the first 2 turns kind of look the same. It can't be denied for what it was.
So they've given 7.1 for Zeb's and only a 5.77 for Tim's. What do you think of that split?
Well, I guess the second turn was a foam climb. As much as I loved it in live time. When I saw the slow-mo, there were 2 good turns in there, but the middle bit went a bit sleepy. I don't know about the foam climb through the middle. Perhaps that maybe why it kept it around the high 5, low 6 range. Didn't have quite the pizzazz and the fan of spray and the flare, perhaps. I see Zeb's been able to get his nose back towards the wash and get that angle, although Tim, I like the inside rail. He sort of carved under it, and another great-looking turn too, but it's going to keep things pretty interesting. 1.5 minutes to go, pretty tight. No one's quite safe. Willis is within his means to get 8. He's got 8.73 points. He's going to need like an 8 himself, but if the wave comes, I'm sure the young lad can put on a show. So
yeah, he definitely has throughout this event. He dropped a 9.5 in his second round heat, I know, because I was in that heat, and then also scraping through the one yesterday once I got the interference. He came in thinking he'd lost the heat, and then I put it on a platter and said, here you go, mate, next round is all yours. But right now, hopefully he can make the most of it, because he's got a bit of work to do here. Zeb Stokes has been on dial-a-bomb. Sheldon Simkus, safe as houses. That guy can put down a solid heat score every time he paddles out, as we see once again. Zeb Stokes picking one up. And Sheldon Simkus is going to be on the wave behind here. Good-looking wave, plenty of flare on that first turn. But the wave not giving him much more.
A little bit of a tactical move, perhaps, just to kind of block Timmy Chalmers. I really loved the first turn from Shelley. Drifted the tail. Would have been nice to see a little end section on that, but double whammy, got to surf the wave and to block green and pink. So, but now the gate's left open. There's only 25 seconds to go, although it can happen. It happened in my heat. Can never give up.
Yeah, can we see a back-to-back score chase down in the final 15 seconds of this one? It's not looking like there's a whole much.
Coops, there is a lump.
Who's got it? Here
Timmy
we go.
Who else?
He's lowered his requirement. That is a
big.
huge turn.
But the foam climb there.
Again,
caught behind.
He's going to need a big
Too many
finish
cutties.
on this one.
Can he get a big finish?
That first turn was huge.
That was pretty sick. What's he going to need?
So he's going to need a low 6. He's going to need just above Shelley's 6.23. He's going to need about a 6.4.
For mine, I think if he could have got the second turn rather than that weird sort of foam thing where he got a bit caught.
Same thing happened to him, yeah. The first turn was probably the biggest turn he's done this heat.
That's true.
Little layback to finish.
I'm glad I'm on the commentator's couch for this one. I don't envy the judge's job at times, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, they've definitely got to cut it out for them today. Here we go. Let's pick up the replay. Flies down the line, and this turn, big driving carve. Overcommitted. That foam climb didn't quite get it clean up and over. Brings the roundhouse around nice and clean, and then gets this layback. Small section. I'm going to leave it with the judges. Once again, you've got to remember it's to knock Sheldon Simkus out. As much as that doesn't go into the judge's mind, it's always in the back of the mind. Biggest seed, you've got to surf really well to knock them out of the draw. And we see Zeb Stokes. He has just had the dream heat.
On a heater.
Every single wave, he's been given opportunity to throw down big turns, and he's got some big scores. So we'll leave it with the judges. Timmy Chalmers looking for a last score to close out this heat. We're going to say goodbye to Nathan Hedge. He's getting ready for a heat coming up. I am Cooper Chapman in the booth with Jed Smith, and we're going to head back to an ad break. We'll be back with quarterfinal number 3 very shortly. Quarterfinal number 2.
Wild. Cooper just bringing me up to speed with yesterday's fracas, controversy. I mean, mind melt, whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that's hard luck, man. After surfing the heat, that consummate to go down in those circumstances. Bit of an awkward one, teething problems.
Bit of a brain fart, and something that I had Ronnie say to me, we won't talk about it and save you the embarrassment. But to be honest, I'm going to own it. We all make silly mistakes here and there, and as we see, Troy Brooks up and riding, not in the barrel on this wave, but flaring the fins over that foam section, bringing it back to old Quickie Pro days on the high tide. Just a 2.67 on that one, not up in the 9-point range like all of his waves yesterday. But yeah, as you said, I thought about how I was going to approach talking about my interference from yesterday, and I'm going to own it. Stuff happens. I surfed a really good heat. To be honest, I was carrying a bit of insecurity going into yesterday. I haven't been surfing anywhere near as much as I used to. Obviously, taking myself out of this surf career at the moment, as we see surfer in yellow, Morgan Siblick up and riding. Nice first turn, getting the roundhouse, and this one looks like it might give him a bit more juice down the line. Roundhouse one more time, looking for this steeper section, and here it is. He's going to build up a bit of speed and give us just a pull-off.
He was winding up for a big old meat hack, just a kick out.
But yeah, so as I was saying, I was carrying a bit of insecurity in, but yesterday I caught 4 waves and 3 of them were 7s, 1 was an 8, so I was like, you know what, I've still got it. And then as well, I've always carried insecurity about my forehand carve. I've always felt like it wasn't something that I could score on, and I got an 8 for a carve and 1 little turn yesterday.
Amazing.
So as much as I was bummed that I'm not out there surfing today, I'm also stoked that I got the opportunity to surf all day yesterday at Pump and Snapper, and yeah, get to come down and call some heats with you today. I'm pretty stoked about that. I've never got to call heats with you, and you're somebody who I really look up to. I think you're one of the most hilarious, but also one of the most insightful and articulate commentators on the surf, realm.
Appreciate that.
But,
and
yeah, here we are.
The respect is mutual as we see Chris Saffis winding up and a nice flary little hook. Another one as this wave gives him another little bonus section. Pretty lateral surfing, but
he's going to get an end bowl here.
Getting a lot done.
Yeah, Chris Saffis spent time on that Challenger Series last year, one of Australia's finest. He knows how to surf a heat, and he's going to finish off this first one with a strong little layback snap. He's got his first wave in the books. We are running 25-minute heats from the quarterfinals onwards, so a bit more time for the surfers to deal with this high tide right now, but we have a stacked heat on our hands. Morgan Siblick, Chris Saffis, Matty Job, and Troy Brooks, some of the finest surfers here in Australia, as we see. Bit of a replay here for Chris Saffis. Plenty of roundhouse cutbacks on this one, but still, lots of work done. He'll get his first score on the board and be heading back out the back to try and find some more.
I think this heat really encapsulates what this event is about. I mean, we've got 3 of the rising stars of Australian surfing against an aging warhorse in the form of Troy Brooks. And, Brooko's been on an absolute heater this whole event, obviously in different conditions, as you mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see, just the tactics and strategy and experience at play versus the youth. Morgan Siblick, I mean, far out. The guy, 18 months or 2 years ago, he was in a showdown for the world title against the world's best at Trestles. Now here at the Usher Cup, and he hasn't lost anything, that's for sure. As Brooko winds up, little frontside grab, Rio, to foam climb.
And out the back behind him, we've got Matty Job in our live view, and there we go, big first snap for Matty. And a huge second one. He's picked himself up a 10-point ride yesterday, and he's carrying that form into finals day here, picking one of the better waves I've seen this morning, rolling this on all the way through, and he has a steep closeout.
Bonus and Secco, bingo, bango. That was sick. Wow, that's gonna put him right up there.
Yeah, he had a heat yesterday where Troy dropped 2 9s. Matty had his 10, but then for the whole heat, he was looking for his backup, and with about a minute to go, I think he needed something up in that 5.6 range because it was a really high-scoring heat. Xavier Huxtable had 15.6 points, went on to lose the heat because Matty Job picked up a 6.7, I believe it was, right on the buzzer to move on through behind Troy Brooks, who did have, I think, a score up in the 19-point range, which I tell you what is quite rare, something that surfers barely do ever in their career. So to do it here at Snapper Rocks, I'm sure Troy would have been stoked, but I'm sure he would love to get to that low tide again today and surf some more heats. Fighting with everything on this wave. A few nice first turns. I think what do you think? It looked like maybe that first Finditch turn, he might be in his head thinking he has to do more than he needs to because he has some high-level young Australian surfers in his heat like this, Matty Job.
This thing was mental. Not skipping a beat. Plenty of variety. Going vert, hacking it. And just putting together a really exceptional ride here. Gets the end section bonus hit. That's probably the wave of the heat so far. And yeah, Brooker, I mean, geez, good to see him looking so limber and that he's still got it in him to throw it up there, get the fins out, a little bit of variation of the grab. I mean, he's definitely up against it in terms of the pedigree in this heat. Like, this is pretty much the creme de la creme of Australian surfing right here in that kind of non-elite tour ranks.
But speaking of elite tour ranks, this guy, as you said previously, former world number 5, Morgan Siblick, took the world by storm 2 years ago with an incredible performance on his first year on tour. Coming in 5th place in the world, just going down to Connor Coffin in his showdown heat at Trestles a few years back, and unfortunately falling off tour with that new mid-year cut last year. It caused a bit of havoc for a few of the surfers. Connor Coffin also fell off, so he lost 4 and 5 in the world in the first 5 events of the second part of the year. We didn't even see him on tour, so it can change up so quickly, and Morgan would be looking to get back on that tour. He missed out on a spot, agonisingly close. I think he ended up in 12th, top 10 made it onto the tour. We saw Dylan Moffat in 11th, Morgan Siblick in 12th, and Jacob Wilcox in 13th. So as much as we do have a great young crop of Australian tours on the tour this year, guys like Jack Robbo, Ethan Ewing, Connor O'Leary, Callum Robson, Jackson Baker, there's plenty of them, but we were 3 surfers right there on the door as well, so do not think that every surfer that we can get there is there, because right now the Australian talent is hot on their heels to make it on that tour. We've got guys like Sheldon Simkus really wanting a spot on that tour, some guys who deserve a spot there. Jacob Wilcox never had his actual spot on tour, surfed plenty of events as a wild card, but he wants to get a full spot on tour, as does this guy. Chris Zaffers, actually, I'll give you some hot off the press. Chris Zaffers doesn't want a spot on tour anymore, because I was speaking to him out in the surf and he said he's done. He's hanging up the boots. He's got his new electrical business.
Oh, wow.
He's a Sparky. He's come out on his own.
No way.
Yeah, I was having a surf out here practicing the other day, chatting to Chris, and I myself have unofficially announced my retirement from the qualifying series, and was chatting to him, are you going to give it another crack? And he said, mate, I'm done.
Yeah,
it's a grind. He surfed really well. He got 38th in the world on the qualifying series, which, I mean, you add that up with the top 32. The guy's ranked in the top 70 surfers on this planet.
Mate, it's insane.
But doesn't have the funding, can't find the sponsorship, and to be honest, he said, it's just such a long year. I'm trying to set my life up. I've had a great time surfing, and I can still do events like the Usher Cup. So, bit of behind-the-scenes info about Chris Zaffers.
Yeah,
if you're looking for a Sparky on the Gold Coast, make sure you give him a call. Best Sparky in the business, and he'll also snake you out snapper.
Oh, there's a bit of electricity in these turns too. I love that Rio.
Yeah,
Nice fin out Rio, and there goes Morgs drifting the fins and just dropping the hammer. Like the blue-collar battler that he is, he just absolutely punched a hole in that Jip Rock wall. That was skits.
Yeah, you on the webland listening to us right now, I didn't see that one live, but as you can see him paddling back out, Morgan Siblick did just drop an absolute hammer. As you see the score, 7-1-7. Judges not thinking too long about that one, throwing it straight in, and we're going to get you a replay, dare I say, hopefully very shortly. But right now, as I look out the back on my live view of the ocean, we see sets continuing to roll through here at Snapper Rocks. This is Open Men's Quarterfinal number 2. We're going to be rolling straight through this day. We're going to have the Women's Quarterfinals coming up, I believe, next. Or if not, we will see the World Club Challenge. First of its kind, first ever finals day of a World Club Challenge. And here's that replay of Morgan Siblick. Take it away, Jed.
Here we go, Morgs. Little check turn there, and that's the money right there. And then this thing butts. Cop that. So, mate, when he hits it, it stays hit. He has that equal parts starchiness, but also very pointed and electric. You can see the kind of form that got him to the top 5. in that Trestle Showdown. What year was that? My COVID memory is just all bodgy now. It's like 21, right? Yeah. So now we're 23, yeah, 22, yeah, 21, right. So, yeah, mate, what a performance coming from obscurity to pull that off. But yeah, it's a rocks or diamonds game, elite surfing. And we just saw Connor Coffin, number 4 in the world that year now without a major sponsor.
Salty Crew, new sponsor.
Yeah, new sponsor. But no rip curl, unfortunately, and Morgs. I mean, it's tough. Like once you drop out of the elite tour, the contracts are all based on keeping your spot at the top level, and I guess there's a certain amount of time you get to languish in the Challenger Series or QS without making the tour before, the suits come knocking.
Yeah, it is obviously a big mind game for Morgs. He went from 5th in the world to back on that Challenger to agonisingly close, which in my mind makes me realise that he's definitely good enough to be there, obviously. But then he's also definitely good enough to qualify through that qualifying series, because it's not easy, and if you are in that top 12, 15, you're right there. So, dare I say, we'll see him back on tour very shortly. Hopefully this year we saw Liam O'Brien back-to-back years qualifying through that Challenger Series, and that is not an easy feat.
You talk about validating someone's ability. I mean, as we see, Zaffis, big frontside laceration. He's got a nice kind of half cupped out section there, and little cheese whiz McGee on the inside. I'm interested to see what the judges drop that. What does a cheese whiz score in today's? Maybe detracts points even?
I don't know. It's always been a funny one. I've always found shove-its and chop-hops are like this weird one that you all do as a kid just to get that feel of going backwards is always a bit of fun, but the judges have never really liked them. But I think, especially backside, when people do those big spins, like Julian did one back in Trestles years ago, maybe in 2014 or something, and it was mental. And I think I like it because it's one of the only backhand airs I can do. But I also think it's kind of cool seeing the board flick around in different ways, and I think that's where we're going to see the sport really progressing. We see some of the stuff guys are doing at Waco and whatnot, and as much as it does get written off, things like that, I think that's where surfing is going to continue to push. Boards rotating in different directions, and yeah.
As we see Morgs winding up, and nice frontside gouge. Another wrap. And he's going to get... He's fanging down the line here. Another nice figure 8 wrap.
That was sick, as we see out the back. Troy Brooks on dialer bomb. Huge carving layback. He's going to hold on, but not with the execution how he would have liked. It was about 98% there, but that final 2% catching the rail, and the judge is going to really notice that one. But we see Matty Job's the one we need to have a good hard think about right now. 7.67 for his first one. Dialed a great wave. Very similar circumstance to his situation yesterday with the high score of the heat, but no backup score. So with 11.5 minutes remaining, still plenty of time. Matty Job knows what he needs to do. He's going to sit there, try and pick one more nice wave. And Chris Zaffis, 5.5 and a 4.8. Nice little waves, but dare I say at the end of this heat, they're not going to be enough because Matty Job is hot on his heels. Morgs out in the lead, 7.17, 5.93 I think for that last one. He is well and truly in an advancing position, looking very comfortable out in the lead, but Chris Zaffis, Matty Job and Torquay will try and have a say about that first position by the end of this heat.
Mate, it was interesting what you're saying about Zaffis pulling the pin on his career and just the financial toll as well of chasing these tours. Man, it's expensive, and yeah, you're putting your whole life on hold for, up to 6 to 8 months, wreaks havoc with personal relationships, with, career opportunities, and you're leaving yourself in a financial hole a lot of the time. But I guess that goes more to the point of how important this event is, just being able to fill the coffers a bit for some of the top talent like Sheldon and whatnot, helping them fund their Challenger Series campaigns, not to mention just giving them a solid hit out before the season kicks off, as we see Chris Zaffis throwing the fins.
Yeah, that financial burden can definitely be tricky. I mean, back at the start of my career, there was a bit more money in the industry. I was sponsored by Hurley and it was quite nice, but then it seems like the whole industry's kind of recognise that they don't need to pay their athletes that much, and they're still going to get the record profits that they all had through COVID. It didn't funnel back down into events. It didn't funnel back down into the surfers' pockets. It funneled into the bigwigs' pockets. So
shareholders' pockets.
Yeah, so the surfers have been kind of grinding and trying to find their mark. But yeah, for people like Chris Zaffis, who full-time Sparky, probably not that much money coming in from sponsorship. As much as how we've been sold, the WSL, that this regional tour is great, you can work for the other rest part of the year and then you can go do the regional, it's still 3 to 4 months of work, that regional tour, that you're missing out on work. And I was talking to Chris about it. It's not the fact that you're missing the week of work. That's already a hit in your pocket. The prize money in the WSL small level events is just, you're going backwards unless you win the event. And you win a 1,000 event, which is most of the events, and you're winning about $2,000, which you're going to make more money by going to work to the week. So,
for sure,
it's a bit of a balance. You do have to really just love the sport. You have to do it for yourself and not for the money, because unless you're in that real top level, it's not the biggest financial kickback anymore in surfing like there was in the heydays, I guess you'd call it, through the 2000s and the early teen years of the 2000s. But yeah, I think it's good to see some guys like Morgan Siblick getting that financial support now. Obviously, getting 5th in the world is a big help with that. But yeah, there's people all around the country doing their best, working hard so they can get to these events. And like you said, the Usher Cup is a great platform for guys like Morgan Siblick, like Matty Job, who will be giving this regional tour a run very shortly, to have a few dollary dues in the pocket.
Yeah, no, man, that's such a good insight into some of just the grim economic realities of trying to make this dream come true. I mean, a lot of people on the fringes of professional surfing or just in the broader surfing community, they don't understand that. They look at pro surfing as being the dream job, but mate, there is so much sacrifice that comes with it. And I was just I interviewed CJ Hobgood the other day and just talking to him about, the guy spent 16 years at the elite level, spending up to 8 months, or generally, on average, 8 months away from his family, his children. It's mind-blowing. And, of course, that brings all these kind of family issues. It's how do you maintain a relationship when you're away for 8 months? That's at the top level. And then the tier below that, mate, you're battling bloody poverty. You're, mate, it's hard yakka. There's no two ways about it. So,
in saying that and giving it, obviously, the negative side of the spectrum, I also look back at my last 10 years and am so grateful. I travelled the world and went bloody surfing with my friends. So as much as there was some financial stress and some burden carried, I guess, by the finance side of stuff, I looked at it that I travelled the world surfing for the best years of my life with my mates. And yeah, I look back with it with nothing but smiles. Obviously, it would have been nice to have a house like a few of the guys who I travelled the world competing with had. But as we see, Chris Zaffis blasting 2 huge turns, and out behind him, Morgan Siblick blowing fins.
Front side.
The important one behind Morgs.
Yeah, Rev, as Matty Jobs winds up on the one behind that with 2. What an exchange that was. Those first 2 turns from Zaffis were money. Morgs blowing up on the one behind, and now Matty Jobs with just an electric, fluent array of manoeuvres down the point. Holy smokes. I hope you're entertained back there on the couch, or wherever you may be, because I definitely am.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting exchange. So right now, Chris Zaffis is in second place, but Matty Job is only looking for something in that. Oh, let me pull up my little screen right now. Matty's looking for a 2.66, so he's going to do that on his one, but Chris is going to extend his score, maybe with the best wave of the heat. That opening exchange, or the opening combination on that wave for Chris Zaffis was huge. We'll get some replays, because I was watching one with my eye out the back, one with my eye on the screen, and the third eye was just in absolute oblivion. And it seems like the filmer...
The third eye was just copping some sacred geometry.
Wow, I didn't see the first turn of Matty. I thought his was going to be the lowest of the 3, but after seeing that first turn, I think it's going to sit maybe in between Zaffis and Morgs, because he did get some work done as he went down the line here. We're going to wait for some scores, because Zaffis is going to... He's looking for a 7.6 to move up ahead of Morgs. Here's Morgs, probably the most dynamic first turn, throwing the fins around. But unfortunately, his one, from what I can remember, I think my second eye was following him and there wasn't too much more down the line. So we're going to wait for some scores here. Chris Zaffis looking for a 7.6 to catch up to Morgan. Matty Job looking for a 2.6 to catch up to Chris, which is going to be pushed up high, the requirement. But Matty's only looking for a 5.43 if he wants to jump over Morgan. So I'm going to leave the scores up to the judges, and I'll give you an update very shortly because things are going to change. And as soon as they do, we'll keep you updated. But what is happening right now is Troy Brooks is sitting out the back, searching for those 9-point barrels that he had all afternoon yesterday. Unfortunately, with this tide this morning, the surfers having to show a bit more variety, having to show what they are capable of in all conditions. And right now, Troy Brooks is having a bit of a struggle time out the back, while all three of those younger, I guess you'd call it maybe right now, a bit more dynamic competitors are having a bit more fun in these high tide conditions. As we saw Matty Job drop in a 6.37 straight up into the lead. And we saw that last wave came in for Chris Zaffis. We thought it was going to be one of the bigger ones, but just a 5.57.
Yeah, they might have docked him on that opening move. I mean, he chucked the fins out. He almost went to sleep pulling the transition. But, I mean, I thought that was quite intentional, and that little bit of extra tail drift riding backwards was all very controlled. I thought, yeah, I mean, the judges know better than me. But, yeah, Brooko, mate, he is just praying for this tide to run out. He's dead set about to start drinking the water to get some less water on the bank because he needs a couple of pits to pull him out of this problem.
Oh, you crack me up, dude. I hope I can sit here and just listen to you all day. It's so good. But yeah, as you said, Troy Brooks, another thing that will be playing on the back of Troy Brooks' mind is that big Usher Cup trophy for the team, because we did see Willis Struma bow out of competition in that last heat. If he bows out right here, there is huge points on offer if you are in that semi-final and final, and Torquay might go from the absolute favourites to bowing out pretty quickly and having a bit of trouble to be bringing home that big Usher Cup. So right now, Troy Brooks not only carrying the weight of himself, potentially losing, but also Torquay, who have been the front runners all event long, Sunday morning causing a bit of havoc for the surfers from down in Victoria.
Yeah, it appears that way. Oh, man, Xavier Huxtable is impressing me. Wow, he hits it hard, man. Reminds me of Cal Robson in ways, but yeah, just got that really starchy, solid base, but plenty of just hi-fi wizardry too. Like, he's not afraid to ditch the fins and just some of those end section hammers, and yeah, a really technical but starchy surfer. He's definitely got that look of a World Tour level surfer. He's competed at that level as a wild card up against the GOAT back there at Winky Pop in the Rip Curl Pro, but I think there's he's got a lot more in him than he can show in that heat moving forward.
Yeah, I think Xavier Huxtable and Alistair Reginato, I've said this 2 years in a row and they didn't quite do it for me, but they're my dark horses for a spot in that Challenger Tour this year. And I truly think they have the surfing to do some damage. They're a bit stockier. They've got some of those big manoeuvres to throw down massive scores, where sometimes you get surfers, quite like myself, who get to the tour and sit around 6s and 7s and float through the QS. They have the technicality to get big scores, and so does Zaffis with a 3-turn combination out the back. He's looking for a 7.6 if he wants to chase down Morgan Siblick right now. Blistering 3-turn combination, another critical one on the inside. Give us a claim.
Give us
Tell
something,
us you love
Zaffis.
it. There it is. He likes it. Oh, that is going to be asking questions to the judges, which is exactly what you want to be doing, saying, give us a score. Troy Brooks out the back going, why wasn't I on that wave? He's going to be needing a huge score, but right now, Chris Zaffis fighting his way back into this one. The nice little chippy wedge, big vertical first snap, straight off the bottom, got one through the lip, fin ditch, and a third out the back. I liked it, but I was wrong the last time.
Yeah, there was 3 very critical vertical manoeuvres there. The judges love that vertical surfing. Another one on the inside. I love that first turn. Just hits it with so much commitment. He's got so much time. He's almost looking back over his shoulder as he just demolishes the section. Great surfing from Zaffis.
And I can see live out the back, Morgan Siblick may be looking for a score here.
Signature turn
No,
there.
he is not. A 6.77 for that last of Chris. Unfortunately, not enough, as we see Morgan say, I don't care what score you got. I'm going to try and put down more, unfortunately, for going down that last turn, but it will not matter for him. He will be moving on through to the semi-finals along with Matty Job, unless Troy Brooks can do something very special here. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Holy smokes. He's still got plenty of hi-fi sizz in the sinew. Brooko, He's age shall not weary them, and nor the years condemn, mate. He is flared up and ready to rip in. Are you serious? I mean, he was the full aerial wizard back in the day. Originator of the Superman, was it? A couple
I remember him doing
sus little
Supermans
froggy
all the
Superman
time.
things going down. They were pretty sick.
I think we saw a couple of.
It was so
I remember
OG.
blatantly seeing some of them at the Quicksilver Pro Air Show. Remember they used to do
Yes,
the
mate.
Air Show and throw it in between events? Yeah, I remember that. But unfortunately, losing Troy Brooks from individual competition right now. We did see Willis Droomer from the Torquay Club bow out earlier in the last heat, but we will be seeing Torquay coming up later today with their team. Xavier Huxtable will be getting back out in the water. Unfortunately, he bowed out in individual competition yesterday, so we have no more surfers individually going. But right now we do have quarter-final heat number 3 out in the water. We have in the red Benny Lawrenson from Noosa, a massive standout competitor yesterday.
Holy smokes, how is this kid, mate? Are you serious? He was the runner-up last year and just going absolutely vert alert on the backhand, mate. He's a revelation. Someone compared him to Wilco yesterday, the backside drifting hangers, and just the chutzpah, the mana, the aggression of the man, finishing a couple of those rides, just flaring, flexing. Loved the passion, loved the energy, loved the surfing. Nick Vasicek, another goof, one of the goats behind the rock snapper, and mate, this is a really interesting heat. Good to see a couple of backsiders going toe-to-toe.
Absolutely. And we've got Caleb Cutmore as well, one of our international competitors from New Zealand out there. We are going to throw to a quick ad break. Do not go anywhere. This is the Usher Cup 2023 here at Snapper Rocks. We'll be right back right after this break.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. We've got the Opens division of the men's at the moment unfolding. Quarterfinal action out there in the lineup. And we've got a rider up here at the moment. But great to be with you once again. Ronnie Blakey with the big bro, Vaughan Blakey. Great to have the Ain't That Swell lads here on finals day. Vaughno, welcome.
Thanks, Doggy. Awesome to be here at Krakow. We're off.
Mate.
What an amazing run of waves this event has had. I've been watching the broadcast, enjoying it immensely. Particularly the old team back together, Ron, you and Ockie. Hey,
mate.
When did you guys first start commentating events?
Oh, way back. 2005.
Like Tahiti?
Tahiti, Mundaka, Brazil.
Pipe?
Yeah. Yeah, no, we worked on a lot of events together. It was great fun and, you know, just such a treat to be able to sit next to Walk and just enjoy his accidental comic genius. And Bugs as well. Been calling a few heats with Bugs on the CT lately, and just so thankful that during our time on the road last year, he said, mate, why don't you come and work on the Usher Cup with me? I'd love to have you there. And it was an easy decision.
Yeah.
An easy invitation to take up. But this is your third Usher Cup, Vaughno. You've seen it all, but this year, I mean, we've had exceptional conditions. We've had 10-point rides coming out the wazoo, and yeah, big performances from some underground clubs, which is really cool to see.
What about Tricky Chook getting a 10? Crack off the top here. Caleb Cutmore cutting it to ribbons.
Yeah.
Snap it on the inside. This is, wow, the Kiwi club really giving it there in the lime singlet.
Man, point board riders from Raglan, representing New Zealand over here at the moment. And Caleb Cutmore, you know, he's no doubt got a razor-sharp forehand, but he's straightened the back out big time here at Snapper with some really strong performances. And with the point board riders knocked out of the World Club Challenge component of the contest, Caleb's got a big opportunity to get himself some good prize money and get his team up the ratings order, as Ben Lawrenson, who dropped a 9.9 yesterday, gets his wiggle on.
Mate, how was yesterday?
Oh, just a mind blower.
I was going to say, Tricky Chook, he just thought he was back at Barra de la Cruz circa 2006, just dragging corn into the Vig section.
The booth was the best place to be yesterday because you look past our live screens here and you get to take it all in, but it's nice and cool in here. And I was doing 2.5-hour blocks, just talking absolute garbage and just loving the show. But I did get the last couple of heats off. I ran straight up to the surfers deck here at the Rainbow Babes Surf Club, and I just took in the last couple of heats of the day, and the D-Bar team is looking so deadly. Nick Vasicek yesterday afternoon, it was CT-like, the performance. I think, you know, he's just on fire at the moment. He's up at the moment, and big dynamic opening manoeuvre here for Vassar, who's obviously got a great chance of going all the way in this part of the contest, but D-Bar also looking good in the World Club Challenge, and that first semi-final heat of the club event is going to be so bonkers, just so stacked.
Yeah, well, this is cool. Vasicek obviously gets huge raps as the best goof out here, behind the rock, in the tube, but don't discredit or count out this backside whip that he's got. This turn here, just the big power carve back to the source. His read here, I can see what you mean by the CT level. It's all about linking it for Vass, and he's just put so much time in here. It's not even in his mind what he's going to do. It's just all flow.
Mate, we're, you know, proud Board Riders members, and, you know, you get the opportunity to surf a heat, and, you know, quite often, you know, the hooter sounds and all coordination, all style, all grace is lost, and you're just thrashing around trying to do as many turns as you possibly can.
Little Hazza from Lennox. Crack! Oh, the boys back home will be frothing on that little combo. Beautiful little speed whack onto the inside. And, geez, so we got 3 goofs in this one, Ron. And this guy's doing wonderful stuff. Shout out to old Johnny Clapham over there in Rags, no doubt tuning in.
Yeah, Caleb Cutmore is looking good. 7.67 on his last ride. This is the backup score that he needs to kind of shore up this second position at this stage. Maybe even get himself into the lead here. Doesn't really need a whole lot to get in front. In fact, he's probably done enough already. Just a 1.56 was the requirement as he heads back out. 17 minutes to go. We're going to plough through these next couple of quarters, establish our semi-finals for the Open Men's, and then we're going to dive straight into the semis of the World Club Challenge. And it was so great to see one of the international teams getting themselves into the mix. But this ride here for Harry O'Brien of Labar, they're the kind of combos that the judges just get the steak knife and the big fork out and just gobble down.
Yeah,
they love throwing big numbers at that. I'm expecting a huge score for that combo.
Yeah, Uncle Woody back at Lennox, he'd be very happy with that one. Doing a bit of top-line coaching these days, Woody. I just listened to a podcast, the Ball and All podcast down there. Good local sports program, but plenty of international flavour if you're tuning in from overseas and you want to get your teeth stuck into something at home. But, yeah, really cool World Surf League 2023 preview with Connor O'Leary, who's been working with James Wood, who was a 2-time World Junior Champ, Ron, and has, 19 years on the queue under his belt?
Mate, yeah,
it's amazing how...
He's watched more heats, I think, at this kind of grassroots level and CT level, and it shows. I mean, when you look at his eyeballs, you can tell they've been hard at it. Yeah. They're hanging out of his head, but he's seen a lot with those eyes, and he's got a lot of knowledge to impart, and just, you know what, I love that he's just really well read and kind of just takes in all the info and wisdom that he can to impart to his charges.
He does, and Harry O'Brien benefiting from that knowledge as well. A couple of nice scores there.
Yeah, 4-1-7 for Caleb. So the point board riders will be frothing with that. We had Larry, who brought the team over in here to have a chat with us yesterday. He'd be beaming with this start. And Harry O'Brien, he also got a good score for just 2 turns on the outside, 5.83. So right there in second spot. Benny Lawrenson, such a danger man, capable of big numbers, needs a 5.93 at the moment. And Nick Vasicek, he's got a 5.9, so he's got a reasonable score on the board. And I think he'll just, you know, as the locals tend to do here, just pick the eyes out of it and find that wave that offers those steeper walls for those high impact hits.
Hey, did Larry let you in on the pre-heat psych-up music that the Kiwi team are into?
You sure did, mate.
So
yeah.
What are they going for? Lord, something more modern, or are they going back through the archives?
Well, I know that
a bit of split ends, or maybe a bit
when
of
the surfers are appealing for an update on the clock out the back, the Kiwi surfers, it's "What's the time, Mr. Wolf?"
Yeah.
What's the time? Which is a Once for Warriors classic. But
we'll get down there, a bit of slice of heaven. Before
slice of heaven. Yep. Yeah, no, they've got it all, mate. They've got the full...
bit of Shehad, bit of the Datsuns.
Absolutely.
Oh, how good. Well, one of the great things about this event, Ron, over the past 3 years is just, you know, the mix of different surfers who come over, represent their clubs, legends, world champions, underground heroes, all sorts of crew really make up the community of your Board Riders Club, and it's awesome to see so many of them turn up here and maybe get their first shot to represent their team in their area.
And to match up against a world-class surfer, because everyone wants that opportunity to represent their club. And, you know, just as we sit here in the booth, we're looking out, we can see Nathan Hedge for North Narrabeen. Mark Ocalupo is part of the commentary team. Representing Snapper Rocks, but also obviously started out down there in Cronulla. But here we go, Harry O'Brien going after the lead now. Just needs a 6.02 out of this ride.
This
Again,
is nice.
That seamless point break flow is on show here with this guy.
First turn air rev, not the craziest critical section, but beautiful little show of commitment there. Not scared to throw a bit of spice in the works. Good stuff there from Harry O'Brien. Lee Bar, I was a member of Lee Bar for a year.
Yeah, you were. I remember that.
Went up there down there for Jake Baker, and it was a good year. A lot of the Byron surfers are actually surfing in Lee Bar around that time. So that nice, cool little air rev. Yeah, probably taking a little leaf out of Italo's book. Not scared to get creative. First turn.
Loves it.
But we had Guy Walker. I think Willsey might have even been in Lee Bar for a hot second. Could be wrong, but it was
Munro
awesome
Brothers.
Earlier. Munro Brothers were both in it. Really cool. And but yeah, only lasted a year back in the Newey crew after that.
Mate.
After the
You got
Sharks.
relegated.
Newey Bushman.
Yep. But, mate, just over 12 minutes to go here. Obviously, a lot of time for a big turnaround for Nick Vasicek and Ben Lawrenson for the Noosa Club. Noosa looking the goods. So you've got Noosa and D-Bar out there at the moment, and with a big performance can elevate their teams, their clubs' chances of winning the Usher Cup this year, because both are still alive in the World Club Challenge. Labara and New Zealand, though, they're after individual glory. But we haven't really seen any of the open men surfers whose clubs are still alive in the World Club Challenge capitalise this morning. So what it's shaping up for is a really, really close run to the finish line. And, you know, obviously the inaugural World Club Challenge trophy is up for grabs here. Here's Caleb again. So just not backing down. Wants to get rid of this 4.17. Dig the style, drops that back leg, just cruises his way through these turns. Waiting for those big opportunities. This wave is an absolute heaper, though.
You'd be pinching yourself, though, wouldn't you?
Oh, man.
Paddling out into this just tropical aquamarine lineup, just whacking off a couple of vertical dutzes for the boys back in NZ. And the girls. And everyone else who's tuning in. But I just want to pull you up on a little point you made before, Doggy. You know, getting the opportunity to surf against, you know, people you had on your walls as a kid. Did you ever get the chance?
Yeah.
Did you ever represent it?
I've spoken about it. Surfing as a junior for Newey board riders back in the day.
Yeah.
Down at Byron, I remember it well. It was a couple of clubs there, just sort of a local challenge.
Yeah.
And surfed again a heat against Cabarita, and I was the junior, and you pick your own order in those events, and I got sent out as the junior, and the senior for Cabarita was Glenn Winton, and he had webs on, and he just took every wave.
Yeah.
I had no chance. I was out there for like 15 minutes. They were just screaming at me. I fell off and had to come in just, basically in tears. There's nothing worse than dropping the ball for your team.
Oh, yeah, I know.
And this guy's done a great job of just carrying it over the try line time and time again, Nathan Hedge. And he's coming up in that last quarterfinal heat. Just scraped through. His round 3 clash this morning. Needed a mid-range 4 and just got the number. And went straight into his war cry, never give up. And that was fantastic to see. But looking forward to watching the Hog surf.
That's Ocky and his groms in the shorey there.
Yeah, how good's that? They've been...
how much vision have they clocked up this morning just body surfing this little inside dumper?
They are, you can tell they're going to be great little surfers already. Looking for the viz each morning down here. Getting down to just about 9 minutes now. Nathan Hedge on screen, gearing up to get out into this lineup. And I've just been having a look at the quarters and just looking at what clubs are still represented in the Open Men's that are in the Club Challenge as well. And we know Snapper Rock's still in the mix. And they've got Sheldon Simpkins through to the quarters already. And then, I think that's the only one at this stage that's managed to get that surfer through to the quarters. Through to the semis. So it's going to be a really, really close finish now. I mean, Torquay was in a great position to give themselves a huge points advantage with Will Droomer, Troy Brooks in the mix, but unfortunately they dropped the ball. So the pressure's going to be on them to really seal the deal with a victory in the Club Challenge now, you'd think.
Just looking at this heat, Caleb Cutmore holding it down, a 7.67, some nice big backside vertical snaps. 4.17 is his backup. Harry O'Brien getting some love there from the judges. Pair of 5s for some nice radical surfing. Little fella from Lennox Head. So again, Ronnie.
It's going to be good.
Just got the experienced heads there. Nick Vasicek not being able to find the waves that give him that opportunity to really tee off.
Alistair Reginato on screen at the moment, gearing up for that last quarterfinal heat. Been so on in this event, and I said it this morning when he was surfing. I was like, I don't think I've seen him even on like a high quality set wave just yet. He's just still managed to turn in, almost excellent numbers, a couple of excellent numbers with just the mediocre stuff, the scraps. So he's so capable of going all the way here, Alistair. He's certainly wanting to put on a fantastic show.
He's like the Reginato name is just so synonymous with team surfing. You forget that they're like in their own right world-class athletes. But geez, they've come through time and time and time again in all forms of club challenges, Ron. They're kind of like like a Cameron Murray in rugby league, or just the ultimate team players.
Yeah, no, that's spot on. He had a couple of high 6-point rides earlier this morning. I think he'll ramp up. But Vaughan, I was going to ask you, obviously, ain't that swell? Kicked off the Usher Cup this year. They had the President's Dinner and announced the draw. Sounded like a lot of fun.
Ah, it's so fun. That President's Dinner, Theo just gets up there and absolutely dominates. His sponsors, thank you, goes for about 3.5 hours, and it's just riveting. He said, I'm just going to keep it short this year because we're running low on time, and we walked out of there about 3:30 in the morning. He just he has to give everyone props. Obviously, the Usher Cup, it's not just about bringing clubs from all over the world together for this, what is essentially the only club challenge in the world. He also, along with Rabs, has a huge passion for giving back to this Gold Coast community, and I think there's like 20-odd charities that benefit from the fundraising that they do for this event. Yeah. And, mate, it is incredible. Everything from, domestic violence to animal welfare to just, you name it, like hospitals, aged care, education, street kids, like every aspect of the community that is affected in some sort of negative way, the Usher Cup gives back to, and that's what that dinner's all about. But, oh, mate, geez, there's some good yarns. We'll have a podcast coming out on that.
Awesome.
That got recorded, and Smithy was on some sort of absolute tear that night. Like, far out, man. He was so funny.
Oh, I love it. He's always funny.
Nah, he was just ripping, though. And, classic, mate, the Gold Coast. It's so funny when, you and I were Groms, ditching school at Mullum High and hitchhiking up the coast, 1992. Not that you'd do that anymore, but... this was the place. This was just surf heaven. I heard, Rabbit describe it as Las Vegas for 11-year-olds, and that's probably pretty true because you'd come up here and get into all sorts of mischief, but because the surf was there, you kind of could steer clear of the bad gear and just basically surf yourself ragged, eat chips, fling your gherkins onto the roof of Macca's and go home frothing.
Yeah, it was the best. But also...
get Bruce Lee's autograph.
Yeah, big Brucey.
You got Ockie's autograph up here.
Yeah, got Ockie's.
Remember yours? Yours said... What did yours say?
No, mine just said Mark Ockalupa.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But,
mine just said Ockie. I remember.
Yeah, we got Shane Horan's as well, and he did the Southern Cross on everyone's autograph that he did, and he didn't do it on mine, and I drew it on, but I didn't know what the Southern Cross looked like. So it was just a mess of stars, and someone just went, he didn't do that, and just called me out.
Oh,
I just
that is great.
Absolutely vandalised my own Shane Horan autograph, and that was devastating.
You should have said, no, I didn't draw the Southern Cross on mine. He drew the big pot, the saucepan.
Yeah, there you go. But, you guys have got a special treat too. You're going to kind of take over the broadcast this afternoon and take it live to the Prezzo.
Oh, it's going to be so fun.
So that'll be on Ain't That Swell's account?
It will. Me and Smithy.
The Swellians?
Well, we're just, this is kind of right in our wheelhouse of the kind of surf culture we really love and appreciate. Board riders culture. It's it's for everyone. And they've gone from being these kind of I don't know, these clusters of just hedonistic mayhem to, developing the champions of tomorrow. And just the family atmosphere around board riders clubs in this country. Most of them are over 50 years old now, dog. They're they're institutions.
Yeah, man.
And they're just so important to not just the bubble of surfing, but contributing to everything in their community. Every single one of these clubs gives back to their local community in some way, and it's just it's such a wonderful thing to see what it's progressed into.
Yeah, a lot of the sort of foundation clubs in Australia celebrating 50 years and more. I know the Board Riders Club that I surf in now, NASA, just celebrated their 50-year anniversary, which was really cool. But what we're also seeing is the emergence of new clubs and international clubs as well, and that's fantastic to see. I mean, Caleb Cutmore's out there at the moment. New Zealand's had the board riding culture for a long time as well. Point Board Riders has been around, I think Larry said, since the 60s, and has kind of evolved. And now, we're sort of seeing them take part in events like this. But really what Bugs wanted to do was encourage those American clubs to continue to build, and they're doing that. Chris Marino from Huntington Beach, we spoke with him. We spoke to Christina from Santa Cruz, and just we're getting the lowdown on just the evolution of their club culture. And it's coming on strong, man. And once it takes hold over there in the States, you know that it's going to be a big, big deal.
Oh, it's awesome.
But, the competitive side of it is just really one small part of it. And you touched on it, it's that family thing. But I think what it does for people beyond... especially as adults, and you start moving away from that sort of sporting culture that you're a part of as a kid, team sports and whatnot. It gives you a date in the calendar to really look forward to.
Yeah.
And competition is, obviously a heavy focus for everyone, but I think it's just the gathering of the tribe, and, mate, it's just so much fun. So important to be part of something.
Yeah. Beautifully said. Look at this, 45 seconds here, and it's our Kiwi brother.
Yeah,
Caleb Cutmore, who's just vertically knifed his way into the top of this heat. And Harry O'Brien, little
movement.
grommy, but Vasicek, he's sitting on a 5.9, so he probably doesn't need very much. And Lawrenson, here he goes from Noosa.
Oh, Benny, he's been ripping throughout the contest. A 9.9 yesterday, Borno, and he's on his way to a big number here. Only needs a 5.93. Oh, he might have done it already.
Yeah, 3 big turns. Full commitment and really knifey. Look at him. Oh, he sends it up to the heavens.
Yeah,
and
Harry O'Brien's in trouble here.
It's impossible not to get psyched when you're doing it for something bigger than yourself.
Well, this is a heavy blow for D-Bar, and Ben Lawrenson may have just pulled the trigger at the perfect time for Team Noosa, who's still alive in the World Club Challenge. So that's going to hurt D-Bar's chances, you'd think, of claiming the Usher title. We will have to wait and see what unfolds in that Club Challenge event, but that was serious style under pressure there from Benny Lawrenson, who's been so solid for the Noosa club, Vorno. Have a look at this.
Oh, I just love it. Just really loads it up off the bottom, cracks it off the top, and doing it with plenty of steam. Pressure cooker just whistling its little button off there.
Yeah, well, waiting on the number to come through. As I said, needed a 5.93. Well, he did much better than that. He dropped a 6.73, and he has just rocketed
Look at him.
himself up into the lead. Caleb Cutmore hangs on to that second spot. Harry O'Brien was in that qualifying position for the majority of that heat. He bows out in third position, and Nick Vasicek for the D-Bar club. He wanted that win. He wanted that place in the semis. But look at Benny Lawrenson. He deserves it. He's been surfing so well throughout this contest, dropping excellent scores for the Noosa team. And he's really kind of been their stand-up surfer, and definitely contributed in a big way to their club result, which is going to be a big one as well. We're going to take a quick break. You are watching the Usher Cup. We've got one more quarterfinal heat to come, and we'll also have a local legend, one of the all-time greats here on the Gold Coast, joining us in the commentary booth. Welcome back to the show. Finals day here at the Usher Cup, and it's all happening in the commentary booth. I mentioned before we went to the break that we've got one of the all-time greats in here. Well, we've got future greats as well. Ockies Groms.
Oh, my goodness.
There's a pack of them. Also joined by Dean Morrison now. Vaughan Blakey's in the booth as well. Dingo, the surfing's been pretty intense this morning. You can feel that energy. It is finals day, and these surfers are getting pretty hungry for these big results. Probably no one hungrier than the Hog. He's ravenous.
Yeah, and that's it. When you've seen Ben Lawrenson come back in that last heat, on his last wave, and you've seen how pumped he was and how much this event means to the competitors. That was a great start to the year and the stepping stone into the Challenger Series, and they're just kind of getting everything sorted for that, I reckon.
Most definitely, and just club pride is what people are competing for out here at the moment. As we see Mikey Clayton-Brown representing Merriweather and looking to really make a big charge at this open men's title here at the moment. Alistair Reginato has a throwaway score on the board. We do have numbers to drop for Nathan Hedge, and I think they're going to be pretty decent. He got a good size set wave. He wrestled for that inside position at the start of this heat, Forno, and he's just so entertaining around these contests.
He's a little truffle pig. He's just got his snout in the dirt and he's just rutting around like a maniac, just trying to find anything with a little bit of flavour. And once he gets it, he just scoffs it. Gargles on the truffles.
Yeah.
But one thing I just love about the hog, Mikey Clayton-Brown's another guy, Reginato, oh man, you just don't get better team surfs. Oh, what? This is heat is full of them. Shane Holmes, North Shelley, one of the champion club in Australia at the moment, I think, defending their ABB title in a week or two down at Newcastle. And this is the heat of team players. All four of these surfers are people you associate with big performances, clutch performances, when it matters for their team. You don't always necessarily look at these names and go, yeah, epic, standalone surfers, but it's when they're in this team mentality and doing it for someone, you just see their best.
There you go, Shane Holmes.
Oh, the big man.
He's had some great rides already in the event. So solid.
Isn't he? And he's like Shane Holmes and Sean Holmes, they remind me so much of each other. And they do the similar things in their, when they're up for their clubs. Like, Sean Holmes in South Africa, he was Andy's nemesis for a long time.
That's right.
And, Shane's, he's a similar
Everyone's
surfer.
nemesis.
Yeah, everyone's nemesis. But I remember he got Andy about 3 times in a row where Andy was just...
Oh, man.
You know how competitive Andy was. You remember that, Borno?
Oh, yeah, mate.
So, just both really talented surfers and a lot of similarities, I reckon.
5.07 to kick things off for Shane Holmes. Nathan Hedge opened up with a 5.33. Found a bigger wall than he had in his opening heat today, where he managed to save himself. But the interesting thing about this heat, Borno, none of these surfers have clubs left in the World Club Challenge.
That's unbelievable. So, look at these clubs. Like, you've got North Shore, winners of the ABB year before last. You've got North Shelley, current defending champions of the Australian Board Riders Battle. This is the, the big club challenge that happens in a couple of weeks, where it's a national title that goes forever. Nathan Hedge, North Narrabeen, they've won it a bunch of times. And Merriweather as well. So there's no clubs left here. This goes to show just the level of talent that's coming and emerging.
Yeah. And that, like yesterday, when these clubs got knocked out, they all had excellent scores, but there was a split in the bank, and they got stuck up a little bit further, and the ones just off down the bottom were a little bit better, and people got lucky, so they couldn't really do anything about it. But Narrabeen lost with, I think, 2 excellent scores, and they got beaten by the waves, really.
and the clock.
Yeah,
just didn't leave enough time for those last couple of surfers. Let's check in with the winner of the last quarterfinal heat with Stace.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm going to do all the juniors to try and make worlds. Benny, you have been on fire all week here. That one was a little close for comfort.
Oh, it was so nerve-wracking. Happened last year as well, so I was like, hopefully going to get another one on the buzzer, and it happened, so I'm frothing.
Talk to us through the feelings when you paddle into that wave.
Oh, I could barely feel my legs when I was standing up. I was so nervous. You probably tell, like that second turn, I was just trying not to fall. But yeah, stoked I got the score.
The judges watch this stuff, mate. Don't tell them what you're feeling.
Oh, nerves of steel.
Absolutely. What's it like surfing with the club sort of in the back of your mind? Extra pressure, or do you relish that opportunity?
Yeah, it's an awesome opportunity, so thanks, Noosa. Let's go, Noosa.
Well done, Benny. We'll see you later on today.
Thanks, Stace. Thanks, guys. Shout out to the boys at home watching, Mum and Dad, Nolsey, Potsy, Dano. Froth up. Thanks.
Get him, Benny.
Good on you, Stace. BL, Ben Lawrenson, getting it done.
Excellent.
And Nathan Hedge also just finishing off a really long ride there with a lot of work, and just parting the crowd as he took it way down past little Marley. What a horrifying sight as a free server to see Nathan Hedge with the tusks out just charging down the line.
Yeah, with just the fire hose vein sticking out of his forehead as he comes steaming down the point. Look at this.
The
Cracko!
Pink's just a little bit wider on that wider bank there too.
Yeah, let's see what Mikey Clayton-Brown can get done here for Merriweather.
Oh, that was a nice
drift.
Turns.
Yeah, it's even though the Usher Cup title might be out of reach or almost out of reach for these players out there in the lineup at the moment, you just know that they still are representing their clubs out there. This isn't an individual kind of pursuit to the finish line for those in this component of the event. They want to get a victory. They want to climb that rankings and give themselves a finish in the event that they can be proud of. So I just think that as much as this is now a one-man run to the finals, it's still about the club.
Big time. I thought Stace asked a good question then to Benny. You know, surfing for your club, Dingo, is it more pressure or less pressure than, you know, when you're out there surfing your personal heats? But I think in some ways it's easier because you just don't have to think about what it means to you. You just use all that energy and all that goodwill and all that support you're getting to just fuel the fire and give it everything.
Yeah, you're exactly right. There is a lot more pressure, but you know, you're surfing for someone else. You know exactly what you're doing. You know you want to go out and do your club proud because that's a club you've grown up in since you were a grommet, and how much it means to you, all the older guys supporting you from such a young age. It's like your chance to give back and perform for them. So, yeah, there's definitely a lot of pride in it for sure.
Can we give a shout out, please, lads? All been part of board riders clubs our whole lives. Can we give a shout out? Obviously, there's a lot of people, volunteers involved in getting any club round of an event happening. But the mums at a club contest, I mean, just play such a pivotal role. There's often people within a club, Dingo, who don't even surf heats, who those clubs wouldn't work without.
That's so true, Ronnie. And you see the mums down there every Sunday, and they're the backbone of the clubs. And they're making sure all the kids are having a good time. They've got the food, they've got the drinks, they've got the lunch all set up, and all the kids are just down there surfing heats and having a ball. So, yeah, a huge shout out to all the mums that are behind the clubs.
It's so funny at most of the end of year presentations. You know, Club Person of the Year is often a title that's handed out, and it's not about how many heats you win or how good your performance is, but it's about what you bring to that club and just being selfless. And so often it's an award that goes to a mother within the club, which you love to see. Go on.
And how much it actually does in the community. I know that for me, growing up in a club, and being able to come there every month, do a contest, and here we go, here's Pink. Up and riding.
Yeah, Mikey's had a good event so far, Vorno, and he doesn't want to drop the ball. We saw him just looking really sharp earlier today. He seems to be building towards a big result here.
Yeah, 6.07, so that's the highest scoring wave of this heat so far, and his kitty, that one probably end up around the 3.5s again. That's his other score, but very smooth cat. Love that tail release out of his top turn. Always a nice little trick to having a little technique.
It is, isn't it?
Just gets that fin, those fins out over the back. Just there, you see that? Gets that up and over and just allows him to just sort of come out of the turn with a bit more speed, but that wave a bit of a fizzer.
I guess on these days, Dingo, when the waves, it's quite high, your best chance of getting your board vertical is to kind of surf from behind the pocket of the wave and get it up into that section. Everything else is kind of a little flat, and we've seen it from some of the goofs in the draw already today that haven't been able to connect with that steeper wave. And, Mikey's done pretty well there to up the ante once again. He's dropped to 5.03. So that does go into his top two. The requirement now for Nathan Hedge, 5.78 to get the first. Alistair Reginato's been pretty quiet in this one. He's got a 5.3, needs a 5.36 to jump from third into second. And Shane Holmes back in fourth after a 5.59.
Here he goes.
Here's Alistair now. He just got caught around that. He's waited 8 minutes for that. I know, he's caught a couple of waves, hasn't he? He's got a 5.3 there. So, Yeah, it's two splits in the bank. And here we go. Here's Mikey Clayton-Brown.
Oh,
Jeez. Finding the space.
Yeah, that was really nicely done, wasn't it? Not a whole lot there, but just being able to link a big driving turn back into the pocket, Ryan, and come around that whitewash into a second snap. The combo. Jeez, it's almost like...
You always go the combo,
You just-
don't
yeah,
you?
I mean,
like
it's-
if you're in the drive-through and they say, do you
Yeah.
want to combo that up? And you're always like, yeah, I
Yeah.
will. I'll go large.
Animal size me.
It's the same. it's the same in the surf. You know, you
chuck in another sweet and sour sauce if you don't know.
but if you're out there and you're looking for a big individual turn, that's great. If you
at that.
combo it up with something like Mikey Clayton-Brown has here, then you're going to be happy.
Well,
you're going to be satisfied.
Two surfers who are absolute. Oh, look at the long-lost Hemsworth brother. Look at him. Shane Holmes. Just, I reckon he could sub in for Luke Hemsworth. Just join the family Christmas. No one would even know the difference.
Yeah. Oh, how good's that new movie that they brought out, the Tyler Atkins one? Have you watched that yet?
Bosch and Rocket.
Yeah.
Hey, epic.
I loved it.
And little Raz is
What about
like,
Razza?
oh, he's on fire.
Oh, how good is he?
Yeah, no, he's kind of blowing up at the moment. Looking forward to seeing him play Daniel Johns as well.
Is
in
he?
the Silverchair movie?
No.
And Daniel Johns actually asked him to lay down some vocals for a song, and Raz apparently just surprised himself, and Daniel Johns was blown away by his voice. So I think he might have a track in the works that's going to get released soon. Ran into Kingy just a couple of weeks ago, and he was just saying, mate, it's just mad, this role that he's been on. He's getting a lot of attention, and he's getting scripts passed under his honker all over the place.
That's
and
amazing.
It's going to be a bright future.
He could have had a crack at the regional Qs and
Maybe
stuff.
he
Or is
will.
he on there still? Because his
Yeah.
older brother, Kai's far out, man. How good does that guy surf? He's just lacerating, so knifey. He reminds me of like I don't know, like almost those San Clemente, really good rail surfers. Archie comes to mind as the most obvious one. But
Yeah, oh, the hog out the back.
See Alistair Reginald on the inside. There's a lot of carving going on here, Dingo.
Hoggy.
Cracking it again. And look at the bottom turn. It's a manoeuvre in itself.
Oh, he's just in full froth mode, isn't he?
Sometimes he looks like he's surfing upside down, like he's off the top as his bottom turn, and his carve off the bottom is his money.
Yeah, that was definitely the best wave of the heat.
Look at him go.
Look at him.
Hey?
His body shape for this wave is perfect on the back end. A day this size, the way he just tucks it in so hard and pulls it so tight.
Yeah, that low centre of gravity. I mean, he's going to ask questions of the most talented progressive surfers in this draw because his fundamentals are so strong. He's not the guy that's going to throw a big rotation at you. He might drift the fins occasionally, but more often than not, it's really drawn out, clean rail surfing and explosive power off the top.
Yep. And the harder he whacks it, the thicker that vein on his forehead gets.
Yeah.
And wait, mate.
Yeah.
That thing will look like a fire hose by the end of the day.
Usually you don't see that vein popping when, it's only surfing and one other activity that brings that vein out. And, thankfully hog surfing at the moment. 7.43. And a 5.33 has him out in front at this stage of the game. Man, that was strong and a well-earned score. Doesn't get puffed though. I don't know if you saw Troy Brooks's 10-point ride, Vaughan, but that was during a reverse sweep, so he hadn't done a lot of work in the lineup. He only got barreled, really. He got a roundhouse in, a couple of hits, but he walked up to the commentary booth after and he was completely gassed.
Yeah.
Hog's just done 300 turns on one wave, and I bet he's not even puffed. He's still just motoring. You could wakeboard behind Hog if you put a rope on him, just when he's paddling like this. Sets a mean pace.
How did you go against the Hoggy when you guys were on tour together?
Smashed
Dingo.
him.
Do you have a couple of good run-ins?
Yeah, I mean, we're both frothers.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not as frothy now, but he's kept it going. But I mean, I still, it still gets there.
Yeah.
But we did. We had a couple of little battles with me and Hog, and we're always, in the water, the ones that had the most energy too, probably. So it's probably still that way to these days. But
Oh, man.
look at him go.
Wow, how's the power in that drive, mate? Foot to the floor. Where's
He's
George
up again.
Miller?
Look, he's caught another wave too. He's just kicked out. We'll try and get a replay of it for you.
Speaking of Razzie's film career, why don't we get the Hog in Fury Road Part 2?
For sure.
He'd look good on the front of a semi-trailer playing a flaming guitar.
He was in Dope Youth. Was Hoggy in Dope Youth?
Or getting milked.
No, Dave.
Nathan Edge well out in front at the moment. Alistair Reginato in second for North Shore after a 6.44 to get to first. Mikey Clayton Brown for Merriweather. He's after a 5.57 to get himself up into second. And Shane Holmes, a bit more work to do, but still he can get it done. He's dropped big numbers throughout the comp. He's after a 6.56 to make the jump from fourth into second. On the lookout for semi-finalists here in the Open Men's before we dive back into the World Club Challenge semi-finals with the first heat featuring the Padmar team. Great to have one of our international teams in the mix. And also D-Bar, Point Lookout and Snapper Rock. So that is an intense clash.
I know that commentators are meant to be unbiased. And look, if New Brighton was surfing this, I'd just happily resign my post. But it is impossible not to get in behind the Padma boys. Like the Legion Club is going to be like, we've all had so much fun over there. We've enjoyed their hospitality. For them to come over here and get to showcase what they're made of against the best surfers in the world is going to be huge. Let's look at this guy, the Hog. Oh, you would have loved that. Right in front of Mike Clayton Brown. Just snaps it, and the split screen vision here of Reginato. So this is our two guys with absolute momentum right now. And the Hoggy just gives the judges a bit of stink eye. It's reminding him, hey, don't worry about me, mate. I'll fire up when I'm ready.
That's part of a complete ride for Hog. You know, it's the moves, the turns, the finish, the celebration, and then, as you said, the stink eye.
Hey, Dog, were you in Tahiti last year? Were you calling that event?
No, I wasn't. But for a moment there, I was thinking he's going to do it. You know, he's going to get all the way.
Hey, I don't know about you, Dingo, but when the Hog started to get that momentum in Tahiti last year, some of the claims that came out of him when he was exiting those, impossible barrels.
Yeah.
And look at him go. I mean, he is just surfing as good as ever. He actually mentioned the other night in the interview, Ronnie, that he's fully up for having another shot at the queue.
Mate, he only missed out by one place last year. I was at Newcastle working at the event there, and he got second place in the final. If he won the comp, he would have been on the Challenger Series that year. So he took some opportunities to put himself in the position if maybe he got a late call-up. It didn't happen, but being that he is an outer-known rider, and it was the outer-known pro in Tahiti last year, you know, they gave him that wild card, man. He didn't waste it.
Well, what I was going to say was him exiting the barrel was as entertaining as any moment from pro surfing last year. And there was a lot of highlights. But watching someone come out of a tube, a really intense, critical one, and just, there's no thought. It's just an explosion of passion.
Yuck.
And, impossible not to get caught up in it.
Oh, yeah.
You just want to marinate in it.
Oh, no, thanks.
But you're exactly right, Borno. How good was it to see that he just come out, just in enthusiasm. You've seen how much it meant to him when he come out of them tubes.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, the waves were spitting.
He
Hog was letting go of his passion.
It gets you.
Here we go, Alistair Reginato.
Oh, big moment, Ron.
Oh, this is huge. He's already looking pretty good here at the moment, but this guy's just been so on and sparky on his equipment this week. But yeah, he's definitely looking the goods. Mikey Clayton Brown kind of had control of this quarterfinal heat earlier on. He's been pushed back into third. Needs a number to get himself up into the top two. Shane Holmes has gone a little quiet. He's out the back waiting for that special kind of ride to turn in an excellent score and make the jump late.
Hey.
But right now we've got a special guest joining us. Stace is down on the beach with Lips.
There's been a resurgence in the plus 45 category at this event, and I'm standing next to the man responsible for that, John Gannon, captain of the Hammerheads. John, what peptides are these lads on?
The boys are on fire. First Brooko, and Hog's always up there for a challenge, but Brooko's put on the performance of the event so far, so I'm proud of the old boys.
Must be the Silver Foxes. Commentate this way, but Hoggy.
Hog, he's just non-stop. he's got that much energy in his surf, and I just pulled off the wave, so that's the end of that. But he just looks like he's a little ball of energy. He always is, and he brings that effort to training, and we love having him there.
John, you're new to the Gold Coast in a sense, been here for 5 or so years now. You loving it up here?
Yeah, mate, love it. The family loves it, and mate, couldn't ask. Look at the place. Wouldn't rather be anywhere else in the world.
We love having you here, bruv. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
On your stays here, John Gannon's been training the house down and leading a resurgence for the old boys. Doing a great job. And he's the liver king without the sort of cheat codes. I went around to his place last night. We ate liver sausages. And he has you eating pretty
Lucky
healthy
you.
around there. Oh, yeah. Whew. Sorry about that. And I think people are loving having him here.
What's his goal with the Hammerheads, Ron? Is it to get a full generation of past their prime relics back onto the cube?
Well, yeah, maybe. He's done wonders for As of Waters and Ant McDonald.
I know. It spat up the wheelie bin and swallowed a normal bin.
Yeah, Ant's looking fit as, and heard that he was surfing really good in the Mentawais on a boat trip last year. I don't think he would have got there without Johnny. At one point, I thought he might have eaten his twin brother Phil, but he's spat him back out. As we get down to the final 30 seconds here, Nathan Hedge out in front, Alistair Reginato hanging on to that second spot, Mikey Clayton-Brown. He's after a score.
Look at this. It's a little dingo inside, or one of those ones that doesn't look like anything.
Yeah.
Snap to release. Wow.
He's just making it look really kind of easy out there, effortless, and it just feels like he might still have that fifth, maybe sixth gear that he can get to as he moves into the semi-finals.
Yep.
Really impressed by his surfing this week.
That was cool. Cool little bit of insider knowledge here at Snapper. I used to love it when... Oh, here we go. Has he got this one on the hooter? He does. He needs it to do something special. Holmesy.
He needs excellence.
Oh, doesn't look like there's going to be enough in that one.
Yeah, he was after a 7.23, and you just read in the body language, and you can kind of tell that he's aware of it. Probably didn't get enough done, but a 7.43, a 5.57 for Nathan Hedge. He's looking good. Alistair Reginato still with a number on the way, I believe, but I think this result is in the bag. It is going to be the surfer from North Shore and the hog from North Narrabeen moving on through to semi-finals here. And we've got World Club Challenge heats coming your way in just a moment. The semi-finals are looking good. Team Padma, D-Bar, Point Lookout and Snapper Rocks will be in that first semi-final clash. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring in Smithy next for the call.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shine, and beers. Lot of drama miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
We're back in the booth here. The two-time Gold Comb Peace Award-winning surf journalist, Scum Valley's finest himself, the punch-drunk Pikey, the Sultan of psilocybin, the maestro of microdosing here, Simmy, joined by Vaughan Rincecorn, Deadly, the former editor of Surfing World Magazine, Tracks Magazine and Waves Magazine, and Dan Dingo Morrison, a former Quicksilver Pro champion, World Tour alumni, and filthy cone fiend, the highest order. Jeez, he's packed a couple, hasn't he?
Oh. Wow. How's your fish? How do you see through those pterygiums? Once you actually scrape off all the clouded vision from all the sun damage.
Yeah.
All you see is just little tunnels, Dingo.
That's it, and that's all I've ever seen. You know, it's just...
Definitely don't see anyone on the inside, that's for sure.
No, cone eyes, and the lineup's always empty when I'm out.
How good's that?
One of the benefits of being blind.
Yeah.
I'm blind.
And deaf.
Yeah, blinkers on your eyes and your ears.
He's got surfer's ear, but only in the left ear. It's just built up residue from people screaming at him. And their yells just seem to get trapped in the vestibular.
Hey, boys, we're back into the World Club Challenge here, so the individual event put on hold as we get back into this. And look at this for just pure froth. Look, commentators, we're meant to just remain on the middle line. All we're meant to do is call what we see, but who isn't getting in behind the Padma boys in this event? I mean, if Indonesia could somehow come to the home of club culture, surf club culture, and then take a big win back to Indonesia, far out, mate. That would just, I mean, surely ticker tape parade down the main street of Kuta.
Absolutely. Ticker tape parade. There'll be bintangs and mushrooms and pseudos raining from the BMOs down there in Jalan Raya Kuta. After party at Sky Garden. A couple of jam jars and some basement bootleg vodka and probably a couple of brain transplants at the end of it too.
Oh, mate.
Oh, wow.
But how good, man. I mean, it's interesting to note too, Padma, you know, not the most noted region for waves in Bali, but it is the home of high-performance surfing in Bali. It produces the bulk of their, competitive surfers. Rio Waida, obviously the most noted, Indonesia's first CT qualifier, a Padma Beach boy. And they've got plenty of talent here on show today. We've all spent a bit of time at Padma over the years. Vaughan, you got some memories of Padma?
Oh, not really. Been there plenty, but look at this. Snapper Rocks looking to just get out of the gates as quickly as possible. Have had to pull off a few clutch last minute, creep-throughs, really. But no, Smithy, I've been going to Bali since I was 13 years old. 1988 was my first time there. Canggu didn't even have a single villa. It was just rice paddies. Took about 3 hours to get there on a little BMO. And it was, such a different place. But one thing I do love is that, Indonesian surf culture and the level of talent, it wasn't really even considered. Like, you'd be hard-pressed to even see people leaving a board there for the locals, It was always just sort of this, we'll go over there and use and abuse and take what we want from this island. And now it's like, you paddle out there and easily the best surfers in any lineup are the locals. I love that, man. I love that it's come to a point now where Indonesia is, a place that is and should always have been. And the true core icons get over there and they understand the culture and stuff. But it's just slowly dawning on the rest of the, the two-rows and the blow-ins, that it's a place to, basically admire, respect.
Respect, you respect me, I respect you.
And I just think...
respect me.
Good luck getting away at any local spot there anymore.
Oh, man. Let's get it. And shout out to Tippy Jabrik and the
Tippy.
lads from the ISC, or now ASC, I think is the Asian Surf Championship. As we see the Padma lads hooking one in the bowl. Oh,
Blackie.
Nice vertical Rio. This is Blackie. Yeah.
Oh, Blackie. I'm just going to give a little shout out here to Tonjo. Whack it! Whack it, Blackie! One of the great commentators of the single fin event over there.
How good is he?
He just gets on there after, I don't know if he drinks, but he definitely gives it a
He's
fair...
on something. Whatever he's on, I want some of it.
And,
He's one of the great lifeguards there. He's kind of got a slightly different spin on things to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, but he's more of the, I think if you're getting a strife out there, he's like, well, here we go. As we see, point lookout, the Stratty Lords going vert alert. Are you kidding me? Couple of big backside wahas and a nice hook and a little end section kapow, and he's claimed that one. That'll do him. But, Padma, I mean, what do you put it down to? It's interesting to note that is where the competitive pedigree is coming from. Not Ulus, not Canggu, Padma, the inner city beach break in a sense.
Kind of makes sense. I mean, it just... you're just fighting so hard for, little rip bowls or And it really is like the place where a lot of people just crowd the lineup, even if the waves aren't necessarily great quality. So you're kind of just getting that little bit of grit, that little bit of mongrel to get the best waves, establish yourself. And, yeah, man, I just... You know, like so many of the great surfers of this world do come from these sort of crummy little beaches. Not that it doesn't have its days, but certainly probably more than Florida and places like that. But, I mean, you and I talk about it all the time, Smithy. You know, people who just want it tend to want it because they don't get it a whole lot of the time.
And it seems to be the case. I mean, you'd be able to speak to this, Dingo, having competed against so many Floridians over the years, your Slaters, your Hobgoods. It seems to be the case that in marginal conditions, you know, if you can get your technique right in those conditions, it only gets easier from that point on once you move into the better quality waves. That seems to be the case.
Yeah, and I think that's probably one of the hardest things that's overlooked in surfing is surfing small waves well. Because your technique has to be so good. You're generating your speed within your bottom turn and your extension and your rotation. And if any of that's out, you're going to catch straight away. So it's and then when you get into big waves, all the power's there. And if the power's there in your technique, you kind of naturally will just surf good on them waves. But kind of when you come from the other way, when you surf waves that have a lot of power, your technique can kind of be flawed a little bit just because you've got so much speed. But then when you come back to smaller waves, you tend to kind of overlook things that you really need to keep the speed through your turn.
Yeah, it's such a good point, man. I guess the only phenomenon that kind of bucks that trend are the Hawaiians. You know, they come out of that long period juice, but they're just so well rounded. You know, the Irons brothers, John. Yeah, I mean, why are they an anomaly in that sense?
Well, you know what?
As we see the surfer in orange, winding up, big vert hit. Is that Vass?
That's Vass. And yeah, that first turn was really nice, and then out the back we got Lincoln Taylor. So.
But yeah, back to that question, man. The Hawaiians they've never struggled for that versatility in waves of all kinds of period, energy, height, what have you.
Yeah, well, John China, he grew up surfing Aikai, and it's a tricky little beachy, similar to Padma with a lot more power, but you get them conditions where you have to generate your speed. And your technique has to really be on because it's like shifty, there's backwash. And then he surfed a lot of waves too, down past Haleiwa and that he honed his skills in. So,
is that right? Yeah, there's hammerheads and those kind of funny little, there's a couple of weird little reefs out the back there as you go further past Haleiwa. I don't know if I'm dropping names, I shouldn't be, but...
I don't
strategy? I think we're just going out there and surfing. Dag is out there now, first priority. Ready likes to sit, so we'll see. Yeah. See how we go. Go out there, try to get a bomb. 10 points come in.
There we go. Shelley Simkus, the prince of Snapper Rocks, the fresh prince, the event defending champ and probably favourite, you have to say, to take this out. The Goldie's next great hope. But yeah, man, that's really interesting. That's an interesting insight. I didn't actually know too much about those other waves, but you know they're definitely a bit more marginal than the 7 Mile Miracle or like the name ones from Haleiwa to Sunset. So that was a big part of John's progression.
Yeah, and he just it's so shifty, that Aikai Beachy, that he just honed his skills in on that and surfed it really well, and then with the airs. And I mean, you know, he was always going to be good in big waves. I mean, I remember when he was 7, he had a gaff helmet on surfing 10-foot height.
Wow.
And
that's insane.
Yeah.
Ozzy was just telling me a story 2 days ago that he was with Bruce Irons on a trip somewhere, maybe Mexico even, when he was really young. Saw John when he was 5, and Bruce just went, that kid will be the best surfer in the world one day. Called it when he was 5 years old. It's sort of like, you know, it takes one to know one sometimes. There's something in just the read, or, you know, some recognition there that they see in the greatness. Like you always, you know, Bugs is probably the best example for just, you know, being a talent spotter and being able to, he spent his entire life harvesting, you know, Australian talent and creating pathways for it to reach the top level. And so, yeah, it's a pretty wild thing to look at a 5-year-old and go, that kid's going to be the best.
Yeah, and like you said, coming from Bruce Irons, probably one of the most talented surfers that ever surfed on a surfboard. And like, you know, water attracts water, and he's seen that in him at a young age. So that's a really cool insight there, Vorno.
What do you look for? I mean, it's always, you're looking for that bit of X factor, that bit of spice, that bit of kind of intuitive read on the ocean, isn't it? That sets like kids apart from the others. You can kind of tell, even at this level, you can kind of tell, can't you? Like someone like Benny Lawrenson has all the look of a World Tour surfer at this point, doesn't he? He seems to be well on his way. I hope he gets a bit of support from the industry, because he could be something very special.
It almost feels like speed, like effortless speed, just getting to your feet and knowing, like with barely even looking like you're doing anything, you're already going fast. That seems to be a real telltale sign, even in tiny little kids. I remember when we were Groms and, you'd go into Byron and you'd see Wilsey surf. And he honestly looked like he had rocket ships under his board. He was going so fast, like you would just go, how? You couldn't put your finger on what he was doing that was different to everyone else.
Yeah.
And some people just are tapping whatever that ocean energy is. They've just got the full main line into it. And far out. Like that, I'd say that would be almost the very first telltale sign.
Yeah, and the bottom turn, like you see it within a kid. I remember Parker when he was young. He had this leant over bottom turn where his head was lower than his knees, almost touching his ankles. And it's just that once you start doing that, it's the extension from there that you get all your speed through your turn, and then they're open. You watch how his chest is really open, and then he just flows from there in his rotation. There's nothing off. It's like if you've got a hose and there's a kink in it, you'll kind of see a little bit of a stutter in there through that. But you see with the really good guys, it all starts within that bottom turn. Like you got your Currans, your Kellys, your Knoxes, like all these guys that have kind of perfected the sport that you look at, and it all starts with that just simple bottom turn that all of a sudden comes from there.
Love that breakdown.
That's so good. And one of my favourite things, which is kind of lost to surfing now, that mags are kind of like,
Oh, here we go. Jacob Bartholomew, big Rio. Nice little transitional float and a big front side hackaroo.
Oh, this is a good one, Smithy. Jagger, this is the wave that Snapper was waiting for. He claims that he's sucked up a fair bit of time here. I'm pretty sure he's Snapper's first surfer, so he had to get it done. He wanted to make it count. There's nothing worse when your whole team's sitting on the beach waiting for you and you're just gobbling up time like Weet-Bix on a Saturday morning. But, like I was just going to say, surf mags in the 60s, but particularly the 70s, once the shortboard had come in and single fins was still around, the bottom turn photos are more impressive than anything. Like, you will see sheets of spray coming off the outside rail of, like, your MPs and your Nat Youngs and, just these power animals, and it's just phenomenal.
Mr. X. Oh.
Yeah.
Was that pipeline one of Mr. X where you pretty much see the whole board, eh?
Yeah.
Such a wild photo.
Padma.
Yeah. And MR was like, he would just lean it over and, he just had them hands coming out the back and just
the wounded goal.
And then he'd just extend out with that chest and get right tight in the pocket.
But with those boards, particularly the single fins, you couldn't knife, so you had to bottom turn. That was the only way you were getting off, down the line.
And I love that single fin style where there's nothing in between. They just come from rail to rail, and it's just simple surf and done with effortless.
Oh, look at this thing bowling out on the outside.
That's got to be dotted, hasn't it? Oh.
Wow, that was a really strong ride there from surfer in orange.
Oh, he has claimed it.
Brent Dorrington. Midget Magic.
Mate, I tell you, this guy, the 10, amazing, and I was just reflecting yesterday, watching this on the broadcast, how underrated he is. I mean, he is one of the best surfers on the planet when it is thick and coning, whether it's, Kira out here behind the rock or, Sumatran slabs. If it's tubing, there is no one in the world I'd rather watch than Brent Dorrington.
And he absolutely packs the big ones too. I've seen him in, solid, juicy, off-the-wall log cabins, backdoor, just fully parking it on monster orbs.
His
What's the deal though, Dingo? Because far out, he's been one of Australia's best sort of near-miss surfers for a long time. Just far out. He went so close to qualifying. Nice replay here from the drone. This is Jagger's wave. He gets it done. But what is it that sort of stops a guy like Dorrington getting to that next level?
Well, he got so close so many times. Like he won, was it Scotland with that sword?
That's right.
Yeah, and he was like
First
right
up.
there. I think he was like a couple of places out and he just needed to get a couple of average results to qualify. And I guess I could only talk from experience that you probably start analysing and thinking about it too much rather than letting it happen. You know, and I know we all can kind of get caught in that, and then all of a sudden you go out and just nothing's working, and you know you can do it in your sleep, but then all of a sudden your mind kind of comes into play and you're thinking about what you need to do. And I know that's just an observation that with myself that kind of happens.
Snap!
And there we go. Sheldon. Tearing that thing
wow.
apart.
Well, he's just he's picked this one up for Snapper Rock, Smithy, just straight
Holy
on the back
smokes.
of Jagger's decimation.
Has he had angry pills for breakfast? He has just obliterated those first two sections.
I don't think I've ever seen him not smiling.
Yeah. So Snapper got a 7.83. D-Bar, did they come into the 5.4, Breno's one?
Let's have a look here.
And point lookout a 6.17.
Looks like, yeah, Renault dropping a 5.4.
Okay.
Well, crucially, Snapper on the back of Sheldon there, just getting back on the good side of the clock too, because Jagger, he knew that he didn't want to come in with anything less than, a 7 or a high 6 at the very least after you sort of eat so much time up. But then to have your next surfer paddle out and just get one straight away, use that local knowledge.
Oh, yeah. That was masterful by Snapper, actually.
Well
they
played.
played that.
Well played, Smithy.
Very well played. Well played. Yeah, they definitely needed to do that. They needed to bounce back and get a quick transition, get a couple of surfers in. Mate, it was... how about the Gold Coast grudge match yesterday? Snapper, D-Bar, Burleigh and North End in the quarters. What a heat that was. Had everything. Crazy pits, like a couple of 10s, I think. Mitch and Dozer, and then Hanada right on the buzzer, just falling short in that little squeaky pit. Could have got the tube, could have got back to shore with the bonus. It was such an incredible heat, but the Goldie's finest, man. The level of surfing is just so high up here always, even amongst the underground core lords. They just put on an absolute show. And they're doing it again here. Snapper Rocks sitting pretty. Pocket 7s. And point lookout in second. D-Bar in third. And the Padma boys in fourth. Our boys. Some of these guys are first ever time on an international flight, I believe. First time to Australia. I mean, it's amazing. It's so good being able to repay the Balinese for all their hospitality that they've shown us over the decades. And, I lived over there for a few years myself, and as we see Mitty Parko winding up on a bit of a crappy one. But, it's so good to have them out here, man. Show them our joint and the various things on offer here.
Yeah, it was unreal, wasn't it, at the President's Dinner, having the boys there. Winnie, sort of the team captain, long-time friend of yourself, Dingo, and, really tight with Bruce and Andy, and basically all of the travelling surfers. Spent time with Winnie over the years. But what about for you, mate? I mean, you spent a lot of time in Indo. How much does it stake you out to have, Legian Club represented here? Yeah, and, Winnie's a classic. He'll make sure the team is really hydrated throughout the event. And, I actually first met Winnie when I was 11 years old. I went to Bali by myself, and I hung out with Winnie for like 3 weeks. And I surfed Padma the whole time. I didn't surf the reefs. I was only 11. I was kind of a bit scared. I think I surfed airport rights, but I've had that connection with Winnie for a long time. And, now I have my son, and my son went over there with his mother, and Winnie took care of my son. So, that's a good thing about these events. We get these connections that will last a lifetime. And when we're in another country, we'll feel at home, we'll feel familiar with our friends, and we'll be able to just, you just enjoy that little bit more because you feel at home.
Yeah, I love that. Winnie's an old school Maroubra guy, yeah? Mm-hmm. And interesting, just that, I think we've all learned so much and borrowed so much from being in that culture. And, there's guys like Winnie, like Kobe, and many others really who've set up shop there. And, you're kind of, as we see the surf in orange, with a nice hook to open up, a little bit of a side one. It's got some energy into this one.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's cool, man. Just that real core kind of cultural bond that we've got over there. It's sick, man. It's so cool to be able to go there and tap straight into that slipstream, like your own family did, and like Winnie's created that connection for a lot of crew from here, and vice versa. It's so sick.
Yeah. And we just seen Freya Prum there. I'm impressed by Freya. She surfs really well and just keeps working on the QS. And I watch her heats when she's on the Challenger Series and that. And she done pretty well last year, I think. She made a few heats, and hopefully she does well again this year.
Yeah, and it's awesome with that new system. I think it just gives surfers who actually have spent years sort of grinding that queue. I mean, that was the word that was always associated with it. Just trying to save up money to get from event to event, just to give yourself a chance, like the most remote chance in a lot of cases if you're doing it tough and you haven't got major support. Now, if you qualify through your regional, sector, you can actually do a bit of fundraising and then get a bit of community support if you haven't got a major sponsor, and go onto the tour with a really clear plan of what you need to do. So
Yeah.
it's not just a full crapshoot of hope I'm feeling good for this 6-star or whatever. You can actually plan your entire year properly around it, and you know what your budget's got to be, all that sort of stuff. It just makes it a lot easier. And we're seeing, surfers who have been doing it for a while really step up their game because they can just focus on one event at a time, Freya being one of those.
Yeah, and that's, like you said, they're always improving the tour and trying to get the best out of the surfers and to make it a little bit easier. I think, I was talking to Rab, I think when they were on tour, they had a contest every weekend, so their preparation was just,
wow.
They'd hydrate after the event, make sure they're well equipped for the next one.
Oh, yeah, got to get on the electrolytes, that's for sure.
Mate. It's classic too, because I don't know, back in the day, just getting good mentorship and good advice and stuff was hard, because you just, like you said, just packing your bag 1 second, getting out, having a comp, probably having a blowout after the comp when you lose first heat, and then
and having
straight on the plane, and
That's it. And your mentor's your opponent in the next heat, he's trying to kill you. It's pretty wild.
It's amazing how much has changed. I mean, the system is so good. But boys, I've got to ask, Eddie's running tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dingo, just while we're just...
where's Dingo's invite?
Yeah.
It's going to be really big in West too, so it's going to be thick.
On the boil.
On the behind the boil, really that's when it starts doing that ledge thing, and then once you see
the flea pin drop, that kind of spec, eh?
It's going to be big. So I've seen a couple of posts of some guys, and they're all excited about it.
And the women in the event this year, how sick's that? We were just discussing on the podcast how crazy it is, just how many women are in that big wave space now, and doing some serious surfing, some serious damage. I mean, going all the way back to Page Arms, packing West Bowl pits at Jaws, and who are the top runners in the female category? Kiala Kennelly,
Bianca, then you got Kiala. There was some Emily, someone.
I forgot Emmy Rydiker, or maybe that's a married name, but she's another one based over there in the islands. Yeah, wild, mate. So it's sick that they've definitely earned their spot. I don't know, did Justine Dupont get a call up?
Yep, she's in.
So are they in the men's heats, or they have one women's heat?
No, I think it's all in from what I saw.
Wow.
But Dingo, give us a bit of an idea, man. I mean, we've chatted with Mark Matthews about this in the past. It was his dream to get an invite over there to the Eddie, but you've surfed Waimea. What's it like when you know you're going to be paddling out there? You've got to dust off a 10-foot plus board. You're sitting on the shorey, you're looking at 15-foot just carnage going down that you've got to get through just before you even get into the lineup. What's it like, mate, to actually paddle out at that wave?
Yeah, you just kind of go into that space of, okay, your mind's kind of going over everything, your preparation and that. And I surfed it last year, and because I have my son, that's my main focus. And like you said, I dusted off the 10-0 and I paddled out, and it was 30 foot. And I got out there, and I was like, man, it's been a long time.
Bad time to remember that.
Yeah, and I'm just like, I'm trying to find my position. I'm like, okay, well, I'm sitting next to Jamie Mitchell. I'm like, well, should I probably be here? I'm like a little bit out, and I know he wants the ones that no one wants. And then you got John, who's sitting deeper than anyone and taking off super deep. And so I'm just trying to navigate the lineup. But then all of a sudden you're like, well, hang on, mate, you know, there hasn't been much training or thought going into this, you know, so maybe take it a little bit easy. But, you know, them guys, they're just, especially John, Nate, that whole group, Eli, Koa Smith, they're just groomed for them waves on the North Shore. And when the winter comes around, they're just so tuned in.
Mate, talk us through the drop. Talk us through just getting yourself on one out there. I mean, what's the wave selection process like? What does it look like when one's steaming in at ya?
Well, you can see it coming from a long way away. Like, you're sitting out there and then all of a sudden you'll just see the horizon just start building. And then all of a sudden you're like, okay, here it comes. And then you actually have to have the will to sit there in position when it looks like it's going to close out on your head and then turn around and swing.
Because it's like, it doesn't break outside, does it? It comes right in onto that boil and you've just got to hold. It's like, it's like those old, you know, Roman war movies. Hold.
Yeah. And you see them guys that are tuned in on that. You know, like the John Johns, the Jamie Mitchells, all them guys that they want it. I think it was, there's a new kid in it who's sponsored by Volcom who's in the backdoor shootout now, the goofy footer. He was out there that day and I
Ballaram?
Nah, he was in the Volcom team.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who was in that team. Ballaram, Noah,
Yeah, but he swung like on one of them big west ones and just dove out of the fall, but he's earned his spot into the Eddie.
Amazing.
You know, because it was one of them ones that no one wants, and he's been charging out there, so he's going to put on a huge performance, and it's just guys like that like Vorno said, you know, it's like them old kind of war horses that, you know, they'll just hold the line and just charge.
How good's that?
Sounds
what a spectacle.
Terrifying.
It's so terrifying. I mean, often the footage doesn't necessarily do justice to that drop, but that drop, it ledges so hard, and for a wave of that size, there's no gnarlier proposition in surfing. And some of the still photos that come out of that event and that wave are just completely jaw-dropping, especially I've seen a couple that have been, I guess, shot from drone or looking down on it, and just the volume of water, the thickness, mate, it's surprising that people don't suffer broken backs and just life-threatening injuries constantly out there.
Yeah, I mean, they're putting everything on the line, but then again, like we just seen that wipeout that Nate Florence had.
Oh my Lord!
Raya.
Whoa, Raya just going upside down here, putting it back in for the Padma crew. That was insane, that wave. That was a really good score, and it looks like they're going to lock in a third ride here. D-Bar out in front with 5.5 minutes to go. Snapper holding down second, Point Lookout in third, and Padma in fourth. But check the replay on this thing.
Yeah, Raya, she's actually Winnie's goddaughter, so that's why she's in the Padma team.
Oh, that turn was magic.
Yeah, geez, that was a good wave. She'll get up into the sevens for that. What do you reckon,
Oh,
Smitty?
for sure. This is
Warner?
huge.
Yeah.
Beautiful timing. Picked off one with a nice steep wall, and how cool is that? I mean, that just goes back to what we were saying before. Winnie's goddaughter, that's how pure the connection
It's
can
sick,
be
mate.
when you get over there.
Yeah.
And just respect the karma, respect the locals,
That's
respect the energy of the islands.
That's it. It's so good. We're one mob at the end of the day, so and I think that connection with the Balinese that we've got, we're so lucky, you know. Mate, it costs about as much to get to Bali for us as it did to get to the North Coast on a Greyhound bus in the 70s. So you know, we're there every other week, and it's great to see that look, this Padman team's a perfect example. That Winnie's goddaughter, that's classic.
Hey, Dingo, give us a bit of a rundown of what's going on here, because even though the tide was super high just an hour ago, there was a much more of a pulse, a lot more opportunity. This one's been a little slow. Everyone's struggling to sort of just get their surfers through.
Oh, here we
Yeah,
go.
good
Oh,
time
that
here.
was an absolute whip out of the top.
Oh, this could be it.
Mounting a late charge here, the Padma lads and lasses.
Oh, he's not going to claim that one.
Just
back out there.
Kind of run out of juice, didn't it?
So
4 minutes here.
You kind of want to, it seems like it's a little bit more behind the rock now, so it's probably just changed that little bit, and that's a huge part of competing. Vorno and Smitty is being able to adjust to the conditions really quick, whereas I remember Andy Irons in France, because the tides were so big with them 6 metre tides, he'd just be able to adjust on the fly, and he'd go from like, you know, spitting Hossegor tubes to all of a sudden doing turns, and he would adjust within a set, and then he, you know, get through the heat.
That's so cool, man. I've never actually heard that before, that, you know, one of his real strengths was being so in the moment that he could just react instantly to whatever the conditions were doing. Some people, that just brings them undone.
Yeah, I remember he really, when we were younger, he really wanted to start transitioning from big boards to short boards really quick. That was his priority at the time. I think we were, you know, he was about a year or two older than me, but we're still in our teenage kind of 19, 20-year-old, and I remember him saying that to me, that he really wanted to adjust from a big board to a short board really quick.
So interesting, man. And he spent a lot of time out here in those kind of early years, those junior years, and late teens, early 20s, mate. You must have had plenty of sessions, plenty of duels with the great AI over the years, especially in those early times.
Yeah, we did, and you know, I'm so blessed to be able to share moments like that. And it's not till you get older where you kind of really get to cherish them moments. And you know, he was such a phenomenal surfer. I remember one of the first times I seen him surf Kira. He just adjusted really quick, and he just like, it was beyond thought that he just kind of tuned in straight away.
2 minutes remaining here, and look at this. Smithy, Padma have gone up into the lead on the back of Raya's wave, and they're looking for a finishing score here.
Yeah, he's looking for the 3 points to come in on.
Oh, he wants the little grower.
And you know, these are his perfect, like, this is where they do good. Right here.
Look at this, through the inside, gets the tail release, right out of it.
Wow, look at this. What a boil over.
Minute 50.
Oh, this is
He's
hectic.
done it.
Are you kidding me? They have come from absolutely nowhere, all on the back.
Out the back, Mitchie, what's he going to do? He'll either go for the 10 or the 2 here. Puts the big Lawrence.
Yeah. So Snapper should come into second with that, because they're only holding a 1.17. Oh, but is that correct? Yeah. I don't know. We'll go with that anyway. Bruno, what do you reckon?
Well, I've just...
That's exciting.
It's funny, you get the extra 3 points if you make it in on time, so he's probably got that in the back of his mind. There's 1 minute, 13 seconds remaining here, out the very back. Don't tell me Mitchie's got a grower here.
Oh, Kobe, she's in.
Oh, Kobe.
Oh, okay, and there's only 1 minute remaining. Look, there's Joel. Look, he's excited, cheering his club on.
Wow, what a finish. Doesn't get any better than that. Jeez, if they sneak through here, Padma, it looks like they're going to chair Winnie up the beach. They're going to have bronze statues.
It's still on here.
40 seconds.
Yeah.
Oh my God. The D-bar, the surfer in orange has just gone ham. 3 of the quickest backside Rios.
He's got to make it. It's 30 seconds. He's got to make it. So he's got to have dry sand on his feet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's done it.
He's fallen off the back of his phone.
He's come undone.
Oh no, this is
got
for the great
19 seconds.
Is he going to make
15
it?
Get
seconds.
off the treadmill, mate.
Oh no.
Is he going to make it? Here we go.
D-bar,
10
start the
seconds.
stress. It's 5 seconds.
They're counting it in.
Oh my God.
Richard Travis Lynch.
3.
He's got the leggy on.
done
He's dragging the ball and chain. Oh my Lord, he's got him there. That's as good as you'll see.
That's awesome.
Holy smokes. You've never seen anything like it. He's reached down for the leggy strap. Couldn't get it off. He's just dragged the anchor.
Oh my God.
That was the best thing I've ever seen.
I ran down. I didn't gut it for a second. I knew he'd get a good one.
What's it like on the hill, Joel? A few nerves?
Oh, my heart. I haven't taken a breath for like 5 minutes.
Can you feel that out there?
Yes. I was so stressed in the key. I was like, oh my God, Mitch just got one, but he did. So I'm stoked. He made it in.
What about paddling out the keyhole and seeing that little wave pop up? Were you ever going to paddle over it?
No, I couldn't. I saw the other boys. I was like, I think they're too far out, and they were. So got a little on one turn. I'll take it.
Great local knowledge. You're the absolute goat out here. Well done, Kobe.
Wow, how good was that?
That was amazing. And Kobe and she had like 2 seconds to get a wave and make it back to the beach. Mitchie had soaked up so much time. He caught that wave, and I swear she was just pinpoint accurate. Got out there, got that wave, came in, snapper rocks, losing it there. Parker, I haven't seen him look that nervous since 2012, mate, when Josh Kerr and Slater were surfing in that semi-final.
Yeah, definitely. That was a buzzer beater, that one, wasn't it?
Mate,
How exciting was that?
Wow, I can't believe that. I mean, he had a bit of a brain fade there, the surfer from Debo. Surely there was enough time to undo the leg. It's a 1 second process. Give it a rip. Pull the cord, son.
He just made it within a second.
Righto, I think we're going to take a quick break. The action has been unbelievable here at the Usher Cup 2023 World Cup Challenge.
Oh, here we go, a quick replay. Shades of Travis Lynch at the ABB.
Oh, the sand wasn't dry though. We got to protest that.
Oh, there's a protest. We'll get the magnifying glass out. Get the lab coats down there.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shining beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to the show. Oh my goodness, things are getting interesting here in the World Club Challenge at the Usher Cup. And we are loving every minute of it. And what a heroic effort there from the Durambar team. D-Bar Board Riders Club getting it done, dragging their equipment up the beach, trailing behind them. Snapper Rocks hanging on for the victory. Kobe Enright was stronger again as the final surfer for them. We're absolutely loving the show. Ronnie Blakey, Wayne Rapper Bartholomew, Dingo Morrison. Bugs, how entertaining was that?
Yeah, I mean, so far pretty much every match has been entertaining. So it's coming down to the wire all the time. I mean, we've got a lot more water on the bank now, so there was a bit of an effort to get back to the beach. You know, running over a foot of water is hard.
Oh, that was huge. And less than 2 points separating all the clubs. So fourth place wasn't too far off the pace. And we've got to give big props to the Padmar team, who really represented well here. Winnie, he did a great job as team captain, and all their competitors were strong. Raya Campbell was a worthy addition to that team. Point Lookout from Stratty, they did a fantastic job and locked in big numbers throughout the contest. They're bundled out of the World Club Challenge. But D-Bar just keeping that dream alive, and it was a clutch effort from Nathan Cook in the dying stages there, Ding. You loved it, mate.
That was unbelievable. That was so exciting. That Padmar went from first to fourth in that last 40 seconds. And so there was Snapper actually caught in that last 2 minutes. Snapper caught away with their third surfer, got their fourth surfer out there, back in on the beach to get the bonus 3 points. And then D-Bar done pretty much the same thing with his leg rope attached to his leg. He got his 3 point bonus points to get through.
Here's the artist formerly known as the Tricky Chalk. We've been calling him Mr. Perfect now. He's been dropping that many big numbers throughout his run. He's had a 10-point ride. Yesterday in his heat, 3 9-pointers, so was throwing one of those away. And he was just shoving himself into the hole out here at Snapper Rocks, getting so barreled. And he started off strong, showing that he can get it done with turns as well, Bugs.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is a big heat. I mean, Troy, it's not his favourite conditions, being perfect barrels, 10-point rides. But I tell you what, he opened up well for Torquay. And Torquay, there's a bit of a buzz about Torquay.
Oh, man, they're looking strong. I mean, the advantage that Snapper Rocks and Noosa are going to have going into the final stages of the Usher Cup is the fact that they got surfers still alive in the open men's event, whereas Torquay are going to really have to stay on point here and go after the win, you'd think, to claim the victory now. having fallen short with some of those individual competitors.
Well, the other team, though, is Deba. I mean, they got a women's in the semi-final.
Yep.
And they got there in the final of the World Club Challenge,
Yeah,
so they're right there.
They're right there for sure. And, Nick Vastencek just been, surfing so well, but just missed out earlier on. So it's been tough out there today. There's that big adjustment that's had to be made with some of these slower conditions. And, we'll see how it all plays out, though. But this is a 35-minute World Club Challenge heat. All your surfers get that opportunity to go out there and lock in that one big score. You can ride as many waves as you want. The hard thing working against the competitors now is the fact that there's a little less frequency in those high-quality set waves. So you've got to kind of make a call if you take off on a wave and get a semi-decent score even.
Yeah, well, Brooko, he only got a 5 for this. It was a nice long ride. But I thought he might got a bit more than 5. They're a bit stingy on this one, but this is...
Thought he was going to do his Superman, Ronnie.
Yeah.
He's not used to this. He's not used to not being in the excellent range. He's scratching his head and saying, what do I got to do?
Look at that club spirit.
That's awesome. Look at that. That's what it's all about. All the drums down there cheering on the local heroes.
The giant killers have been M&M. They have absolutely come from the clouds. Yesterday, I said to Ronnie, that was their finest hour. They were in the quarterfinal that knocked out North Shore and North Narrabeen. I mean, that's the biggest upset you'll ever see in the world. Those two teams have got 36-point first-round matches. And M&M, they've never won a thing in their life.
Yep.
And they have got the best club spirit, and so has Currumbin. See, these clubs that don't win, they've got the best club spirit.
Yeah, but see, you got old war horses like Darren Turner, who's just so seasoned. He's got 30 years experience behind him. You put him out there, he needs a score within that last 5 minutes. He's going to do it for his club. Like, he's a WQS competitor, and just he's fit. He's still surf fit. Like, if you look at him, he looks like a Greek Adonis. He's still in his prime. So it's like have you seen that movie Moneyball? Where they kind of, they do the stats. With M&M there, like, they have the stats.
Yeah, they've got the surfers that, I know what you're saying, that regularly put up the kind of numbers, in that good to excellent range that can see you through. Let's talk about M&M for a bit, because you mentioned Bugs. They've had their work cut out. Often when you get class surfers, they gravitate towards those bigger clubs. They want to get themselves on these points in those club rounds to sharpen their skills. As Troy Brooks, who went back out after putting a 5 up, went looking for more points, and I think he's going to find them on this ride.
Oh, yeah, he got some nice vertical little pockets to start this one out.
Still going. He's throwing some big roundhouses throughout the event. He throws his hands up here. He's going to release that next surfer for the Torquay Club. That's going to be better than the 5-point ride, but I wanted to talk about M&M and their star competitor throughout the rounds of this contest. Ellie Brooks has delivered big numbers every time she's paddled out. She started with a 7.5 here.
That's so good.
Wow, how cool is that? Like, I think yesterday she got an 8.17. That was really crucial too, Ronnie?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, always has been the one. Darren competed under pressure and kind of got the job done, got himself back to the beach. But Ellie Brooks is the one that's been really setting the pace for them, and it's great to see.
Yeah, Ellie, she's won a bunch of heats for them. I thought yesterday she was the star.
So Ellie Brooks, 7.5. Darren Turner's out there now for the M&M Club. He just got a 2.67. He can do better than that. We know that he's capable of much more. Troy Brooks, his second ride, 6.67. That's the start that the Torquay Club wanted. Connor Lyons had a 6.17. And now we're seeing the Currumbin Alley Board Riders Club get their campaign underway here. I believe that's Will Morrison on the back end.
Yeah, Will's happy with that ride.
He's going to throw those hands up. Ronnie Blakey here with Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, also joined now by Oki. Mate, that was such an intense finish to that first semi-final heat. We're in for a special show today.
Yeah, I know. Sorry I'm late because I was at home on the edge of my couch. I was freaking out going, Mitch, what are you doing? And then with 1 minute left, I'm like, I don't think that this is possible.
Yeah.
Like, two surfers, right? And I'm like, then Mitch got the wave, And I forgot about the catch and release, and I'm like, where's Kobe? And all of a sudden, she was on was she on the very next wave?
Oh, yeah, she was so quick.
She went out through the keyhole and just turned around on the first little ripple that came through, took it, did one turn, came to she was the first on the beach.
Yeah, really great local knowledge there too, understanding that the bigger set waves, they move further out. If you want to get that quick ride, you'll get a knee-high wave off the rocks pretty regularly, as we see now. Darren Turner up. He had a 2.67. He's already eclipsed that and gone beyond, so he's really adding to Eminem's scoreline. Noosa also has a rider up at the moment. I believe that's Cooper Davies chipping away at this one as he rolls through to the inside. Great exchange. Torquay also has their second surfer up in Xavier Huxtable. So it's coming thick and fast, the action here.
Yes, it is now. There's Xavier finishing his ride. Well, he didn't quite finish, but he got some good turns on the outside. I reckon he'll go again. You know, Xavier's pretty much their strike weapon.
Yeah, such a bright star and really doing some fantastic surfing.
But Ali Brooks has set Eminem up, and then it was just absolutely backed up there. So Eminem are going to have two keepers in the scorecard there. And there's Eminem again. They're on their third surfer. This is incredible.
Oh, they're absolutely nailing their time management at the moment. And you know what? They're also putting up good scores. So 7.5 for Ellie Brooks, waiting on Darren Turner's score. And before that even drops, their third surfer is out there locking in numbers. So they're looking really strong.
See, what's happening too is like the waves are getting better real quick.
Real quick.
So these waves are tempting them to just claim them and come in, and, you know, then they're left with so much time, right? I mean, not snapper, but...
no.
But, you know, typically this should happen. I mean, I know it's the second semi, but...
well, that last heat, that first semi-final, had the last of that super high tide, just, you know, the lulling. You know, the medium ones weren't lifting up on the bank. They were just passing underneath them. They're all lifting up on the bank now, so there's going to be plenty of scoring opportunity from here on in.
It's the funk, isn't it? It's just that odd little turn of the tide. It's coming in now, and we just saw Oscar Berry up for the Currumbin Alley team and trying to lock in a decent score. But let's have a look at this one for the Eminem Club.
Yep.
Darren Turner on the replay.
Well, he's been a strike weapon too. Ellie Brooks and Darren Turner have been their two strike weapons, so they've come out firing. Their top two surfers, pretty much. I mean, the veteran and just an incredibly good surfer.
Wow, that was a nice opening manoeuvre there for Cooper Davies.
Yeah, they're a deadly team, Noosa. They're top to bottom, a solid team. Connor Lyons and Cooper Davies are just, they tag team this one all the way.
Yeah, waiting on the numbers to roll through here.
And of course, Ben Lawrenson, you know, still to come and still alive in the men's.
Man, looking so sharp.
So have we whittled it down now, like to lesser teams that have got a shot? Because
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. After the semi-final, Noosa obviously got a shot. Snapper, D-bar.
Well, it actually depends on who gets through into the final. It absolutely does, because Noosa's there. Torquay's still there with a, you know, if they win the
event
team part, and then D-bar are very strong. They got Freya they're in the final of the team. They got Freya in the women's semi, so they're right there.
They're right there. Have they got any men in the semis?
No, Vassar just got knocked in the quarters,
okay.
but he made the quarters, so
there's
points there. There's points there.
Did he finish third? He finished fourth though, didn't he?
There was just not a backup wave for him.
Yep.
It was still a bit quiet, and it's now there's plenty of waves now. As you said, Mark, it's starting to look like snapper.
Well, I'm getting a little excited because you're the contest director. What format are you doing, and when is this Heritage Heat / Masters going out there?
Call.
Right before the main final, or?
Oh yeah. It's the Legends Heat. The Heritage Street is encased within that.
Well, we got Ellie Brooks's replay from the start of this semi-final clash, and she's done it again. I mean, that clean style, the repetition of major turns.
And I like the delicate,
yes,
the delicate release.
Exactly, getting the hands up and claiming that ride, releasing the next competitor for the M&M team, Darren Turner, who dropped a 5.83. And they're out in front at the moment. Their third surfer did extremely well also.
It was almost like a hula kind of.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. That's what I liked about it. I really saw the hula. You know, it was lovely. You know,
I believe that was. I believe it was that Sean Gunning, their third surfer on the back
goofy
end there.
footer.
5.73.
Yeah, see, that's solid. See, just building on that 7.5, you know.
The Noosa team's dangerous here, though, Bugs, when you look at those numbers. You look at them, they've got the sixes.
Yeah.
So, you know, across the board, they're doing pretty well. It's just going to really be interesting to see what their third surfer can come up with here.
Well, that's going to be Ben Lawrenson or their women's surfer. I'm not sure how their rotation is.
So you're going for individual final for the last final, or the teams the last final?
No, I believe the teams is the last final.
The teams is the last final. Okay, that's exciting.
Look, this will morph. We're in a real transition year here. Really seeing where water finds its own level. This will morph more towards the World Club Challenge as the years go on, I think.
I really think so, Rabbi.
Yeah.
It's got such huge promise for being a massive event. It already is. Like, I mean, you've got markets down at Coolangatta, which have coincided with this, that run Saturday and Sunday.
That's right.
Well, that's pretty massive, you know, that they're doing that in conjunction with the Usher Cup. So, I mean, just imagine years down the track and we've got maybe like maybe the WSL can bring in their best, you know, Brazilian team, best American team, best, you know, just imagine having the big dogs in there too, as well as the clubs.
Oh,
man. Different competition.
I can't dream that much.
Can't dream that much. That's going way too far ahead. Let's just take it one step at a time, right?
It's been a big step. One small step for surfing, one huge step for Usher.
Just on 20 and a half minutes to go. Let's check in with Cooper Chapman. He's found one of the winning club members down there on the beach.
All right, g'day guys. I'm down here on the rocks with fellow Cooper Davies from the Noosa Club. Mate, 6.7 on your last wave. How you feeling for today?
Yeah, we're feeling pretty good. We're got a few pretty good surfers from Noosa. Benny's obviously been a bit of a standout this event, so we've slotted him in the last spot. Just his backhand's just been bread and butter out here, so he'll be finishing us off. And then we've got Gia in the water now, so Connor and I just tried to give him a bit of time. So it's been pretty slow out there just between sets, so give them the best opportunity that we can. So yeah, it's pretty fun though.
Yeah, big day ahead. We're here at beautiful Snapper Rocks. It's an absolute privilege to get to surf this wave with no one else out. What would it mean to bring this first ever World Club Challenge up home to Noosa?
Oh, it'd be unreal. We're becoming a little bit of a club at the moment. It's we've got so many amazing surfers from home, and it's good to see the talent kind of striving on through. So, it's so exciting, and yeah, we can't wait. We're just having a ball.
Mate, well, I'm excited to watch yourself and your fellow teammates Connor and Ben on that regional qualifying series this year. Is that the focus for this year for you?
Yeah, 100%. We're kind of giving that our all. So kind of locked into all the events at the moment. So it's just a matter of time, and we'll be hitting the road, a little road trip down south. So yeah, it's always good fun with all your mates and travelling together. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, mate. Well, I'm back, and you'll hopefully see you on that Challenger series later in the year. This is a perfect warm up. Thanks for coming down, and thanks for having a quick chat.
Mate. Cheers, Coops.
Cooper Davies there beaming for Team Noosa. As I said, one of the most high-performing clubs in the Usher Cup this season, and still in the mix right now with Cooper Davies putting up a 6.77. And, well, their other rider did extremely well also. That was Connor Lyons. So G. Lawrenson out there at the moment. And Ben Lawrenson, he's going to be their anchored surfer. He's the one that they're backing to put up the big numbers and give them the best chance at cracking the final here at the Usher Cup in the World Club Challenge. And, yeah, let's see how it all plays out. Right now, though, Oscar Berry for Karamanali. You can hear the cheers of each of the clubs down there supporting these riders as they hammer away at the walls here at Snapper Rocks. On the outside, Gia Lawrenson's going to get into the mix. Oh, just loses her footing there.
That was a heavy fall because that was a good-looking wave.
Still a lot of time, though, and she is the third surfer for the Noosa Club, so she'll probably head back out there and try and improve on that.
Yeah, she will, for sure. It looked like she was set up for a really good ride. She just slipped off there. That would have put Noosa, like, so far ahead.
Oki, they've had us locked away here in the commentary booth. All our focus has been on the action. You've kind of been playing your role as loving father and getting back to the pad. How was the crowd building and the energy as you made your way back down here to the booth?
Definitely building. I've got the kids set up with their little iPads at the moment. We swum for 2 hours. We always take advantage of the high tide, and now I've got my son Jonah babysitting, and Jonah's turned into a really good boy. Hey, surfing really
sure
good.
has. And look, all your kids. I mean, I had this deja vu, like when the little guy was kicking the football, and I was going, God, I remember when we'd be down the beach, Jag would be in the shore break, and Kia would be kicking the beach. You know, it's just such a magic time, man.
Such a magic time. I had to do it again.
And again, and again, and again.
Round 2, I had to go
so
again.
good.
Oh, the kids just give you so much joy. It's incredible, and what a place to grow up.
Yeah, Ogg was talking about getting international competitors over here. We were saying he's almost got, under the one roof, his own board riders club.
Yeah, yes. Every division covered.
He's put a good team together.
Oh, yeah.
You mentioned that.
Every division covered.
I got J-Boy, I got Grace, both surf really well. You know, they're going to be doing QSs this year, and Jonah surfs pretty good too.
Sure does.
But the mum, Mrs. Jess.
Oh, Jess.
She has a crack. She's
Jess
a good
Wales
geeker,
out there.
why. She done a few events when she was younger, and I love surfing with my partner. It's nothing better. But here we go. Action.
Yeah, Xavier Huxtable for Torquay. Look at the speed. Foot to the floor. And on the attack here, nice sequence of turns. Got a little caught up there, but he'll look to recover now. Whipping through that carve. As you said, Bugs, this is the guy that, you know, Torquay, they're relying on the whole team, but this is the guy they're looking for big numbers from.
That's right. Yeah, they probably need a reasonably big number because, as you said, Noosa's still got those 2 decent scores there, and M&M have got the value of having 3 surfers already in the scorecard, and a 7.5 sort of as the anchor, and that was Ellie Brooks, and now we see outside Crumb and having a look at that.
Yeah, that I think Gia Lawrenson's still out there. She's looking to improve on that 3-point ride to give Noosa a chance at getting themselves into the lead here.
Yeah, this is a huge heat. I mean, this is either a go forward heat or an elimination heat from being in contention.
It really is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Here's the replay of Xavier on that last ride. Some serious work done.
See, if Noosa don't get through, I'd say D-Bar just have the absolute inside running on this.
The inside running, yeah. So they're looking at this intensely. It's crazy, Rab, that we started, a 4-day event, and we started off with a sloppy north-east swell, and then we got a pretty groomed south-east swell, and now it's kind of back to northeast again.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy? In Hawaii, the swells come from the west, and they go north.
They migrate to the north.
They migrate to the north, but here we can get all angles. You know, we get a northeast swell, the low goes down the coast, it ends up as a south swell, or we get a low down south, and it's a south swell, it ends up being an east swell.
The south swells migrate around to the east for sure, and and we saw the opposite happen earlier on in this event.
Yeah.
And
we get all the angles covered.
Yeah.
We've been
all at once.
I was saying that to Ronnie before. I was like, it's half of 360, whatever that is, every angle, right?
Oh, look at this. Here's M&M.
Does that make sense?
180.
Yep.
M&M. Oh, 2 huge rooster tails right there into a third. Can he ride out of it? Yes, he can.
Wow.
And look at the cheers on the boot.
Mate, they are, much like Noosa, are a building club. The energy's building, and it's this team that's representing so beautifully at the moment. And you talked about D-Bar's chances and the fact that Freya has made the semi-finals. Ellie Brooks is also in the semis, and for me, she's been the most impressive female competitor in the draw. We're going to quickly check in with Cooper Chapman. More with you in a minute.
Lead. He's got to impress on that 5.8, and I reckon he's done on that one. So, look, all great performance by all surfers today. This is a team event, and every team member's putting in their effort today, so we're stoked for all of them.
Yeah, big result here for the M&M club, maybe one of the underground Queensland clubs. It's so epic to see all of your surfers lifting to the day. And wow, Sean Gunning's last wave, we'll wait and see what that score is, but I think that's going to edge you guys even further out in front. What would it mean for M&M to bring home the first ever World International Usher Cup?
Oh, mate, look, we've had a plan in place, a 3 to 5 year plan, and it's going to track. And we finished equal first over at the Australia Salt, and to be doing this here today at the Usher Club, brilliant. This means a lot to the club. Look at everyone here right now. On your Shauno!
We might even try and grab Sean's.
Yeah, grab him. Shauno! Sean!
Come have a chat. All right, I don't know if you guys have still got me live, but I got Sean Gunning here, mate. Talk me through that wave.
Oh, I was so nervous. I didn't want to fall. But, I don't know. I have no words.
How good is it surfing for your club? Throwing down a huge score on that last one. That's going to take you guys way out in the lead. What would it mean to take this thing out today?
Oh, it'll be amazing. It'll be like best thing ever. What score did I get?
I don't know yet. I haven't heard. 8.33 have we been told by the Groms. Excellent score. It's going to keep you guys in a very nice spot. Looking at a spot in that final. It's going to be a big afternoon, so well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, what a finish to that ride for Sean Gunning. 8.33, and that sees M&M jump up into the lead, or extend that lead, I should say. Noosa now in second place and looking for a 5.72 at the moment out of... Gia Lawrenson, I believe.
She needs to sort of make amends here, because when you make that mistake and you're on a bomb wave and you go down, but is she going to get this one? Yes. So let's see what she can do here.
Oh, there's a nice swoop off the top, Bugs.
Yeah, okay.
Nice little combo.
That's a nice little combo. And it just gives her enough time for their absolute... Well,
Gun.
he has been their strike weapon. This kid has got 11 minutes remaining. Ben Lawrenson has been a superstar in the Usher Cup.
Yeah,
last year came from
strong.
nowhere. We'd never heard of him. Ockie, never heard of the kid.
It's so cool, those stories. I love them. Absolutely love them.
And I saw Eggy, right?
Yep.
Eggy from Noosa.
Yeah, Eggy from... I love Eggy from Noosa.
We love Eggy, you know, Diatonics, you know.
The he's a really good musician.
And he said, oh yeah, this kid is like a,
real deal.
Oh yeah? He said, watch this kid.
Okay.
Yeah, we sure are watching him, I mean, the whole event.
Let's see where Gia Lawrenson goes with that last ride. It's a 5.33, so smart that she stayed out there, improved her situation, bettered the 3-point ride by almost 2.5 points, and that means that Benny Lawrenson's going to have plenty of time on the clock here, just on 10 minutes, to lock in an excellent score and give Noosa a shot at maybe getting ahead of M&M, but more importantly, just shoring up a top 2 finish here.
But look at... Yeah, this is a nice little ride. As you said, the 1-2 combo, great cut back there, and just bang, bang, and it's over, and she claims it, and it's a full release. Good timing. She didn't put the pressure on Ben Lawrenson, because you've got hovering there. Look at Torquay. Look at those 2 scores they've got.
Here goes Benny.
They're good scores from Torquay.
He won't keep this. He
no,
won't keep
he's
this
heading
one.
back out. I think he'll stay out until the last 2 minutes before he really starts to get a little anxious, even if he drops a really big score. We've seen surfers take off with a minute to go, finish their ride and make it to the beach in time to get that 3 points already in the semi-finals. So, you can use up all that time on the clock. You'd be thinking he's going, I've got about 8 minutes to improve on that.
He might have a paddle battle with Jade Wheatley here, but it looks like Jade's...
Yeah, she's going to win that battle by the looks of
well,
things.
It's on though. He's with the afterburners on, little Ben.
So waiting on
Torquay,
waiting on scores to come through.
This is crucial here, like Torquay. Wow, who we got up and riding? It looks like
Torquay, isn't it?
I can't tell if it's orange or pink.
No, this is Benny Lawrenson again.
It's pink. It's Noosa.
Well, that's actually pretty decent, right there, because he's now he's a smart competitor. He's got a lot of time to get a real bomb now, and then get back
to stave off Torquay, right?
And there's still enough water here to make it difficult. See, right now you can't even paddle back. Like, that's why I allowed them to come in the keyhole if they have to. You got to just get to dry land and prove it.
And prove it. Oh,
we check the webbing of your feet.
The guy with the ball and chain, like in that last heat.
Oh yeah, Nathan Cook. That was classic.
That was so classic. Listening to Jed and Vaughan.
Oh yeah,
all time.
That was gold. The ball and chain. He hung on though, and got the D-Bar Club through. So let's take a moment now to check in with Cooper Chapman. He's found Troy Brooks down there on the beach, who's got the Torquay team out there in the water with work to do.
I'm down here on the rocks with Troy Brooks, the team captain for Torquay, mate. It's been a little bit of a slow morning for Torquay. You and Willis lost in the individuals, but you're still cracking on in the teams event. What would it mean to you to get through this heat to make the final?
Yeah, Torquay's come pretty close over the years, like making a few finals and stuff as we go now, and we're probably 2 waves off getting into the finals, so it is pretty nervous right now. Willis is out there, and he probably needs to set about a 6 or a 7, and then Sarah smash one in and get to the beach. We should get it.
Yeah, it's pretty tight right now. M&M just locked in that 8.33 for Sean Gunning. They're way out in the lead. You and Noosa are pretty neck and neck right now with just 4 waves counting and all of them mattering. Here we go. Talk us through. We're seeing Willis up and riding on this one. Talk us through it.
Oh, he's got priority. Big first turn there. He's got a pretty cool, calm, collected style. That's a nice wrap. He's got another bit. Banging it off. That's looking all right. Come on. Let's bend back to him at Little Marley here to get another rebound.
All right, well, I'm sure you guys are all watching that live. Brooko's stoked. That was a great wave for the surfer in orange. I'm going to throw it back to you guys in the booth. I'm going to let Troy celebrate with the team.
Good on you, Cooper, and what a wave for Will Droomer. He's been on fire in the Usher Cup this year, and he's really performing well against some very established clubs, representing the Torquay club beautifully. That's going to be the number that they need. They needed to get back on track and maintain pace on the outside. Benny Lawrenson, who already had a decent number on that last ride, 5.7, goes looking for more. Bit wobbly there off the top, but he's collected himself and he's back on the attack here.
And he might need a bit more than what he had, He might. I think he will, because M&M have got that huge score and they've backed it up. They haven't got that 4th surfer locked in yet. But Noosa, I think, with Torquay getting that score there, this is going to be super tight. I think Ben Lawrenson is going to need more. But
Definitely.
I think he might have improved on his score right there.
Yeah, one thing that's happening at the moment is Currumbinelli are kind of falling off the pace a little bit. They need a solid score from their 3rd surfer here as we go to the replay of Willis Droomer Ock, and it was a big combo on the outside.
Oh, what you talking about, Willis? Seriously. It was good.
Love it.
He's got that lanky style, and he's got a really good score there, and I know Rab's really intent on looking at this, because if Torquay can flip this heat around, it's big.
Well, it's Noosa that, because I believe M&M are in a really good position here to get through this.
Yeah,
I think we're more concentrated on Noosa
for the win.
I know Noosa's in the lead at the moment, but it could flip.
Whoa.
See, I don't know about this one for Benny. It's a small wave, surfed it incredibly well, but is it, he's going to need a bit. I think he'll need more.
Torquay do need. Is that score come in? And it has. It's another mid-range 6. So
they're solid.
Torquay,
they're solid.
With one more good score.
Yep.
Are really going to
around 6.6
stake a claim in this semi-final.
You thought maybe more?
Yeah, I thought a little bit more.
Here they go.
That's Jay Wheatley for Currumbin. Just trying to improve things here as we see Sarah Hickson now. Sarah's up and out. She's going to head back out there. So they don't need a whole lot. 4.4. The bonus points are going to be crucial, obviously.
She got a couple turns in on that wave out the back, though, guys.
Let's see what Ben Lawrence can do. He really wants to add the extras here. Oh, dynamic first turn. Gets that bit of release in the tail.
Is there any more to this wave?
Yeah, he's looking for that connection, isn't he? Staying low, keeping that board moving. Just
there is a bit more here.
Little increments down the line. He's found his flow, got that rhythm. Like a windscreen wiper in a rainstorm.
Now, if he improves his thing there with 3.5 minutes remaining, he's got to be careful here. He's got to be careful. If he paddled back out again, it'd take him enough time to get himself in a situation. But you know what? I think he's declared his innings.
Yeah, well, he's looking to better a 5.7.
I think he did that.
And now he's obviously after those bonus points. On the outside, we have hammering down the line in the yellow for Team M&M.
Sick first turn.
Oh, that was pretty solid, wasn't it?
They are unbelievable, M&M. They are blowing my mind.
This is Archer Curtis.
Yeah, solid.
A strong...
They're all going to be in. They're all going to be in.
Strong, goofy-footed class.
I guess it's all up to Torquay.
Yeah, it's going to be a high-pressure situation here.
Keep the update going on Benny Lawrenson there, because this is going to be... Torquay might need more, you're right?
I'll let you know.
Here she goes, actually. Here she goes.
Sarah
She's
Hickson.
taking a smaller wave on the inside. It's got a little bit of shape to it.
Oh, it looks pretty good. couple of turns. Doesn't need a whole lot, but the requirement will probably grow. She starts to make her way in. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go here.
Were they big enough turns?
Nah,
Rocky?
that was a mistake, Rab. Like, she's got 2 minutes left, and she had the line up to herself. She should have been more selective, I feel.
Well, she's got plenty of time. They might be yelling at her to go jump off.
Nah. Don't think so, Ronnie.
Well,
she's running.
She wouldn't be running with 2 minutes.
She wouldn't be running, Rab. Yeah, no, I think they might have.
Okay, let's get a wager on this
A
one.
wager, you know.
I'm calling she's coming in.
I'm in, yeah.
That's just
Rab.
too risky. You know, it's too risky.
You're right, Rab.
She's taking
I'm
the lead.
glad I didn't take a bet on that one.
I wish you did.
Hey, we're sitting with the architect of the Dream Tour. He knows his stuff. All right? But let's see if it's enough, because we have the feeling that the requirement's going to grow a little bit for the Torquay Club here, because it was pretty impressive stuff from Benny Lawrenson at the end of the heat. We're yet to see that score come in. Semi-final 2. We're on the lookout for our last finalist here. On the outside, it's an empty lineup.
Of a set outside right now.
I haven't had an opportunity to mind surf a wave all
seriously,
day.
Biggest set of the morning so far.
Empty lineup.
She should have waited empty lineup.
Oh, man.
Well, we don't know.
That's rare.
We don't know.
Yeah, don't look out there. Team Torquay, just do not look out there. But, you know, we have to wait for these numbers to drop to get the official word. But it does feel like Team M&M is looking the goods, and we did talk about it. Ellie Brooks still alive in the semi-finals of the Open Women's, so they are a real shot for the Usher Cup title this year. Make no mistake about it.
She got a 3.93, is that right?
The number has not come in just yet.
Okay, because I can see a 3.93 on this.
That would have been a previous ride.
No, it couldn't be.
That number hasn't dropped.
Oh yeah, that was her first ride. That could have been a stronger ride.
Yeah, maybe.
So hold up.
I think
a moment.
First ride.
Okay, have a look at the numbers here. M&M getting past that magic number, 30 points plus. What a performance. Team Noosa, they did well in the final stages, and it was Ben Lawrenson just adding some slight extras. He got a 5.73, and he got those bonus points. And Sarah Hickson had a 6.6, but it wasn't enough in the end. And the Torquay Club was left wanting. Currumbinelli also bowing out of the World Club Challenge. But it's in the bag. We're going to see M&M and Noosa in that final. How good.
And they've both got surfers alive in the Benny Lawrenson and Ellie Brooks.
That's right, mate.
This is very good.
Oh, Bugs is rubbing his hands together. Great to call some heats with you, lads. We're going to take a quick break. We've got the Open Women's semi-finals around the corner. We're going to bring in Smitty and Borno for the call.
Oh.
Welcome back to the Usher Cup World Cup Challenge, and what a magnificent day at Snapper Rocks. Fawn Deadly, Jed Smithy Smith, and the 99 world champion Mark Okalupo. Welcome, boys. Far out, man. Look at this day.
It's stunning, isn't it?
Oh.
You know, at the moment, the water's about 26 degrees. It's crystal clear as it gets. And like all you got to do to make your surf these days is just duck dive a wave and look up to the whitewash and it's crystal. It'll make your wave
just get lost.
Make your day just duck diving waves.
I love that. Yeah. Just the simple pleasures, letting the visceral experience of being in the ocean wash over you very literally, and don't get too caught up in the ripping and tearing and jostling for waves, which can really detract from the sheer privilege of being in the water on days like this.
I remember Parko saying that when all the wave pools started coming out. He's going, yeah, it's all right, but it's not surfing. Surfing's paddling, it's duck diving, it's on shores and blue bottles.
It's dodging sharks big enough to park your rental car.
Big waves, small waves.
Raya Campbell going third alert. Nice little hack there. Oh, no transitional pumps, so she's in flow, she's in rhythm. Wow.
She's been holding, like the Padma team are strong, right? Like, but this is individual. She's still going, and she's taken Padma team quite deep in this event.
And yeah, we were talking about that before when Padma was surfing in that semi-final. But she was is Winnie's goddaughter, which is pretty amazing. But mate, we were asking Dingo, what was your first trip to Indo like? Must have been a different world compared to the Shire.
It so was. I went with one of my best mates, Beaver. God bless him, he passed away a fair while ago, but or about 5 years ago. But we went in the early 80s, we were only about 16. First trip. Oh, no, we were younger. Yeah, well, I don't even know how they let us, but our parents let us. We went on our own.
It was the 80s.
We stayed at Legian, and we rented a motorbike. Didn't even have a license, no. Yeah, rented a motorbike. We had a stack coming down the hill from Ulu down to back down to town.
One of the many rites of passage.
And we had Indos all over us, like pulling us up, but it wasn't a bad accident. But yeah, had to walk out to Ulu. Got the little Balinese. You'd pay them to carry your board. And I walked out there, quite a long walk. Fond memories.
Little tube
Oh,
surfers.
Ellie Brooks
Really
just
fond memories.
bashing that thing.
It's changed a lot.
Crack! Beautiful surfing. And out the back on a little washy one. Plenty of action here. This is Open Women's semi-final number 1. So points up for grabs for some of the clubs still in the running across the teams events. Plenty of big names been knocked out though, Och. And
Yeah.
beautiful. Look at this. This is Raya Campbell again.
Yeah, Raya again. Big prize money for these girls too, and boys. All these girls want to get on the QS Regional Series, take that trip down the coast, follow all the events, and hopefully end up in the Challenger Series. So it's good prize money for them. Ellie Brooks, she's come back from an injury so good. I do surf out here a lot, and she's always out there, and she's come on strong after that injury, and I think she's good enough to make the Challenger Series.
It's going to be...
as well as Raya.
There's such a big generation shift about to really just influx that Challenger Series this year especially. Seen it coming from a long, long way away, and all these young women just starting to really make a statement. Seems like the old guard have had their way for quite a long time. Your Stephs, your Carissas, your Tylers. It's weird to call them the old guard. I mean, they're still in their prime. But you know what I mean? Like, we've seen these, like, 8-year-olds and 6-year-olds in some places really start to mix it up. Like, Sierra Kerr's probably the best example of someone you saw coming from a long way away. She's, 17 and landing airs that have never been done before. It's
incredible. It's true. They start so young that, they're veterans at quite a young age. But I mean, Kelly Slater started when he was young, and he's still going.
Katie Simmons going the TB route and knocking back her first opportunity to compete at the elite level, but she's on tour this year, accepted the invite, and I mean, wow, the world's at her feet, isn't it? She's another one of those stars in that same bracket as Sierra Kerr, who's got world titles written all over her. As we see Raya
waves
in and out of that one.
Starting to really stand up on this bank outside here, Rock.
It really is, yeah. It's just nearly half tide, but at low tide, it really cups out. It's been doing it the last few days. The wind's a bit cleaner today. I just saw a trawler go out, and that means there's light winds usually for a couple of days, most of the time, unless they're desperate. But it's a bit east of the wind today, so we probably won't see barrels, and it is a little small for barrels anyway. But with this east wind that's going to come in, and hopefully it doesn't go around, any to the north component, but it's going to give a little coping and stuff to hit for these guys and girls, and we could see some airs.
I love that little bit of insider knowledge, seeing the trawlers go out. What other little superstitions or little secrets have you got there, Rocco?
No, that's no superstition. That's the truth. I mean, well, Richard Marsh and Jason Marsh's dad was a prawn fisherman. here for a long time, back in the day, and even the kids used to work on the boat. I never actually went out there, but yeah, so I knew, like the rhythm and when they'd go out and come in, we get a lot of really strong trade winds here that they don't go out in big swell, but they're out there at the moment, so
Ellie
it'll be
Brooks.
fresh prawns in a couple of days.
Bang.
Fresh prawns and light winds. Yeah,
You're going to make a song out of that, aren't you?
It sounds, yeah. It sounds like, why don't we do it together? You love a song here and there, don't you?
I love a sing.
I remember an old video of you singing Black Magic Woman in France.
Black Magic
maybe
Woman
Morris
in
Cole on
France.
guitar. How's that for a little duo?
Super group.
With
Are you
Rob,
kidding me?
the guitarist that was unbelievable musician. Hey, I was
Mate,
like,
that's sick.
where is that guy? Anyway, here we go.
Crack. Plenty of action here. Open women's semi-final number 1. And a big float into the trench as Charlie Stokes, Kiwana board riders. What do you make of the emergence of some of these new clubs? I mean, they've been around for a while, but what I'm loving is the fact that, the heavyweight clubs that have just dominated for ages have really got it, coming up to them now.
They have from all directions now. All over the world and in Australia. I'm sure the clubs are looking at this going, how do we get in this thing? I mean, there's going to have to be trials to get in this and make it fair for, Sydney clubs, Victorian clubs, Western Australian clubs and international clubs, because this thing's got legs, boys. Like, seriously, I was at home yesterday just watching on the webcast thinking, how big could this contest get? Like,
How good
seriously.
was it? One of the best competitions I've ever seen yesterday. That was just one of the best days of competition I've ever seen. It was so exciting. The team's format, the way it's been dialed in. I think it screams Olympics. I think the Olympics has got to look at this as a format.
Yeah, no, the tag team format, for sure, the Olympics could definitely look at that. I mean, when I was on tour, I remember one kind of grey morning at Trestles, I think back in the ASP did an international one, and I don't know if it's done that well, maybe just kind of wrong place, wrong time, but now it's begging for it.
Yeah.
You could see it going down, at Chopes. I think we're crossing to an interview, are we? We're going to cross down the beach with Cooper Chapman.
All right, good day, guys. I'm here with Benny Lawrenson, one of the standout competitors of this whole event. Last year you made the final, didn't have an amazing final. What's it going to take this year to step it up and take this thing out?
Just stick to the plan, two best ways, and just have fun. I think having a good, fun approach and just enjoying the waves. You guys get snappy with no one out, so just have fun. So the goal.
Mate, and you guys in the final for the teams event, Noosa, one of the underdogs maybe clubs. You guys got a really strong team, Cooper Davies, Connor Lyon, and your female surf. I always forget your girl's name. What's the girl's name?
Gia Lawrenson.
Gia Lawrenson. Oh, your sister. Yeah. There you go.
Wow.
Mate, you know her probably better than anyone, but I'm pretty excited to watch you guys in the final. You guys are going to have a pretty good look at taking this thing out with you in the semis still going in the men's, team in the final. Mate, what would it mean to take home that trophy to Noosa after the weekend this afternoon?
Just trying to make Noosa proud. Everyone's ripping, so it means everything. Yeah.
Maybe not the best interviewer, but tell you what, he's one of the best surfers in this event. Love your work, Benny. Good luck in the final, mate.
Tell you what, he might not be the best interview, but he's got a filthy moustache on him. Look at that thing.
And a filthy backside Rio. From one backside legend to another. You were one of the greatest backside surfers in history, if not the. What do you like about this kid surfing?
I like it. It's, he's got a really good base, that bottom turn he's got dialed, which is everything, for the top turn. Like, if you haven't got that bottom hand turn dialed, you can get out of rhythm, but he's got good rhythm. Yeah, I like the way he surfs.
Yeah, Noosa probably a bit of a dark horse in this draw, really. You wouldn't expect them to just come out and perform the way they have. If they get a win, they'll be thanking that bloke a lot. They'll be cheering him down the main street.
Yeah, an interesting part of the world, isn't it? It gets starved of waves in one sense, but, at this time of year when you've got all these little east swells, mate, there's waves and sections for days and days. You can surf your nipples off on the points there, and you can see the tempo and the rhythm that he's got out here has definitely come from those point breaks.
Yeah, he's got that from Noosa for sure. They've got 3 point breaks, and guarantee those guys know when it's not too crowded and when to surf, and he's definitely honed his skills there. We've got Raya Campbell up and riding.
Sitting in second at the moment. Looks like Ellie Brooks is just, wow, she is on fire at the moment. 7.33 and a 6.0. I mean, the Sunny Coast, yeah, you don't think of it as sort of like a place where you get big draining cones, the likes of which you find on the Goldie, but I've been up there for a couple of cyclone swells and it was fully pumping, like hectic. I mean, there's that photo of Wade Goodall getting burnt by Bang Bang Boogie. That's like got to be one of the biggest tubes I've ever seen up there, just about.
At the moment, there's so much sand on that point, right? Like it's going a bit like Kira.
Yeah, and it far out when those cyclones come, man, and up there just starts lighting up all over the place. What about even Point Cartwright? You've had a memorable win out there on your comeback here, didn't you?
Yeah, on my comeback year, we had a 4-star. It was a 4X Pro up there, and I was lucky enough to get a win, and that wave was good. That right-hander, I got good memories of that. It was a good right-hander, pretty chunky, solid.
Orange Dalberg, Fluoro Orange Dalberg, I remember
you've got a good memory.
Yeah, mate. That's when it was all starting to fall into place for the comeback. I was just going, I think the Pipe Masters thing had already gone down and you were back on the queue, and that was like, oh, what is going on here?
Yeah, the Pipe Masters thing. I mean, I was hanging with Joel Fitzgerald at the time, and I got my invite to the trials, and the locals kind of didn't like it. I am a couple, but I managed to squeak through the trials, and I got all the way to the final, and Kelly beat me in the final. And then I was just like, I've got to make a comeback, as fit as I could be. And Gordon Merchant, the founder of Billabong, I was saying with him, he's like, I don't think it's a good idea. You've been free surfing so good. And I just went, nah, I've got to do it. And I went for it,
Yeah, and you won the world title.
Well, a couple of years later, yeah. I mean, the second year I came back, the first year back, the hardest thing was qualifying. But the first year back, I think I got second to Kelly. And then the next year it happened for me. But, yeah, I mean, it was the best idea I made, like wholly and solely, because a lot of times usually I'm doing it for the brand maybe, or, but this time it was my decision, and that's the decision I ever made.
Now, I just get goosebumps thinking about it because, like, it's so iconic. Like, a bit of time has passed, but when you go back and you revisit the story, it still stands up as one of sport's all-time comebacks. Like, it's amazing.
Reminds me of Muhammad Ali, like that. He got laid off due to not wanting to go to the Vietnam War, and he couldn't box for years, and kind of disappeared, and then came back and regained the world title, and that cemented him as the GOAT.
The start of that comeback, just before the comeback, I think I tried the suit I got married in, and I knew I was overweight, and when I put that suit on, and it just did not fit around my tummy in any way, shape or form, like far from it.
You only got one leg in the pants,
I was sneaking into like Best and Less to get size 40 board shorts, and I didn't want to get it from Billabong, and that's when I was like, oh my goodness, there's no way I'm coming back from here. It wasn't even actually on my mind at the time, but I just wanted to kind of get out of the house and don't be so anxious and that, and and that part, I have to, say Gordon Merchant did get me out of that that rut. He's like, we can't pay you anymore like this. They were so good. They paid me for years. I didn't surf much, and that's when I knuckled down, went to West Oz, hung with Jack McCoy and the Simpsons, and lost the main weight, came back and competed in a contest at Kira, a QSN, and it was the start of it all.
Ray Campbell slicing through, a pretty nice ride from the inside here, sitting in second and looking to get some more points here for Padma.
How did you shed the weight? Did that all go down in the desert?
Not the desert, down south at Margie's.
Okay.
Yeah, Quindalup. I was staying out there with this George and Tracy Simpson, and I was running in a tracksuit, a little bit like Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
In a tracksuit, sweating it out. Yeah, like running. Yeah,
mate, that takes grit. That's a long hill to climb.
Like kangaroos.
Yeah. And that's how you do it.
Black boys.
Yeah. That's why they send the boxers, to these remote outposts where you're just in nature. There's no phones, TV, celebrity. It's just you and the bitumen and the trees and the sky.
Mate, one thing I wanted to ask you about, because I was working on Surf Mags at the time when you were fit again, and that little era where you and Joel were hanging out a lot and just getting barreled. I think there was a few Indo trips in there from memory. And just sort of like, how did that sort of reinvigorate your love of surfing just outside of competition and just get you back into it? What did Joel bring to you?
No, it fully did. Joel brought so much, you know, and Andy did too. I mean, we got to do that, and even prior to that, it was like we went up and done the challenge up in the desert. That was up north, and, you know, Kelly came and Rob came, and so I got to surf against those guys, you know, with no... I mean, obviously we had cameras, but it was just us, you know. We camped up there for weeks waiting for a big swell, and so I went from the challenge to making, you know, the Green Iguana videos, and so called, and then, you know, eventually we've done the documentary, but, yeah, I owe a lot to Jack, you know, and Gordon, and, you know, but, yeah, you know, having mates, you know, to surf with is priceless, you know. I remember Andy Irons hated surfing by himself, you know. He'd always want someone to come out. You know, I'm not really like that. I do like my soul surfing, and I'll you know, you'll catch me out there at Tweed Bar all by myself surfing.
Oh, you are terrific surfing out there by yourself, mate.
I love it.
Ooh, look at this line. Beautiful off the bottom. How was that read?
Are you serious?
Oh, there's nothing better than just hanging till it stands up and just dootsing it.
Foot right on the tail pad and just got so vert and creased that thing. Wow.
Beautiful.
Ellie Brooks.
Beautiful surfing.
Yeah, interesting, man. And Gordon Merchant, I mean, give us a bit of insight into this character. Obviously, he founded Billabong, invented the tucked rail, one of the
tucked
great
under edge. So
board design advancements.
It was the hugest thing, apart from the thruster, really.
Yeah.
You know, he told me about it, and the boards went slow before the tucked under edge. And then tucked under edge, everyone started ripping. I mean, not to mention the leg rope. He invented a leg rope too, so...
No
He's
way.
done so much.
Are you
know,
serious?
He started Billabong in his back garage, sewing by himself and his wife, Rena.
Flogging boardies out the back of his panel van.
And turned it into a multi-million-dollar company. I mean, they floated when the shares went from like $1.50 to $18. He sold out, and I think he was the richest man on the Gold Coast at the time, $685 million it was at the time.
Wow.
You know, it's a story.
Oh,
and here we go. Someone using priority right there, I believe.
Yarley Stokes down in fourth and needed to use it, but this
Didn't
wave
she?
is just getting away from her, just a little bit off with the timing.
Nora Liotta opened up a can of whoop-ass on that first section, but got snuffed out by a savvy use of priority there. Yeah, wow, that's a crazy story, man. I mean, it's so good to know that a really core guy who was there at the beginning and come up with some of the most crucial inventions in surf history benefited from the boom in surfing, because it often doesn't go that way, as we know, with Simon Anderson and many others.
Yeah, Simon Anderson and the dollar for every thruster. I mean, there's the richest man in surfing right. There's the richest man in surfing right there. If he got it, I mean, could you patent a thruster? I mean, you probably could have, right?
For sure,
no
I
idea.
think, yeah. Oh, you must have been able to.
You must have been able to, but it was back in the day when patents kind of would just kind of, I don't know. I'm not a businessman, but that's a tough one.
Well, that's a scientific sort of engineering design that is proven to work, surely.
Yeah.
Well, did they paint the winged keel or any of these other kind of contraptions, fin configurations?
Ben Lexon, wasn't it, that done that for the Australia when they won the cup in sailing, and then even Shane Haram was riding that design, and even I rode a keel fin for a while. They were weird on a surfboard, but on a yacht. I mean, now in the World Cup, it's all hydrofoils, and that came from that fin, right?
Yeah, right. Interesting.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Here we go. Looks like Ellie Brooks with another sick and stylish tight manoeuvre in the pocket. Wow, she's got so much speed and flow. Really fluent, lucid backside surfing. So sick.
4 minutes remaining here. Ellie J. Brooks is just far out in such a good rhythm in this heat. And Yarley Stokes, on the other hand, just struggling to find the ones that stay open for Kiwana board riders. Raya Campbell for Padma, she's been a standout so far. And Nora Liotta just getting a good jump there, a 6.33 and a 5.33. Just under 3.5 minutes to go. Awesome to be sitting here with Ock again.
Feels like
this is the other day we were sitting at the
we
single
were sitting
fin.
together the other day, and
Actually, we were just on a thread. Remember, Smithy, when we were chatting a bit to Ock about
Oh,
surf?
hold
my
the phone,
goodness.
Vaughan. Nora Leotta, the gal from Maui just put up.
kidding me?
Oh, my Lord.
No
What
way.
is this? Another one.
She has just exploded.
No. That's got to be a 10-point ride for turn. Seriously.
Oh, my God.
My goodness.
You can't go more ham bone than that.
Oh, my goodness. And there goes Raya.
That was the best wave of the heat.
We have more.
Charlie Stokes, finally unloading here and gets a third turn in. Oh, man, the switch has been flicked.
Holy smokes, that one was right at the top of the bank, had the perfect line on it, nice and steep, and Nora just went ballistic.
That's one of the best waves I've seen surf today.
Well, that impressed me, because I've been commentating the whole event, and for the women, I think that's the best I've seen. I mean, I don't know if I'm getting too excited, but this wave right here, let's have a look.
Oh, yes.
Like the deep
Butts.
bottom turn and the snap.
Oh,
my
Lordy.
goodness.
Perfect timing.
Are you
To
serious?
fit that in there and still throw that spray and hold your speed, this girl, where's she come from? I know she comes from Maui, but I haven't seen her before, and I am so impressed.
Maui wowie.
Settle down.
Oh, and Ellie Brooks, there's so much speed and looseness in her surfing. So beautiful to watch.
What are we expecting?
This is a clash of the heavyweights. This is massive.
Is that a 10?
I think it's a 10.
Right
I mean,
up there.
The judges, they judge really high, guys, the last few days. And I even think it was like maybe 2 points high. And I was kind of thinking that's a bit too much, even though I think they had to talk to the head judge. And
there
it's
it
a
is.
977.
Massive.
Yeah.
Oh, someone went the stinge.
Someone went the stinge, and they said they were going to pull back the scale today because it's been finals day. So maybe that's why it's not a 10.
One of those judges is sitting in the box with clenched butt cheeks, I'm telling you.
Talking about clenched butt cheeks and rip-offs, talk to me about Dimity Stoyle's 867 yesterday. I thought that come in so low. I could not believe that wasn't a 10. I was sitting there watching on the broadcast just screaming, these judges' eyes painted on? What is going on out there? After watching Brent Doyle, I think it was all in the same heat, wasn't it? It was Dozza got his 10, Mitch got his 10. Where was Dimo's 10? That was a borderline glitch cone in the CJ Hobgood realm.
45 seconds, Charlie. Oh, well, look, she got a 6.2, so she fought her way back into this thing. But that wave kind of a bit more in rhythm with the rest of the heat. But, yeah, Nora Leotta, incredible. 9.77. Getting Oki very excited from Maui. Geez, Maui has some core talent, doesn't it? No song and dance, no flag waving, just gets it done in some of the most treacherous, scary surf you can possibly imagine.
Just giving it the lot, aren't they, Vaughan? Leotta just giving it the lot, eh?
Big swell heading to Hawaii right now, right?
Another one, mate. It's how is the back end of the Hawaiian season? January, Feb, just skits alert 24/7. These are interesting to sit with a couple of these groms from out the other night at the President's Dinner, and these kids, 14, 16, paddling jaws, just the next level mana over there in the islands. It boggles my mind to be out there in conditions like that at that age. But we're going to throw to a quick break and we'll be back with more action soon. Holy smokes, Vaughan. The next heat has kicked off with a flurry. It's cooking. The tide's running out, and we're actually expecting a bit of a new swell to arrive through the afternoon. We're looking at like proper waves in that kind of 10-second period range, 1.4 metres out of the east. So could be on for young and old out here come finals time. I'd stay tuned if you're sitting there on the couch.
Yeah, no, definitely. There was a low out there in the Coral Sea that kind of nearly turned into a cyclone, and I'm not too sure it was from that, but we've just had that much activity that I wouldn't be surprised if it repulsed. Hasn't been getting under 2 foot here on the Gold Coast for a long time now.
Do you subscribe to the juicy mango theory? If the mango season is bountiful and busty, that the cyclone season will be solid on the back of that?
I will, yep. I've actually got a bunch of dried mango I should have brought down to the...
Oh, that would have been nice.
I will. Next time I go back, I'm bringing a packet.
What do you run the... in Asia, they do a lot of the dried mango, but it's always cured in fish oil.
Seriously?
Fish sauce, sorry. I always use the fish sauce to dry things. It's awful.
I had no idea of that. Anyway, let's get back to the surfing.
So some experience in here and some up-and-coming talent. Shay Lee Wundle up against Dimity Stoyle, Freya Prum and Charlotte Mully.
Dimity Stoyle, I mean, how good is she out here? She was going skits yesterday. I just couldn't get enough of her surfing yesterday. Her power, her timing out here, and her read of the tube. That barrel yesterday was mind-melting. She had no right to make that, as we see a replay of her first
I think
ride.
She tries an air right here.
Oh.
Little straight air, just didn't land. Poke the nose. When's the next Swillens tour? I love that one that we did in West Oz.
With Kirby.
With Kirby.
Oh.
That was crazy. And remember, I was asking him to stop. Like, you've climbed Mount Everest now, are you going to stop? And he's like, I don't think so. I'm like, oh my goodness.
Man, that's such a good point.
Up to right now.
Yeah. Who knows? Plotting his next assault on the biggest pit you've ever seen, I imagine, as we see.
This is Shea Bay right here. This is a local girl, good friend of the family's. She just had a little fall there, unfortunately.
Oh, Dimity, watch out. Nice little speedy whack. Wave's not really complying there. That was not bad, though.
Look at this little gross section. Still got plenty of speed, and you pick those ones off well, and they can just stand up and keep running all the way past little Marley there. But, yeah, I reckon Dimity, something happened about 4 years ago. I don't know if it's because she was just, had that experience of getting on tour, or she was just hanging with everyone during that COVID break or whatever. But I thought she was the most improved surfer in the world for like 2 years. She just seemed to go from sort of like, I don't know, being one of those perennial queue grinders to just absolutely ripping. And when people start surfing on the next level, you really notice it, because in their free surfs and the clips they drop, they start getting waves that are full standout moments. Like she has a wave in surfing, I think the all-girls surf film that Dan Scott made, just a big tube. That is iconic.
That Stratty thing, I think?
Oh,
Kira or Stratty or what?
Stratty, is it?
Okay.
Oh, man, oh, man.
But her surfing screams World Tour. She's got to get there. This is her year. She's come so close a couple times, but it just belongs there. There's no doubt about it.
It's tough, Jed. She was on tour and she has gotten heaps better, but so has everyone else. It's not easy.
Totally. I just look at the likes of you, Gabriella Bryan, her name's eluded me, the lady from Torquay.
India
Robinson. Just that powerful, stocky frame and just moving heaps of water. And then she's just got that nice groom style from spending so much time on the points. It's just it seems undeniable to me, but as you said, putting it together over the course of a qualifying campaign is no easy feat. It's tricked the best of them up, that's for sure.
It's hard in Australia, man. The men get 10. I'm not too sure how many the women get out of our Challenger, but you'd probably be able to know. But, there's such depth here, and we've got that many surfers. Australia's a huge country. I really feel that we should get more spots.
Yeah, and I think they actually, I reckon you're spot on. I feel like they have to allow for more qualifying from the Challenger Series. It's not enough, is it? What is it, top 5 for the women, top 10 for the men? That's just simply not enough for the global population of surfers. But then you run the risk of diluting the product of the World Tour, and you know, which we've been through that in the past. The top 45, it was, I don't know.
Yeah, we have, and then don't start on finishing at Trestles, right?
Yeah. I liked, you know, really, man, when you started your career, Ock, and it was the top 16 and the bottom 16.
Yeah.
I mean, that almost seems like the best format.
I think so too, because it allows a lot of locals in. You know, like at Chopu and Pipe, there's 16 guys that will definitely hand it to the other 16. You know, and they're even matchups. I mean, the wild cards are always dangerous. And you know, there's only a couple, but if you start it back at the back 16, and then you get trials and 16 come out of that, that's the way it used to be. They meet that back 16, and then there's the top 16. So when you win that heat from those guys who got through the trials against the back 16, and then they meet the front 16, and that's when the main draw starts. It was great. You know, it was a real good format.
When you're a world champion and, you know, you're kicking off the following year, it's looking to, you know, back up that incredible result, you come up against pretty much all these wild cards. And so everything is at a bit of an unknown, and you're just thrown into this sort of a crapshoot of someone who has the opportunity to take down a legend, someone they've always looked up to. How is that energy in a heat? Is it hard to deal with?
Yeah, well, it is, especially when the waves are big. I mean, you know, like I had Poto at Chopu, and I think I told this story yesterday, and it was huge that day. Our boards didn't arrive on the plane, so they came the next day. That's when the swell hit. One truck by one truck. You know, there was lots of boards, and because all the Aussies didn't get their boards, and the swell built all day. I was a late heat. I had Poto, and he was wearing a vest, you know, with buoyancy padding vest, and it was 12 feet, as big as you could paddle into Chopu, and I was kind of not feeling it. You know, I'm like, this is just extreme. And I had to deal with it. I got a couple mid-range, I got a couple sevens, but not on big waves. I mean, well, they were big. I mean, 6-8 foot, but when the big one came at the end, and I think, I had priority, and I kind of, wussed out a bit to, and Poto got it. He couldn't believe I went without priority, and he spun late, got spat out of it. I remember Mike Parsons going, "Oh, you had that. You're in the spot," and I didn't feel great.
But yeah, I mean, the point of the story being that you turn up and you're up against the local
some
in
bombs on the way here.
Pump and surf. That's what you got to deal with, even as a world champ. You're going to have to deal with the world class.
And you should have to deal with that too.
Yeah.
That was the biggest set of the day, Jed. I love you because you called a repulse, and it's happening. It is definitely happening. I free surfed this morning, and there definitely wasn't a set that big. And so we're looking at another pulse here on the Gold Coast here. Snapper rocks. It's great. We're going to have a great finals day.
One thing I love about the top 16, back 16 format too, it allows something like Tom Curran's world title to take place. And you could see that with Moana Wong or Barron Mamiya if we had that in place. I guess they did kind of have, Barron essentially did have the opportunity to win a world title.
They've shut that down though.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah.
But
no points for wildcards.
No points for wildcards.
So there's no more Wilco stories. You know what I mean? Remember, he got in as a wildcard and won and stayed on tour for a while after that. It's not going to happen anymore.
No more points, and I think that's just out of respect for the crew who have to work hard to get on the Challenge Series.
I think it's that. I agree with that one.
Especially given that the tour starts at Pipe, which is an unfair advantage. You've got Moana Wong and these pipe specialists who can get a springboard onto the World Tour and then continue to compete. I mean, what if we had the first comp of the year at Snapper and the same thing applied?
Oh, a little spitter out behind the rock.
Starting to puff. Here comes the swell.
Starting to come. Here we go. This looks like Freya Prum right here. Up and riding. Local girl. Has gotten on the Challenger Series. She was there last year or the year before last year. And I'm sure she'd be wanting to get back on there. She's a hard-working girl. She's a chemist, right? She, she works hard and then travels and competes.
Gee, she's looking fit. She must be putting some time in the gym. She's looking fit and raring to go.
Nice snap from Shay on that one. couple of local entrants here into the semi-finals. This has got, it's reminded me a little bit. I don't know if it was the day before or the day of the finals, Ock, but where you and Dingo made the final out here, and it was a really beautiful, dead glassy kind of just this colour.
It was, you're right, it really was, and it's funny because I heard them say 20 years since that.
Oh, 20, it would be, yeah.
2003 or something.
Course.
And it was a really similar day. We started on the quarters that day. That was the final day. Looks like it's Shebe right there. How's she going in this heat? We've been telling lots of stories, but Green's up and riding.
Mully in green.
Shay is actually in second at the moment. This would be her best result ever. She's a good friend of the family's, but it looks similar to this day. Because then I remember in the final it was onshore. That day was radical because we didn't think we were going to run that day. We had more days in the waiting period, and there was a party the night before, and we were led to believe that the contest wasn't on the next day.
Classic stitch up.
I did have a hangover. I was stoked. I made the final. Dingo's like, that's just an excuse. And it probably is. But
well, you better believe Dingo was pretty hungover at that point in his career.
He smoked me. Nah, Dingo wasn't at that party, I don't think, that night. But he smoked me in that final. I ran out of steam. But fond memories. I nearly got my name on the stairs at the Rainbow Bay Surf Club and the Romano Room.
Here we go. Shimmy disco. On one and fanging down the line. Oh, my God. Just obliterated that. Contempt for the section. Nice hooking manoeuvre there, and she'll just bang that thing out. Love that first turn. That was aggressive.
Yeah. Laceration. Full intent. Absolute. Just really trusting the rail. Board looks so sharp, doesn't it? I remember one of the big takeaways for me from last year's World Title Showdown at Trestles was Steph Gilmore's board looked incredible. Oh, whatever she was riding, she was just perfectly in sync with it, man. Like, she made it, like, everyone who surfed that day looked like they had seaweed in their leggies.
Yeah, 100%.
And yeah, she did. She the first time I saw her, like, she came up to the wave pool up to Surf Lakes, and I had to give her a big hug and congratulations. I'm like, you know, Kelly's the king, right? You are the queen. And she had the biggest smile. She's like, I'll take that nickname. She's such a classic.
I'm calling that Slater's 11 world titles is looking in danger at the moment with Steph. There's plenty of time left in her career. She's obviously still at the peak. Oh, my God. How is that?
Knifey. Full shiv. Prison shiv there. Just right in the ribs while no one was looking. And threw a big bucket. I just love that. When a surfer is letting go of a heap of aggression just because they feel so good on their board, it's just the best. Shades of, you know, the best combo of board, human, everything in sync is, well, still gets talked about as Oki and the skins. But look at this, crack. Yeah, I mean, that Dahlberg, I mean, there's sessions all around that skins event, probably for 2 years, Ock, that just your boards and that wave and where you're at and just, I don't know, man, the flow state you were in. It's like a perfect union. It's like the cosmos just went yoink into one
the board,
magic moment.
6 channels deep.
Wow.
Yeah.
Like your section in Litmus? That section in Litmus is
that was
psycho,
that
mate.
was like a 6'8". That was pretty big bell.
Yeah.
I remember that day. I went down to Joanna and surfed the day before it was small. We were expecting a big swell. I stayed in Lawn that night and drove up the coast kind of with the swell and got to Bells. And I was, you know, driving past Anglesey and stuff, and I'm like, it's huge. It's actually huge. And got to Bells, man. It was pumping. Just no contest that day. I don't know why I was there without the contest, but you know, the Perry family I stayed with all the time, every time, like family. A big shout out to Jack Perry if he's watching. His mum Jo, Gidge, all the crew.
Oh, this is just
I'm missing one sister, but
ranking here right now. It's just all 3 of the 4 going mad, but Shay got a great one then. A couple of rapid-fire snaps, vertical in the pocket.
Yeah, I wonder. She needs to score, Vaughan. She really does. Not too sure what it is looking on screen, but hopefully she gets it. Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here.
So really nice timing for these two waves. Big fan of spray.
She
Doesn't
makes
get
that. She's getting it, but she doesn't make the last turn.
Yeah, well, how hard is it? I mean, I'd love to know this from someone who surfs at the level that you do. Like in my life, I reckon I have maybe 3 surfs a year, if I'm lucky, where everything is perfect and I feel like I can just let it all hang out and I'm not worried about catching lines, you know. Oh, leggy snap. How often do you reckon that happens, mate? Like
For me now?
For you, or just during your career, would you have magic runs where you were just like...
There's a big wave behind the rock. Sorry,
Tubular
we
swells.
should not commentate on what's not on screen, but the swell is definitely coming up. You know, like back then, yeah, like it'd take a while to get your clip, you know, when you're filming with Jack and stuff. But I don't know. I mean, these days, it doesn't happen a whole lot, but it does still happen. Like I never have a filmer these days, and often I think I wish there was someone filming, you know, and to have my own filmer. But often Shags gets it, or Dan Scott. You know, Lockie McKinnon's away. He left Australia, but you know, I still got some guys there when the waves are good to film, which is great. Because, you know, always got to try and keep your social media going. But, you know, it doesn't happen all the time for me now. The body's got to feel right. It's got to be good waves. A lot's got to come into it. You know, I couldn't probably just aim up at an event, you know, at will now. You know, I mean, it's got to be feeling right. Everything's got to be right. But it's a great question, Ronnie. I mean, sorry, Vaughan.
No worries, Tom.
That's not the first time you've been called Ronnie, is it? You know, yesterday I was Ronnie. I anchored for my first time. I was throwing at ads and all kinds of stuff. And I was with Hog Dog, and I was like, this is the weirdest feeling ever. I felt like Ronnie, and it felt pretty good.
That's good, mate. No, it's a weird thing to be, you know, having to call heats and have the producers in your ear and do all that stuff. Ronnie's so good at it. Did you enjoy it?
I loved it, yeah.
Perfect.
It was my highlight, I think, of my commentary career.
Dimity Stoyle pockets an 8.33, Smithy. Far out. I mean, looking almost impossible to beat at this stage. She's still got a fair bit of work to do. It was only semi number 2, but Freya Prum has moved up for D-Bar into second. Shay, she's looking really good out there. I mean, really good timing. Nice snaps in the pockets. 6.25 minutes to go. Charlotte Mully also... couple of scores there.
Really important for D-Bar right here if Freya makes the final, because they're in this final for the teams challenge, and you know they might have a golden run here, and with a new club that hasn't been around for a long time. I do have a soft spot though for D-Bar. I've got a lot of good friends in there. Nearly left Snapper, and I was like, it was never going to happen. Bruce Lee would absolutely kill me. Been up here for 30 years more. I've got kids in the club. I'm so entrenched in the club that it was never going to be a good move. I did think about it, but briefly.
Do you ever get the call?
Most controversial defection since Edward Snowden, mate.
Cronulla's always going to be my heart, you know, and like if they, you know, were in a big board riders battle and asked me to be a master, I probably would do it and without feeling weird. But Snapper's my club.
It's hard, isn't it, to leave your original club? I'm just kind of deciding whether to join Lee-Bar at the moment. It just kind of feels wrong. It's like, you know, I don't know. There's just something about it.
I know, but I mean,
home
the
is where the heart
cricket,
is.
the big bash people are swapping around everywhere.
Well, that's right.
I've been in 4 clubs. I surfed for, my first club and still, you know, my heart club is New Brighton Board Riders. The club president was Jeremy Biles when I first started there. Matt Smith was the deputy president, and but then I joined Lee-Bar for a year, and then I went down and joined LRSA, Long Reef Board Riders, for a year. That was fun, and then I was actually even in the Nambucca Heads Christian Surfers for a year when I was about 13 or 14. Sage Josky, Heath Josky, and all that crew. Paul Josky was down there as well, shaping those Valor surfboards, and man, every single club made you feel like you were a part of something awesome. Like every single one of those clubs had fantastic culture, and it's just an awesome thing to be a part of, regardless of who you're surfing for.
Freya winding up.
Wow, this has been a nice one.
Rios.
She finishes it too. Freya's so consistent. She's always putting scores on the board and always getting through heats. It seems like this is a local spot. But state of origin too, right? Like, you know, like I was like, that is so, you have to be born in that state. But now I'm led to believe, because my partner Jess has got a son and he's only 15, he's already signed up with the Titans Junior Development, and he's going great guns. But
Did he have
I believe
a game in Coffs Harbour yesterday?
Yeah, he was in Coffs Harbour yesterday.
I went past him, saw him.
Yes,
Yeah.
he played for
Mad.
the Titans at Coffs Harbour yesterday. And
Classic.
But you know, I think it's where you play your first game of footy, because he was born in Sydney. Like, the mum came from DY. They're from DY, the family, Jess. But I believe it's the first club you play for, right?
Unless you're Greg Inglis, but yeah.
Right, yeah, let's move away from that. And
Mate, still a burr in my fur.
Oh, what a disgrace. Bowerville's finest. Playing for Queensland,
He
jeez.
played his first game for the Maxville Seagulls, I'm positive.
Rough.
Yeah.
That was a bitter pill to swallow for Blues fans.
Origin it's a touchy subject on these border
touchy.
towns, mate.
That's right.
Oh, the footy season's coming back
Oh,
soon, boys.
can't come soon enough. Slash. Here we go, Charlotte Mully. Got a 6.67, so
hoik that last
right
turn
in
up there.
this, right in it. I mean, yeah, this is a really tight heat. Dimity with that 8.33, huge advantage. Oh, man.
I just want to give a shout out internationally too. I mean, especially Hawaii. It's a very fond place of mine. You know, to Kalar Grace, he's bounced back. He got through that heavy wipeout. Nephew of Derek Ho, which is one of my really good friends, and we lost him last year. So it was such good news. That backdoor shootout was such an epic event. I'm glad everyone got through it. You know, Makua hurt himself and Billy, but Kemper. But I saw those guys' names in the draw for the Eddie, so hopefully they're all right and they're going to compete. But they're getting a big swell, and I wish them all the best and safe surfing. And it could be the Eddie and Jaws the next day, right?
Oh, man.
Just imagine that, boys, because
Far
that's
out.
really good because I'm not like, I mean, I surf Waimea a bit, but never Jaws. But I mean, you can practice your takeoffs, which is what Waimea is, a full takeoff, no barrel. But you get your takeoffs down that day, and then you go to Jaws, you get your takeoff, then you get your barrel.
How's your adrenaline?
It's good. It worked good that way, I reckon.
Yeah, 100%. I just wonder about the kind of fatigue and the safety concerns of pushing yourself that hard, coming off an injury like Billy's, you know, which was serious. I heard broken jaw, concussion, and potentially a kind of re-injuring the
Really?
hip.
And he's going to surf in the Eddie with that?
Well, I'll be surprised if he surfs. But I also, you know, that was the initial diagnosis. Whether you did have a fracture in the jaw, I'm not actually sure. I haven't heard anything more on that front. But, mate, just like back-to-back swells of the kind that Hawaii's just had, being a part of every single one of them, mate, the body has got to be feeling it, doesn't it? Holy smokes.
Mate, your adrenaline glands are going to go from, like, throbbing grapes into tiny, withered little biltong sultanas at the end of it. I reckon they'll just be, you have nothing left. Just be walking around like...
When they get huge swells like that in a row, like, I mean, I think in the 80s one year I was there, and it was huge for like 2 weeks straight. We were surfing around the east side, and, you know, and not many takers at Waimea, like Derek Dorner out there maybe, like, you know, yeah, it's just, if you want it, you know what I mean? Like, you want to surf big waves when it's over 20 feet and do it all the time, you're a man.
Yeah, and that's what I wonder about, you know, especially for the Hawaiian guys, like the amount of pressure just to represent Hawaii in those events, whether it be the backdoor shootout, whether it be the Eddie, you got to be careful. If you're not feeling it, then you probably shouldn't paddle out, regardless of who wants you to paddle out or what's at stake culturally. You know, there's a lot of cultural pride there. That could be an external pressure to compete when you're not up for it. I felt like I was watching that play out in the backdoor shootout as that heat wraps up and Shimmy Disco Stoyle takes it, and Freya Palm is going to make it through to the final. A great result for the D-Bar board riders. They're on one here. We're going to go to a break and be back with more shortly.
Welcome back to the show. This is the Usher Cup, and looking forward to watching the semi-finals for the Open Men's unfold now. And we're going to see local hero Sheldon Simkus, who's obviously got a fantastic shot at taking out this stage component of the Usher Cup. He's just so strong here. He's had some big results. He won the contest last year, and he's got it all. So progressive, great rail surfing, pinpoint timing. He is a big threat for the Usher Cup title in the Open Men's division. He'll be up against Matty Job, Zeb Stokes, and Morgan Siblick. Just a world-class field, and big bucks up for grabs. As we know, the waves are firing. Just took in the entire lineup on my break and stood up there on the hill and looked out. It was awesome. The women's final is now set. What a battle it's going to be. Nora Liotta, the international competitor for Maui, is in the mix, up against Dimity Stoyle representing North Shore, Ellie J. Brooks for Eminem, and Freya Prum for D-Bar. So a big opportunity for Ellie Brooks and Freya to give their teams the advantage heading into the final heats of the event. Great lineup here in this first semi-final clash. Ronnie Blakey with Cooper Chapman and Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew, the co-founder of this event, who's helped give us this unbelievable format. Bugs, I've loved what it's brought us. It's been so entertaining to watch it go down. Thank you, mate. And can I just say this? Thanks for having me.
Ronnie, all time. So good to have you here. And, you know, it is a pretty exciting day here. It's starting to get to the pointy end of the tournament. You know, one thing we do have, though, is this shift in swell direction. It is actually... It's starting to break up a bit because we've got a little bit of east-northeast swell, and that reverse rips come back again. But the boys are behind the rock.
They sure are, and action out of the gate. Sheldon launches into a reverse. Man, looking at this lineup, Cooper Chapman, I got to get your thoughts. This feels like it could be like a Challenger Series semi-final heat. Have a look at the names.
Absolutely right now with Morgan out in the lead. That 7.83, we didn't pick it up on the live, but I was watching it with my own eyes out the back, and that was two big turns at the start of his wave. It was a bit of a closeout, but two massive turns leaving him with the 7.83, and like you said, Ronnie, this heat is stacked. Australian surfing, probably the deepest level of talent we have. I was speaking to Occy the other day about it, saying I don't think Australia gets enough spots on that Challenger Series because the talent is just so deep here.
Yeah, Matty Job, he's someone that in the course of this event, you know, I've kind of put the highlighter over the top of as someone that could be a real threat moving through those qualifying series events to kick the year off. Here's the replay of Sheldon. Just it's so easy for him, Bugs, just flipping that board into that spin.
It is. But, you know, Cooper made a great point before.
Yeah. Here's the replay. Morgan during the break, starting so strong once again, 7.83 there.
Showing his class, but, you know, Cooper, you know, I've given it a bit of thought. I mean, my thinking on it is that the WSL needs to do a 3-year review on the qualifying teams from each region. Now, if the same ones just keep qualifying year after year after year after year, it shows a lack of depth. And, you know, Australia, you'll see a lot of movement. The depth in Australia is ridiculous. We have to share it with another nation called New Zealand, completely share it. I mean, I just think it's kind of unbelievable how small the quota is for the depth.
New Zealand, too, has got some great representatives at the qualifying series level, too, that have been, you know, really knocking on the door of breaking through for some Challenger Series opportunities.
But what do you think about that? I mean, a review, and if it's static if you see the same ones, you know, qualifying every single year.
I think right now what we're going to see this year is a bit of a shake-up because by choice or not, the WSL have thrown in these couple of events in, I think it was like June, July last year, as we see up and riding Morgan Siblick. Nice first turn, straight up through the league, blistering speed, and third one.
Bang.
They lost early in the teams event in Merriweather, which was a huge upset, but Morgan Siblick is showing that he wants to be here at the pointy end of the event, but I forgot what I was saying.
The shake-up.
Yeah, the shake-up. So what we're going to see this year is a little bit different because we had those two events in Indo. We got promised by the WSL you're going to be able to spend a lot more time in Australia. It's going to be real localised. We're going to be able to save money. And then they throw in two events overseas in Indonesia right before the Challenger Series event in Ballito, which made surfers like Mikey McDonough, it made surfers like Kalani Ball have to make a choice. Do I want to go and do the 5,000s to qualify for next year's Challenger, or do I want to put my focus onto this year's Challenger? So I personally think it was done really wrong last year. I don't surf for the WSL anymore, so I can kind of say this.
Yeah, well,
I probably won't get asked to commentate anymore.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think it's good to have people's opinions to maybe challenge what's going on, because there has been some changes which I really agree with, but there's been some that I think might not really make that much sense. But that's what happens when we change things, and I think growth is always a good thing.
Okay, but the other side of that, though, is that, okay, I agree with the timing, but the other side of it, I think it's excellent that to have events, qualifying events in super good quality waves, and Indonesia is jam-packed with them. You know,
I'm not complaining about it being Indonesia. I'm just complaining that the timing didn't allow the surfers to get there, which is unfortunate. But right now, Zeb Stokes, he has found a beautiful looking wave here at Snapper. Quick first 2 turns, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, Zeb's going to have his hands full in this heat. He's the up-and-comer. Matty Job, pretty established. Obviously, he's been dropping scores in the 9-point range right up until this point, the semi-finals. Sheldon and Morgan, much the same. Have a look at the 2-wave total for Morgan already in the opening stages, the early stages of this heat. 7.83, 6.67. Sheldon, everyone's playing catch-up at the moment.
Yeah, there's only one guy who's out front in a big way, and the others have just got these little sort of half scores.
Bang, how's that?
Yeah.
That's a,
World
for
class.
Morgan, it's a chest-high wave. For someone a little taller, it's maybe up around the knee, the hip, but he's got that great compact power. And, it's great to see. I'm going to look at the positives from what you two were talking about before and just say depth. It's a great thing. It's pushing Australia. I think in time there will be changes. There's been a lot of new changes of late, and I think there will be a natural kind of evolution of these formats. So, I don't think it's necessarily something to complain about, but something to celebrate our depth, and it's only going to make each of these competitors hungry. The other thing that we need in Australia before we go tackle Challenger Series events and CTs is grit and mongrel. And if we just open up the field, people are going to lose that. And even if they're fighting over each other to get in those Challenger Series events, in the long run, it's going to serve them better, because they'll be so battle-hardened and determined that they'll go on to better things.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Ronnie, because in actual fact, the Australian surfers did come up a bit short on the Challenger Series level.
100%.
Yeah.
So, it's all working toward a real big positive for me as we see Sheldon up again. And he's, not used to posting these lower kind of scores in the opening stages. Typically, he's picking the eyes out of the sets. He's well positioned on the outside, but hanging on to a 3.17 and a 4.83 prior to this wave. Let's have a look and see if he got any real work done here.
Yeah, this is his best for sure, Shelley, and he finishes it up. As you can see, it's even though Morgan got a bit of a connector, the east-northeast element now with that outgoing tide, the reverse rip, the connections aren't really there all the way. So I don't see super waves getting from the outside of Snapper through to Marley. Be quite rare. It's definitely changed. I knew it was coming. I thought it was coming around lunchtime today. It's actually a new swell.
15 and a half minutes to go, and you got to say it's an impressive start here for the Merriweather surfer. And even though it's kind of all about Morgan, it's still about representing your club well in these events. And he's got a mad chance of it. Here he's really put up a couple of great numbers, and we'll see if he can hang on to this lead. Sheldon in that second spot just put up his best score, 5.67. Zeb Stokes, and he back in third position at the moment, and let's see what he can do. The youngster who's been really strong for the Kawana Club in this event. It's a great surfing family, the Stokes family.
He sure is. Yeah, Kawana's a club on the rise. It's a family affair.
But I've been kind of seeing. Oh look, we got a bit of Zeb vision here, and And, yeah, we're going to see some of his highlights throughout his run through the contest so far. He's got that.
Looks like maybe Usher Cup 2021 right there.
Yeah, it does. And, man, he's kept that same form into 2023. He's added a bit more size and bulk to his frame, and his surfing's getting bigger, it seems like, with every heat.
Yeah, the Stokes brothers are bloody good surfers. It's going to be great to watch them over the next couple of years. I think that team they have up there in North Shore, with Alistair Reginato has got some damage to be done. Unfortunately, they did fall out of the event in the teams event, but I think over the next few years we're going to see them really step up. We did see them take out an Australian board riders battle a few years back, which was impressive, but Usher Cup, maybe not this year, but dare I say they will in the next couple of years.
Yeah, there's a good little collection of clubs up there from the Sunshine Coast. Zeb with Kawana, and he's up at the moment, looking to make his move into this top two. He's going to get a little caught behind here at the moment.
Yeah, that's a feature right now. It's the caught behind. You've got to do your work in quick fire. That the pockets are in front of you, you've got to hit it.
Matty Job still maintaining his position out the back there, Coops.
I was going to say another fun fact. 3 of our last 8 men's competitors were in the final last year. We've got Sheldon Simkus, last year's winner. Coming up in the next heat, we've got Nathan the Hog Hedge, Ben Lawrence, and both in the final last year as well. So maybe a couple of the event favourites last year carrying a bunch of form across this year. It'd be crazy if we saw 3 people from last year's final back in this year's final.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be huge. Here's the replay of Zeb on that last ride, Bugs.
Yeah, he got that first turn in, second one. That was a bit of a check turn set up, and he was looking, he had one eye down the line for sure.
Now, the vocals were, it seems, Coop, kind of rested for this finals day for the clubs still really chasing that Usher Cup title. You've been down there marching around the beach. They've turned up in force today. There's been some great club spirit on show.
Yeah, I mean, you got to love club surfing. It's one of the most special things ever. And for the first time ever, Bugsy and the team over at Usher, Theo and the crew have brought over the international teams. And it's pretty special to just be a part of this weekend. I mean, we've obviously had incredible surf. Everyone's been surfing out of their skin, and it's right down to the pointy end right now. And like you said, that club spirit is really coming through. The team that I've been really impressed with is the M&M team. I was down there watching all their groms frothing for their team, and it's just really cool to see these surfers showing up, inspiring the younger generations, and yeah, that's what club surfing's all about.
Have a look at this replay. So 8 minutes Matty Jobs waited for his opportunity, and he's been so solid, Bugs, in keeping his composure. And when he takes off on these waves, he's been really patient in each of his heats. But on this time, he doesn't convert. He's going to fall to the bottom of the order of priority here, and he's not going to have a score to speak of. So he's going to be up against it.
Yeah, I mean, he's been really relying on that deep barrel behind the rock. It certainly, was there on the... It's still there, but I mean, as the tide goes out, but it's certainly there on the... when there's just that little bit of more east-southeast, it just comes from behind the rock. And it peaks up and spits out.
Oh, you love to see it. And let's see if we can make up for the mistake. Matty Job now racing down the line, whips the reverse, but can't ride on out. So Morgan in a real power position at the moment. Kicked off with a 7.83. He's backed that up with a 6.67. And he's got the 2 best scores of this heat so far. Almost looking untouchable, but you want to get into the excellent range to put yourself well out in front of your rivals in this situation. Sheldon's a danger man. He needs an 8.83 to get into the lead. Zeb's like within reach, chasing just a 6.1 to climb up into second. Matty Job, though, has a lot of work to do now and not a whole lot of time to do it. He's surfing a 10-minute heat.
Yeah, well, he'll have to go probably a bit wider now, as he has, and on that sitting wider there with that reverse rip, the other guys have been, as soon as you stop paddling, you're going to around froggies. So you sort of end up getting sucked over into the deep position. Sometimes that wide one can be there, so Matty could, really pull something out of the fire here, but he needs one of those bombing wide sets that we saw earlier today, Coops.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was just speaking to Nathan the Hog Hedge before he paddled out for his heat, and he said to me, he's been paddling around from froggies, which is around the back of the rock, so he could get the inside. But he said, and if he says this, it's bloody pulling around strong. He said it was really hard to paddle around from Froggy. So
Yeah.
he said, I'm not going to paddle around from the back this time. That reverse sweep's doing all the work for me. So
yeah.
a couple change of tactics for the surfers as we see this swell direction change. The conditions are changing quite quickly right now, so it's going to be who can adjust under the time restraints as we see Matty Job really pushing down wide so we can try and get something going in this heat.
Yeah, this is really changed up in the last half hour. It's kind of broken up. I did suspect this could happen today, but there'll still be some nugs. I'd say I like where Matty's is sitting actually.
Oh, yellow Sheldon there, just getting those fins free. Always gets that tail nice and high,
Yeah.
but unable to ride out of that one.
Yeah, Zeb Stokes is still a bit of a danger in this heat because if he connects with a good one, and outside we see Morgan just dominating. Oh my God, look at that turn.
So much punch in those pocket hits for the absolute wonder kid who represents Merriweather but spends a lot of time up here on the coast. He's found his place in this lineup. He knows what he wants, and he's out there just taking it.
Well, he sat deep and hung in there and used that priority so well. Matty was sort of forced to, well, he went for the barrel, right? And it would have paid off huge dividends if he'd come out.
Yeah, now with this wind change in, it's going to be all about the face turns and getting the fins out, just like Morgan did on this wave. It looked like a bit of that 2021 form that we saw. He just looked so confident and comfortable over his board. I remember watching a heat of him at North Narrabeen a few years back that he had against John, and there was this one backside turn that he did. That was maybe one of the cleanest, best backside turns I've ever seen, as we see that beautiful angle from the rocks looking down the line. So critical, vertical, throwing the fins, and you know what it's like, Bugs. It's generally quite hard to go vert on your forehand because you need to keep that down the line speed, but surfers like Morgan make it look very easy.
Morgan is just a class act. I mean, he has shown that the highest ranked surfer in the event by quite a long way, and he's certainly living up to that form. You know, he spent that year on the Challenger Series, and you know what, he grew from that. He learnt from that.
Loading up at the moment is Sheldon. Nice hit. Keeps that down the line flow happening. Has the speed to get that combo linked nicely.
Yeah, he's looking to better that 4.83.
Checking his equipment. Might have felt like he buckled his board there, but
yeah,
he's sticking with it. Heading back out into the lineup now with just on 7 minutes to go.
So he's going to make a little bit more daylight. You would think he's improved definitely on that 4.83.
Yeah, I think Sheldon's just doing the old building a house in this one. We have seen so many heats go way up into that high range, like we saw Morgan Siblick just drop in an 8.57, I think I saw quickly on my screen. But Sheldon, quick three-turn combo, lightning fast between transition. Like you said, Bugsy, he's going to better that 4.83 and make it a little harder for Zeb Stokes and Matty Job right now. But the tail of this heat is 8.57. Morgan Siblick backing up his 7.83, 16.4. And Sheldon Simkus, I can hear the snapper guys behind me. Take it away, Bugs.
Yeah, he's got a wide one. He's not going to make it, though. Bang. No, they'll take him out of the break for a while. Well, with that reverse rip, you don't really have to do the runaround anymore. The escalator's there, but Sheldon is going to paddle back out. So it depends what happens now because we're down to 6 minutes, so there's still time. How's the scores going there?
Oh, Morgan Siblick's just stepping on his rival's throats at the moment. 8.57 for that last ride. And they're all struggling to breathe, but Sheldon, he's after a combination to get himself in front. It's a battle for the second spot.
Yes.
Sheldon's not going to improve his situation with that last ride. It was garbage. Zeb Stokes for Kawana needs a 7.6. And Matty Job's just been completely left behind here. He's been so solid on his opening rides. Even when he's been ultra patient, he's had the composure to put it all together. But if he doesn't make a move soon, he might struggle to find two decent rides.
And guess who?
Oh,
He's
here
up
he
and
is
riding.
again. Yeah, like I said, stepping on the throats of his rivals. He'll punch through the curtain here. And behind him, we got Zeb Stokes up. And he's not looking for really too much. It's an achievable score, 7.6.
Yeah.
What you got to keep in mind is that the scale, it seems to have been compressed, held back just a little today there.
No. Well, that's what head judge Glenn Elliott said he was going to do today. He was going to sort of bring the scale down a bit, and I said, well, you know, obviously he's got enough experience to maintain the scale from start to finish of a heat. that's the experience you need in the head judge to be able to do that, not bring the scale down and then, go nuts for those buzzer beaters right at the end of the heat and just lose the scale.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting. The end of this one is going to come down to the wire. That last one for Zeb Stokes, we'll wait and see. 2 very strong turns on a bigger set wave. He is looking for a 7.6. He may come short of that, but what he's definitely going to do is lower that requirement. With just 4.5 minutes remaining, that reverse sweep will bring him back out the back. Zeb Stokes may get another shot if he doesn't do it with that last wave that he just caught. We'll see if we can pick up a replay for that one. But right now, Sheldon Simkus on that hot seat, second place, 5.67 and a 6.33. That 3-turn quick combo earned him the 6.33. Oh. But we are going to wait, and there it is, the last wave for Zeb Stokes, a 6.17 under the requirement, but he is making it a little bit easier for himself with just 3 minutes 50 remaining.
He's chipped away at it, just needs a 5.84. Matty Job's out of it at the moment, unless he can break combination on his next ride and give himself a fighting chance going into the dying stages here. But yeah, Zeb doing very well there, 6.17. So he's in it.
I can see some big waves on the horizon too, Ron Dog. There's one of the biggest sets I've seen for the day, maybe. Rolling up behind, I can see a few of the lads having a look. Here we go, the man of the moment, Morgan Siblick.
Yeah, just racking up the scores now. This is his 7th ride. Doesn't even need this one. He's looking pretty good at this stage of the game. 3 minutes to go. I can actually hear the Snapper Rocks cheer squad willing Sheldon on to another big score here because they know he's vulnerable. Zeb Stokes has surfed great throughout the contest. He just got himself right back in this heat with his last ride. Needs a 5.84 to get in the second spot, and this is crucial for Snapper. They want the biggest advantage points-wise they can get heading into the World Club Challenge. And on the outside, we've got Matty Job up. Does he have enough time to turn this situation around? Cuts that turn short under the lip. He's going to run out of room. Has to throw everything at it. But unfortunately incomplete. So it's been the first real slip-up for Matty in the event, and it couldn't have come at a worse time.
Yeah, well, you can see the boys jockeying now with that reverse rip. And I think we see, Morgan down the line, but it's really the Sheldon Simkus, Zeb Stokes situation. They're right next to each other, and I think Sheldon has just, he's still checking his equipment, and he's just gone on the other side of Zeb, right. So to try to take control of the priority situation.
Forget about it. That's your board. You can't change it now. You may as well just focus on the lineup and get yourself well positioned here to choke out Zeb Stokes' opportunities.
So if the board's in trouble, then the only thing he can do is wait for Zeb to actually, pull the trigger on a wave and use the priority.
Yeah, it's all tactics at this point. He's bluffing Zeb Stokes at the moment, or looking to control him with that priority. A minute and a half to go, and guessing that board might have a little bit of damage, maybe a slight crease to it, a little buckle in that board. Might affect his chances of improving on a 5.67 here in the semi-finals of the Open Men's, the Usher Cup. It's all going down this afternoon. We're going to have the presentation over at Queen's Park. The Ain't That Swell boys are going to pick up the broadcast on their Instagram feed, the Swellian. And, you can watch it all go down.
Okay, there's movement. Now look at this movement now. Zeb Stokes paddling out. How many waves in this set, though?
Well, there's definitely one, and it looks like it's going to be Sheldon jumping into it. Whips off the top. The board looks okay at the moment as he drifts that tail across the lip a couple of times. Solid combo.
And here's Zeb.
Zeb chasing him down now. Might need a little more than the 5.84 after that ride from Simkus. Stokes driving up into the lip, gives it everything. It was going to be a solid turn.
And look at Matty Jobs.
Matty Job, he's chipped away at the requirement. He had a 4.7 on his last ride. He needs a 7.3 out of that one to get himself up into second place. But again, that requirement might grow after Sheldon's last score locks in.
Yeah, fireworks to finish. It's always good when everyone gets a shot at the end.
And yeah, that's what I like too.
Yeah, it was a big call for Sheldon to pull the trigger on that one. It looked like Zeb actually wasn't going to get the wave, so he could have sat back and waited and taken the next one off Zeb Stokes. But Sheldon, the Iceman, got on that one, performed, and like you said, Ronnie, I think he's going to better his situation and make it a little harder for Zeb Stokes, who unfortunately went down on his second turn. Matty Job maybe just a little too late. You got to think if he made that last turn on his second wave, the 4.7, he might have been in with a shot, but it looks like Sheldon Simkus and Morgan Siblick are going to be our first two finalists of the men. Coming up in the second heat, we do have Ben Lawrenson from Noosa, Nathan Hedge, North Narrabeen, Alastair Reginato from the North Shore, and our last international competitor in the men's draw is Caleb Cutmore from over in New Zealand, the Raglan team. So that's going to be the end of Heat 1, semi-final number 1.
Well, really worthy finalist too, Bugs. And Sheldon, he's the baby-faced assassin. He's just such a grom, eternal grom, and he's done a great job here for the Snapper Rocks Club.
Yeah, well, we'll still wait for those scores.
Yeah, he's waiting. He is waiting. He's not locking it in. I'm feeling pretty confident for him. His last ride came through at a 6.67. It was actually his best.
It was his best.
And
there he's waiting for that result.
There it is. Morgan Siblick, 16.4.
He knows it was a bit of a skitsy heat.
He's just about to learn his fate. And he finished up with a heat score total of 13. And it was a close one. Matty Job actually got close. He needed a 7.3.
That's right.
He got a 7.2.
That's right.
So he was the danger man. And again, showed us that he's going to be one to watch this year on the qualifying series.
Yeah.
We got another big clash coming our way. Semi-final 2 is just around the corner.
I'm right here, I ain't going nowhere. Blood, sweat, and tears, whiskey, shine, and beers. Lot of travel miles in this rearview mirror. Watching my back, but never running from my fears. Made a few wrong turns over these years. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Keep it 100 till the day that I die. This is how I roll, this is how I ride. Got me a band of brothers by my side. Got me a band of brothers by my side.
Welcome back to Finals Day here at the Usher Cup World Club Challenge. The big dogs are starting to get their face in the bowl and just mow down all the kibble. Morgan Siblick and Sheldon Simkus, two real performers on the Challenger Series for the Australians last year, just missing out on getting onto the CT. They're right there in the mix. They're going to be contesting the final, and it's time to find out who they'll be up against out there in the lineup. We've got Caleb Cutmore. He's the last international left in the field here in the Open Men's. For point board riders, he's been doing so well, but he's got his hands full with this guy, Nathan the Hog Hedge. He's been on throughout the contest, and he has blitzed this first section. Oh, yeah.
Mate, he's like a French bulldog on heat. Look at him just rutting around out there.
A French bulldog on heat, or a French bulldog chasing down the heat. But that's a fantastic start. Also in the lineup, Ben Lawrenson for Noosa. He's been dropping excellent scores throughout the comp, the goofy footer. He's been looking so sharp, and Alastair Reginato for the North Shore. But Parko's with us. Parko, your old mate Hoggy, he's out there. He's still giving it a nudge.
Mate, the chrome dome of Nathan Hedge still out there going hard.
Doing it for the domes.
That was amazing. He's looking so sharp still. I mean, we know what he did at Chopu last year, but to come here and do it with Snapper, at Snapper with some really talented servers, is amazing to see him doing it.
Yeah, he's asking the big question of the next generation of Australian competitive surfers, and I love that he's there pushing them, because even he says it, you know, I'm just trying to instill a bit of mongrel in these kids, get them prepped for what is going to be a monumental task, overcoming these incredible international surfers. But Ben Lawrenson's up again. He is on fire. I mean, Noosa's been backing this kid the whole way, and he's delivered in a big way here.
Oh, wow. Alastair Reginato, he's been a standout for me too. I think he's been amazing. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's huge.
That could be the wave of the day. I think that could probably go the highest wave score of the day.
I just had a chat with Mitchy Cruz and Stace and his brother, Mitch's brother. Alex is shaping beautiful boards, but I just had a chat to them. They said, who do you think's going to win this? And their picks were Morgan Siblick, Sheldon Simkus, and I said, watch out for Alistair Reginato. He's looked so sharp, and I swear to God, he hasn't even had a good wave out here yet. He's been getting the big numbers on knee high, just nothing.
This thing stood up, though.
Yeah, it did. And then he got to show us what he can do.
That carve.
That was beautiful.
It was Fanning-esque, that one.
That was. And finished it strong with a nice fin throw there. Look, that was amazing surfing.
Yeah, he's one of those guys, Vorna, that when the board riders events come up on the calendar, his tail just goes right up.
Yeah, well, you say Reginato, I say Reginato. And, mate, every single time he paddles out in a team's event, he's just got the hog factor. He's got that ability to feed off team energy and it brings out his best. And some people melt under that, like Mitch Parkinson, for example.
Shocking.
But no, he can be. Mitch can do the clutch win, or he can
absolutely
melt.
Mate,
actually, speaking of classic team melt, sorry, I know you're just about to go, but do you remember that year that you were down there and I think you weren't allowed to catch more than 2 waves?
Yeah, okay. Yeah. We've all had our day. We've all had our bad day, right? But I know. That was an absolute Barry by the way.
But we've actually got some footage of it.
No, you don't. Please.
I think you thought you could get a better score.
All the confidence right now. I've got to go out for a heat too.
Let's talk about that. The Legends heat here at Snapper Rocks at the Usher Cup is going to be all time. Yourself, Dingo, Ockie. Who else is in the mix?
I think we got Hippo, Brad Gerlach. Sometimes I think the word legend gets thrown around a little too easily,
Oh, you don't think those guys are worthy of the title?
I was about to say, well, you definitely can go Brad and Ockie. I firmly believe are legend status. Myself and Dingo, I think, we've still got a bit of a journey to go before
you get ripping into Hippo here, is what you're saying.
Who? Who are you talking about? I actually saw Hippo just walk up the beach. I said, bro, you've got to stretch those hips. The old hinges on Hippo are not looking great today.
Oh, but look at this. Look at the form of Brad Gerlach. He's loving living in Australia and has been coaching some up-and-comers and imparting his wave key knowledge. Jay Phillips is going to be out there. Does he hit?
And Jay Phillips too. CR6.
Yep. And look, he's beat Durbidge.
Oh, he's beat in it.
Oh, mate, he probably
Might
is.
as well be.
Yeah. Oh, flip top.
That's classic. What do you reckon, Joel? Is it? What's the Legends heat about it? Bragging rights or?
Oh, I don't think there's a winner and I don't think there's a loser.
Is there a drop-in component? Because Dingo's going to take that out for sure. Hey, mate, congratulations on your win at the single fin. Epic, and you've taken it a couple of times now. And, that's a special contest to be part of and obviously a prestigious win after your professional career.
Yeah, definitely. It's really enjoyable. I don't really surf contests for that part anymore. I mean, it's only enjoyment, and that is such an enjoyable event to be in and be a part of, and it's something I really love to. It feels like single fins are like surfing and dragging a suitcase. That's what it feels like, but it's a really enjoyable surf. Watching everyone surf, boards and with the history of Burleigh and the boards, it's an amazing weekend.
And that's basically the idea, right? You're paying homage to the craftsmen of yesteryear, those guys that started to make those single fins a little bit shorter, a bit more manoeuvrable. What were you riding in the event?
I was riding the same board I've only ever ridden it in the heat. I've never rode it outside of a heat. It's a mate of mine. He just gave it to me. Here we go. I think we got Hedgie up again. Trying to
big numbers to kick off this heat.
Yeah, wow. Nice backup there for Hogg after his first big start. It's starting to get that fast, low tide, real suckiness to it, which is sometimes it can be better for a backsider in that stuff, more so than a frontsider, unless you're on the larger wave.
Yeah, well, Alistair Reginato found one of those bigger waves, gave him some space to throw down some big combinations. He got his best number of the event so far, 9.27.
Is that the highest wave of the day?
Well, it's his best ride through the event. He's been kind of, as I said, not really connecting with set waves, but his surfing's been so strong. He's been getting big numbers anyway, but 9.27's his best, right at the perfect time. because Nathan Hedge had dropped an 8 on his first wave early in the heat. Ben Lawrenson's riding this one, 7.33. Caleb Cutmore's going to have to make up some ground with his next ride. But this is a stunning clash. But go ahead and just tell us who shaped that board that you were riding at the
That's
single fin.
a 510 Al Byrne.
Sick
board. It's in perfect nick. The fin's got a little bit of a wobble in it, and
it works great.
It works great. You really tell. Like some guys go down there and you can. So I don't know. It's hard to say. Like you see some boards and you go, that does not work, that board. And back in that day, you can imagine they must have taken them 3 days to build and get the whole board ready, and they go out and go, well, that didn't work. And then they go, oh, well, that one did. It must have been so much experimental going on back in that time.
Oh, Rabbit was saying they'd shape a board or they'd rip one down, sort of cut another couple of inches off the nose, glass it that night in with a super hot mix, surf it, and if it went doggers, they'd bring it back in, cut it all and do it all again that night.
And when you say hot mix, you're talking about the resin, right?
Maybe. I don't know. It was the Peterson brothers, so. But,
there we go.
15 minutes to go here. Alistair Reginato, he's looking to back up the 9.27, just hops across the lip, finds the green wall, and goes to town. Oh, wow. That was one of those really cupped out end sections too, Joel. He did well to stick it.
He's pushing so hard there too on a pretty steep and dumpy section.
Another one of those high-scoring clubs from earlier on in the event who are now out of the World Club Challenge, who are really looking to save face here and get that big individual result in the Open Men's. And Alistair, he's backed up that 9.27 beautifully.
This final turn is such an uppercut, isn't it? Just a full knockout blow. And it's funny what you said about Hogg being able to come off the bottom as the wave sort of cups out more. I was just talking to Rabbit just recently about MP, and he was saying that MP cutty, he sort of came around the point at Kira one day and saw him do about 15 of those, and he was one of the few guys who could keep those single fins in the top part of the wave and surf them as a, on a really bowled out cupping drainer.
Yeah,
pretty classic.
And when you watch that, your photo, it looks as iconic. We all know that. But
Caleb,
you watch the turn; it's so fast. Here we go. We got Ben up here. He's been such a standout too. I thought, especially in the for surfing for the club, he's been amazing in this.
Oh, that 1, 2, 3 is incredible.
This is a really exciting heat.
7.33. He's already hanging on to. He was after a 5.88 to get himself up in a second spot, and it just feels like he easily got there with that one. But yeah, he has been strong. Ben Lawrenson featured in the finals here last year, but as you said, just a real performer in the club component of the event as well.
Yeah, the tag of the best club in the world is it's a big carrot for a lot of clubs here, and in particularly mine. I think it's something I really would, to hold the first trophy up at that World Club Challenge would be amazing, and I can really see this event just gaining legs, and we'll have clubs, doing what they can to be a part of this event in a few years.
I was talking to Oki about that. Maybe on the opening day of competition, and I was just saying, when Tahiti came on the schedule as a CT, you won pretty early on, and you added yourself to the top end of the honour roll, the winners list of that contest. And now you look back on it, and the legacy of that event is just so incredible with some of the best barrel riders in the world, and you're right there at the beginning. And that's what we're going to have with the Usher Cup this year. This is the beginning of, a very prestigious title, it feels like.
It definitely. And to get it at Snapper with no one out like this. Here we go, another wave, Alistair.
6.5 on his last, though, has put him in a great position. Ben Lawrenson's not losing touch with him, though. 8.13 for his last ride. And these two are moving ahead of the pack here. Nathan Hedge has work to do. He's after a 7.47. Caleb Cutmore, the Kiwi from Point Board Riders at Raglan, he needs a combination of scores, a two-wave total of 15.47 at the moment. Caleb's been impressive. I think quite often you get to these right-hand point breaks and you think, they're just tailor-made for a point break specialist, even if you are a goofy like Benny Lawrenson. But Caleb generally is going left at Raglan, so his backhand is the only practice he gets is on roundhouse cutties. And it looks like he does a pretty mean one.
He definitely. I mean, it's probably like it's the opposite. I mean, we live here on the Gold Coast. It's absolutely only rights. Trying to sniff a left out around here is not. It's not possible.
Yeah. Like I said to Og, I get any left I want out here. It's unreal.
Yeah.
Couple little lefts at real pookie, boys. Couple
Yeah,
little
no.
lefts, eh?
Yeah, look, Caleb's got work to do. It feels like he's got to chip away at the requirement, not sort of just break combination here, because there's still enough time on the clock for Alistair Reginato, Ben Lawrence and Nathan Hedge to really add to their heat score tally. So I think he's got to go excellent.
Alistair is on another one here.
Oh, just clean, isn't he?
We've got
it together.
It's such a low tide, this one today. It's really, I don't know how, I haven't seen this much sand at the point here for a while on such a low tide. I don't know if it's going to be a good thing or a bad thing. It might get pretty tricky on the dead low. The best part would probably be after the low. If I was going to go for a surf, I would pick after the low and that incoming, but could be really fun all afternoon though.
I'll take the really low after the extremely high any day. It was pretty slow out there this morning, and even when it's like that cupped out tricky wall, you still got that extra push down the line. It does kind of slingshot you down there, and if you're capable in those tight pockets, you can still rattle off the turns. Oh, here we go. The replay of Alistair. Is he going to up the ante here, Vorno?
Hard to say. He's sitting on some pretty solid scores. 9.27, 6.5.
Looks like we've got a couple out the back here too, guys, and we might have some action.
Oh, gosh, that's such a good feeling, seeing it all just pipe out behind the rock there. Just your froth glands start to lactate.
Here we go. And it's Alistair somehow wrestling waves away from his opponents again. That was a dynamic combo on the outside. And he is in a glorious position of being able to force it a little bit and take some more risks at the moment. Joel, we've seen so many great moments competitively out here over the years, some highlight free surfing moments too. I always love making the turn after flying in at Kira Surf there and seeing your big blown up image of your huge pit behind the rocks, and went for a slash up at the Snapper Rocks, the Rainbow Bay Surf Club the other day, and saw there's a beautiful mural of you on the wall too. Interesting.
One of our friends of ours, one of the Snapper, Dan Pryor and his wife Jamaica, she painted that, and it's pretty amazing.
Oh, the likeness is uncanny.
Yeah.
Incredible. Yeah, it's cool, but what a great moment to have to celebrate here at your home break. Is it the best wave that you've had out here?
Yeah, I would say.
It looks like backdoor up.
It was such a big blue barrel to be in. It was incredible. I actually wasn't going to catch the wave. I was like, no, it's a closeout. And then Mick was like, you're going, go. And then, so I went, all right. Then it turned into the greatest wave I've ever had out here. So,
you know what's mad is that I remember in the 2009 World Title race, Mick was using that same billboard. I think there was a photo of you on that as motivation, because he couldn't believe that he would have to drive around Kira Point, his board riding club, his turf, and see you there every single time.
Yeah.
And then he calls you into the wave that puts you on that billboard probably for the rest of all time.
Oh, no, I think I'd really like, I want to see, I'd love to see, if it comes down, I think I'd love to see Steph up there. Hopefully on a wave like that or something amazing. I think Steph's deserving of, she is the queen. She's our GOAT. So
8-time world champ. Can you believe it? She's right in it for a ninth title, for sure. As long as it's at Trestles and she's in that final five, the rest of the field on the championship tour is going to be wigging. Yeah, for good reason.
Yeah, I would be scared in my boots if she went back in there, going into Trestles, third or fourth in the world again.
Mate, it's a dumb comparison to make, but one that I like to do anyway. She would have had a good chance at winning a couple of heats on the men's side as well, the way she was surfing.
Her board looked better than anything the men were riding across the whole thing. It just looked like pure soap on wet tiles, just skids.
I think we might have a rider here. We got Hedgie up here. Hedgie needing a.
Here we go.
He needs a good score here.
7 minutes remaining. Nathan Hedge has been bumped back into third position. He's got the 8. And he needs a 7.47 to get himself up into that top two. Alistair Reginato, he's had a lot of waves, but the best of them, the 9.27, which gives him a real edge point-wise over his rivals out there at the moment. He's trying to get rid of a 6.5 to increase his lead. 7.65 at the moment needed for Ben Lawrence. who's been rock solid so far in this semi-final clash. We saw Dimity Stoyle on screen a moment ago. She's gearing up for the women's final, which is just around the corner. Representing the North Shore Club, Ellie J. Brooks will be surfing for M&M, Freya Prum for D-Bar, and Nora Leota, the international competitor from Maui. She's going to have an opportunity to wrestle a victory away from the Lokes.
9.77 in her semi, and far out, mate. It was just pocket jamming like you cannot believe.
Love it. Bring it on. So things are going to get really interesting in the final stages here. Caleb Cutmore of Point Board Riders, New Zealand, just still kind of struggling to get himself into the mix here. Needs a big number soon.
Oh, man. What's it like, Joel? I don't know if you've ever felt this, actually, because you spent most of your career up the top end. But, you know, when you're in a heat, and like a four-man heat in particular, and three people have just got the rhythm and they're attacking each other, and you're just sort of paddling around on the inside trying to find a bone.
Yeah, I know.
do you ever have one of those in your
absolutely. And sometimes you just have those heats where you can't find a wave that's over a 5. You know, you're wondering how is everyone on these waves, but how, you know, especially with the way it is, like there's only a lot of 1 and 2 turn waves. It's such a almost got a touch of north. Like Snapper, it's almost becoming a closeout here, being such a low tide.
Yeah, it's tricky, isn't it?
Really tricky. And you'll see on the camera, like a snapper's never good when you've got a reverse sweep. I mean, it can get fun like this, but when you're seeing guys paddling down the point, the best snapper is when you're paddling up the point. You're paddling against it, you know.
Okay, we've got the Cooley Summer Vibe Walk going down this afternoon on the Usher Cup Instagram, and that's going to take us to our presentation, Vorno. You're going to play a role in that, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't wait, Ron. It's going to be all time. Disco, shimmy, down there pumping the beats, dropping the fat ones, and I can't wait to get me dancing shoes on and just cut the rug something sick, mate.
Oh, it's going to be great fun. It's been a fantastic 4 days of surfing. There's still obviously the big finals to come, but the presentation is going to be great, and the afternoon is going to wind on into the evening.
Hey, boys, this is basically surf viewer heaven. You've got Nathan Hogg needing a score, clock counting down. You know that if he gets anything that gives him the opportunity, Vane will be at full throb.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, the Hogg. He should tape his nose up for these moments.
It's probably a good thing there's some current out there, so Hogg's got something to paddle against.
Yeah,
because
somewhere to put that energy.
He can't sit still, so he needs to. He always needs a whirlpool to keep him still.
We were watching him get ready for his heat for the World Club Challenge the other day for North Narrabee. He was sitting on the exercise bike, and I was like, there's only one person who actually rides an exercise bike to the beach. It's Nathan Hogg Hedge. He winds those pedals so fast that the bike has no choice but to get moving. But yeah, he's definitely got to ramp things up here at the moment. You know, you've got to give props to Ben Lawrenson. I think it'd be pretty daunting to find yourself in a semi-final clash with someone as intense as Nathan Hedge and really maintain the composure to put together the kind of surfing that you can be proud of and that warrants big scores. He's only had 2 waves, Ben Lawrenson, and he's really made them stick.
He announced himself last year. He was like the guy you kind of hadn't heard of, and you were just going like, what is this? Who is this kid? And he's just taken that energy, brought it straight into this event, and I just love it when, you know, someone has a golden run, but then you see them a year later or on the back of, you know, a good result, and they just push it, and their surfing just like ignites. Like it ignites something in them that takes them to another level, and they never go back.
And it's the great thing about these club events, and especially having an international one. You know, usually if it's say a qualifying series, the names have already become pretty apparent to you, and you're sort of aware of these people as they come through the rounds. But last year, Benny Lawrenson really put himself on the map, and it, you know, from the first round, everyone who isn't a household name or had some kind of exposure has that same opportunity to step into the spotlight, and it's given him a lot of confidence.
And in saying that, conditions are really going to be suited to him after this. Like, it's going to be, like, he's been on fire in this, so it's going to be a tough final, especially if Reginardo and Ben go through. It will be, you know, against Morgan and Shelley. It's going to be a tough final, but the backsiders it'll be really suited to his surfing.
Minute and a half to go here. Can Nathan Hedge hold his nerve? He survived a couple of close heats already, Parko. It's always fun when he's in this situation because you know when he finishes off his wave, he's going to start
I'd love to see, and I'd love to see the Leighton Hewitt.
Oh yeah,
like come right back out into him and pull out that fist pump to the forehead that he does.
Well, I mean, Snapper has been in the same boat. Couple of close calls there.
Oh. And especially on that high tide this morning, it felt like everyone was on a tight, tight call. There was no one running away with them. Everyone was, today you could dead set run away with it, but now on the low tide, I mean.
You know what's really interesting? When you look at who's made it through to the women's final and who's out in the water at the moment, is it's really, really close when you consider who's got surfers in the Opens finals of the women's division. Ellie Brooks, Freya Prum, they're in there in the
There's movement here, Dog. 30 seconds to go. Look at this. Drone footage. You can see the paddle battle going on here between Benny Lawrenson trying to keep up with the Hog. I hope he's got outboard motor on those arms.
Hog is paddling to Burley here.
20 seconds. Is there anything around?
Well, let's ask Joel. He can spot him from a mile away.
There is one wave, but I don't know if it'll be a great wave, but there's going to be 10 seconds. They're going to get one little one here, but...
We can't even see it, Borno.
Yeah, you can. Look, here it is, boys.
Oh, Lawrenson got priority. 4 seconds. He's done it. Wow.
But I think the wave right after the bell here is probably the wave that Hedgie could have had. And
oh, dear. This could be hard
just
to watch.
Just a few seconds too late there for Nathan Hedge.
He's going to remind himself, though, of what he's capable of. And, yeah, frustrating for Nathan Hedge, but Ben Lawrenson, you've got to give him props. What I was going to say is Ben Lawrenson, to give Noosa the best chance in taking out the Usher Cup, really did have to make it through to the final because Sheldon Simkus was already there for Snapper Rocks. And the cool thing is, on the women's side, for D-Bar, they've got Freya Prum and Ellie Brooks is representing M&M. So each of the clubs in the World Club Challenge now have a surfer in the final of the Opens.
Oh, my goodness.
So it's going to be a really close battle for the title this year.
Yeah, that'll be the individuals. It'll be a huge, huge pressure on those guys now.
Bring it on, Joel. Always an absolute pleasure, mate.
Yeah, for you too, boys. Thank you.
Vorno, you're going to stay in the booth for a bit. I'm going to check out and watch these next couple of heats unfold. You're watching the Usher Cup. It is finals day. The action's coming to you, and so are the waves. So don't go anywhere.
And we're back in the booth. The swell is filling in. And this is the women's final.
Oh, mate, how good. Yes, it's been a pretty pumping day. Snapper's turned on. Actually, the whole event has just been blessed with incredible waves. Tide's starting to bottom out a little bit here, but as you heard from Joel Parkinson, there's plenty of opportunity. He's starting to lean towards the goofs, which is a little nod of his expertise of this lineup and what sort of surfing's going to fit the curve of the wave as it really starts to bottom out. It's lots of sand in here at the moment. Jed Smivvy Smith in the final. This is the women's final. Nora Liotta out the water. Ellie J. Brooks, Freya Prum and Dimity Stoyle. Huge repercussions here for the title of the Usher Cup, the ultimate points tally. Still being affected by individual results here. And joining us also, and perfect timing as we look to Hawaii and the Eddie Aikau about the run tomorrow, one of Australia's all-time great juice heathens.
Vortex Shamans.
It is none other than Ryan Hipwood. Hippo, welcome to the couch, mate. The Usher Cup, Legends Heat coming up. I heard you going out in that as well.
Yeah, I'll go for a bit of a wiggle. Like Joel said, I might have to loosen my hips up a bit.
Yeah.
But no, I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be good. And like you guys said, the Eddie tomorrow, I'll be setting the alarm nice and early for that because, yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a spectacle.
Mate, just before we get into this women's final, Smithy asked the question to Dingo before, what's it like to sit on the bubble on a maxing day? I think they said, what is it? There's a bit of west or north. What's the just direction where it's going to be coming straight
west.
onto it?
Yeah.
West, so...
it's quite west, yes.
How scary is it to be sitting there and hold your nerve and what do you do?
The crazy part about surfing Waimea when it's big is that the swell lines just stack and you can actually see the outer reefs outside pipe and stuff, and you'll see stuff out log cabins that is like 20, 30 foot pits going top to bottom the whole way. And so that's your indicator. And so when you're sitting out there, you'll see these things like Kirib at 30, 40 feet out log cabins. And yeah, it's a small takeoff for a big wave spot. It's not stretched out like Jaws. And you've got your lineups with the church and stuff like that and the boils, and it's a crazy, steep, intimidating.
How mad is that you've got to line up with a church?
Lining up with a crucifix as you're about to drop into a
no.
crucifixion of another kind.
Yeah, it's wild. And the boils that come up regularly there, you've got indicators and stuff like that. And everyone's got their little niche and how they sit and, the different approach. But, yeah, the drop's insane.
And, man, I've got to... No, just in the context of where it fits into the big wave sort of pantheon now. People are surfing such giant waves. We'll stick with this. Dimity Stoyle been on fire throughout this event. Surfing for the North Shore. Loses the fins.
Watch
uncharacteristic there.
Nearly Tommy Carroll on the inside there,
late
too.
drop out the back too, Smithy.
So we've got the surfer in yellow. That's Ellie Brooks. Was it Freya Prum even? Yep.
Yeah.
That's green. Yep.
But yeah, mate, where does it stack up? When you paddle out at Waimea after surfing, let's say, maxing Jaws or, I don't know, some of the other big wave, deep ocean spots you surf, do you feel like you're ever sort of paddling out there and okay, I just did Jaws on this huge day, this is a little easier, or is it just in its own world?
The hard thing about Waimea is to get the right direction, the right period. It's quite an inconsistent big wave spot. It breaks regularly, but it doesn't break good often. And so that's why obviously you don't see the Eddie run that frequently. But, when it is lined up and it is perfect, it's as intimidating as any spot. And your equipment's a bit different. I like thrusters out there because it's so steep and you want to kind of get your nose up and stuff a bit more and you want to land on something. But there was so much emphasis on Jaws, when I was chasing it full time, that Waimea kind of got left out of it, and the level that got pushed out at Jaws was just insane. But yeah, I mean Waimea on its day is as heavy as anywhere. It's insane.
And who are you tipping to take it out?
I'd put my house on John to win that event.
Hard to go past him, huh?
Well, I was having a good old chat with Ross Clark-Jones, which you can have a listen to on the Ain't That Swell podcast, mate, and he is chomping at the bit.
How good's that guy, mate?
I know. Well, last time John won it, he came second.
And he actually...
That is crazy.
Madness.
Yeah. And to be honest, with all due respect to Ross, it's such a stacked lineup. But the guy knows that wave so well.
And dedicated himself to that specific event too. So it's so deeply meaningful and important to him. Boys, starting to feel the energy here. M&M board riders have rallied the troops and they're down on the shoreline, but crack!
One of the real revelations of this event. Oh, lordy. 2 vert hits.
So this is the Maui girl, is that right?
Yeah, she's been going ham too, man. What a bolter.
I know the Robinson brothers brought the girl over, and I'm not sure if she's got a sponsor, but obviously making a bit of a mark here, which is cool to see.
This is so cool, man. I mean, Maui making the journey to be one of the first international clubs to compete here. And Nora's just been whacking it right in the perfect spot, like really coming from around the whitewash, jamming it in that steep part of the wave and just getting the spray and the buckets and the judges pumped, really. So good little start here, 6-point ride.
It's quite unique because if you've been to Maui surfing, there's not a whole lot of waves that replicate snapper. So,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah, she's doing really well.
What's the go with Maui just in terms of, good little options for fun little free surfs? Is it all just like 80-foot bombies and people doing 540s and just madness everywhere?
I think their D-bar is Pavils, and it's basically that. It's like a D-bar of Maui. Everyone surfs the same, goes there every day. It's basically the spot to surf.
Here we
unless you live
go.
on the other side, but
Freya bogging one.
it looks like that direction. It's definitely got a bit of north in it now. When I first rocked up, I saw bigger waves down the end, so I think that's the north in the direction.
Well,
kind of stretches it out a bit.
It's the surfer from Maui out in front at the moment, and she really is the unknown quantity in this final. Freya Prum, Ellie J. Brooks, Dimity Stoyle, well-known names on the Goldie, well-known names on the Australian contest scene. Dimity Stoyle, far out, mate. I mean, not just everyone's favourite human. Does a wonderful job commentating on the WSL broadcast as well, but just such a powerful, high-performance, high-speed surfer, and just a rail game that is searing.
Pretty handy on the decks too.
Not bad.
On the wheels of steel. Are you kidding me? Shimmy Disco. She's going to be on the Savo as soon as this wraps.
Did you bring your leopard skin pants up, Smithy?
Did I? Man, I'll never leave the house without those.
Here we go again. No.
I really love that vert hit she's got where she's almost looking back over her shoulder as she snaps it. I reckon that's really the sign of someone who's got that manoeuvre on lock, where they're able to open up a bit more versatility in that move and just jam it.
Kind of fits well with snapper too, because it's actually quite a hard. It's quite a hard wave to surf when the tide drops, because the transition's really steep. There's not a whole lot of. You can't do that open wrap too much because it's kind of so steep, but.
Just bottoms out underneath you, and Freya, nice little up and over, but just coming unstuck a bit here. Still holding down second, and wherever these women finish in this final, it will have repercussions for the points tally at the end. I think Noosa Noosa was well and truly in that last heat, sorry, and then in this heat, I think North Shore might be out of it, but D-Bar definitely in the running in the World Club Challenge still.
I was a little bit upset to see my boy bow out, Hoggy, in the last heat. It was interesting to see, though. There was a pretty decent paddle battle going on, and second was holding down priority. And I think Hoggy wouldn't have been used to having it flipped on him, because he's usually the pressure man. So it was pretty cool to see the younger guard, giving it,
Mate, that's
giving it back. So.
And Ronnie made mention of that, like Benny Lawrenson, like last year came here, might have been intimidated paddling out against some big names and stuff like that, and he might have actually just held back and respected the space of those guys a little bit. This year, mate, nothing.
No, he was sitting on him for the last at least 5 minutes, and just obviously respected Hoggy enough. He was sitting in third, but he definitely was sticking to him like glue. He wasn't going to let him go, that's for sure.
Well, it kind of sucks, but I mean, it is the ultimate sign of respect, isn't it? When you just don't want to give him even the slightest little sniff at something. It's
Yeah, exactly. He wasn't focused on his own game. He knew that Hoggy could close it out in the last couple of minutes, so he was sticking to him like glue for sure. Here we go, something coming.
Through on a little bit of a wide one, and Freya has just put the wobbly boot on here. And it's just not really happening. Seems to be a little bit of opportunity on this wide part of the bank, Hippo.
Here we go. Yeah, that like I said before, it's just that direction is clocked a little bit north.
Ellie J. And she's found one here. It's a nice grower. If this thing hits some green water, it just gets away from her a little bit. But so often you see those ones, they don't look like a whole lot when you paddle into them. And then, Dingo is the ultimate.
Yeah.
He could paddle into a 1-inch frothy-looking burger, and all of a sudden it's a dead glassy 3 to 4 foot face and just tee off.
You won't even know he's out there.
No.
He's just hiding down the line. He'll get 100 waves.
You'll know he's out there because you're looking at the back of his head as he just flies off down the line.
If you're lucky to get past the rock.
It's not too bad here from Ellie, really. Like she's probably hoping this thing would clean up, but a couple of little snaps. And has a good read. And just looking to get straight back out there, find something with a bit more option. Usher Cup Women's Open Final. Ellie J. Brooks, she's got the full cheer squad down there in full voice, Smithy.
Yeah,
nothing better, is there, than having the team down there?
So good. Love the energy that Mermaid are bringing.
It's funny,
big flag.
Hippo was saying before he'd rather surf Jaws than paddle out and represent his club, in a pressure situation.
There'd be nothing worse, like having your whole club just sitting there just going, you need X, and I mean, I definitely wasn't known for my 2-foot grovelling, so.
Actually, one question we didn't ask you the other night, because, we got the opportunity to sit with you at the President's Dinner, was did you get a 10-point ride at pipe, in a pipe event?
I got a 12 actually in the Dahui shootout, my first ever pipe event.
No way. We're sitting alongside a 12er? Are you kidding me?
Well, actually, Eddie changed it, because Koa got a good one, and it went from a 12 back to 11. And then Koa got a 12, and then he goes, actually, no, we'll make that a 12 again. So we had a few score changes throughout it, but no, it was a pretty amazing experience.
What was that wave like, mate? I mean, we were all pretty much still closing our eyes and seeing pipeline orbs just spinning off from the last week of surfing that happened over there. Yeah, what's it like to score one of those, a wave where the Hawaiians are looking at you going, yeah, okay, that's a 12.
Well, it was pretty interesting. I was over there with my family, and I didn't really put my hand up to surf it. It's quite expensive to get in that event unless your sponsors are obviously supporting the team. But Eddie, obviously, I saw Eddie. He's like, I want you on the Dahui Wax team, and
how
I was
good's
like,
that? Wow, an Aussie getting whipped into the Dahui Wax? Are you kidding
well,
me?
it was a really cool experience,
That's
and
wild.
so when I rocked up, it was maxing pipe, and I'd obviously been going there ever since I was 14. I've never seen it holding that big on the first ledge. Here we go. Here.
Uh-oh.
Again.
Zip. Far out. I'm so impressed. Nora Liotta just coming over here. Surfing from Maui. You can see the nose of the board there, pretty blank, and just serving up.
Oh, that was nice.
But
so, the pressure was on when I rocked up that morning, because it was as big as pipe gets, and it was actually my first surf in a contest at pipe, and that was actually my first wave.
No way. Are you serious?
Yeah.
You got a 12 on your first wave?
Competing at that, in the pipe event.
That's mind-melting.
So I just didn't want to disappoint. So there was a bit of pressure there for sure, but I just obviously wanted to make my mark, and that was it.
And so when you're deciding whether to commit and knife one out there, is that kind of in your mind? Is that like, I've got to go this thing, I've got to put on a show here?
Yeah, you make your mind up before, for sure. When you see the second reefers coming, a few, like you paddle over one or two, and then you're like, okay, the next one, it's game time.
That's crazy, man. And it's just at that point, I mean, you might not want to go, but you have to go because you've been given this opportunity. And once you're doing the elevator drop, I guess it's all raw ability and raw talent from that point, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. It goes pretty slow, but I mean, it's just more so, to actually catch one of the second reefers that back off on the first ledge, you have to commit so early that, there's definitely no pulling back.
So it caps on second, and then at that point, you're just scratching, you're trying to get as far in as you can to get under it.
Yeah, and I knew it was going to back off last second before it just give me an inch to get in.
Wow.
Oh, it's a game of just
oh my God,
life and death hanging on just the thinnest thread of glass rail.
It really is. It's so tenuous and
Here we go. Oh, she's got a little runner.
So could be a grower here for Freya. Just, oh man, well look, she's got off to a little start, a 3.57 and a 2.4, but she's slowly been sliding down with just some poor wave selection and a bit of wobbles, maybe some nerves in the final. D-Bar looking for a big result here from Freya if they want to take out this World Club Challenge. Ellie J. Brooks, it was a slightly smaller wave, but the cheers from the crew, M&M board riders, is down there on the sand. They're the closest people to the lineup, and they are making sure she can feel that energy that they're giving out there. She's taken the lead. Such a talented surfer, and Dimity Stoyle has been on a crazy roll. Hope she's not out there thinking about what song she's going to kick off this party with once the comp ends. But
she'll have the party mix sorted, that's for sure.
Bit of work
after
to
the
do.
victory.
Little bit of work to do. 12 and a half minutes remaining, still time. But Joel was saying, you know, this is the most amount of sand he's seen here in a little while. I think maybe it was sort of during 2020 or, around 2020. There was a similar sort of sand build up here, and the dead low tide with this big swell that hit it was making some of the craziest orbs down through this middle bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. When they pump, it's really good to time it when there's south swell because it funnels it perfectly and grooms the whole bank, especially if there's not too many big swells. If you get that long period and not too big, that's when you just see it perfection, you know. You don't get any holes in the bank.
In that pump house, so is there just some weird old Gandalf with a huge grey beard just easing back and forth the lever just with each little burst of swell, trying to get it perfect, just get the sand? I mean, how does it work? Does the guy surf who pumps the sand?
I
Who
believe
makes those decisions?
I believe they all surf, yeah. And I'm pretty sure Rabs might have him on speed dial. And,
of course.
And so, yeah, I think a few levers were pulled and a few calls were made. But, essentially I think there's about 4 or 5 guys that operate at full time. They monitor the sand and then obviously it sucks it out. Here we go.
Dimity.
She's pulled the pin finally, but it's looking like a one-hitter closeout. Oh, that's not what she was after. Yeah, interesting. It reminds me of the World Heritage listed Subak agricultural system there in Bali. All the farmers come together and have a communal meeting about when the irrigation, you know, should be trickled down. It's kind of the same thing here. You've got this communal setup. They consult the Bhagwan rabbit.
Yes.
And decide to pull the lever.
Yeah, it's interesting because this was never a surf break, right? It was, you know, rock pools and dolphin pools and stuff like that. So
isn't that mad?
That is
way
crazy.
Back in the day, yeah. There's photos in Rabbit's biography busting down the door of the pools, and it's almost like a carnival, like a you know, like a full-blown Luna Park down here, Smithy.
Yeah, it was a different role. I learned how to surf out here, and you could paddle out at any point around the rocks and not get your hair wet. Even if there was a bit of swell, it'd literally run straight past and go down to Kira. And I believe that Kira used to break when it was a lot smaller too, right? It didn't need as much of a swell because it wasn't getting grabbed up here. But yeah, it's really interesting to see how much of a change the Gold Coast has gone through.
Well, Ronnie and I used to come up here pre-Superbank, and let's stick with the action.
Oh, get around that thing.
This is Dimity. Can she find a little bit of open face and let go of one of these searing turns that we love? Gets the first turn, second turn, and this might be one she's looking for, but she just overcooks it.
It looks tough out there. Definitely doesn't look easy to surf.
Oh, you could sense desperation there. She wanted to get something on the board and just a little too desperate to get that finishing turn in. It's hard, isn't it? It's hard to find that middle ground where time's ticking away and, you know, 9.5 minutes out here, there's not a whole lot of sweep. In fact, if anything, it's dragging you back out to the point. So you can do it, but it starts getting in your blood, doesn't it? The fizz, the adrenaline.
The difficult part is when you surf here regularly, you've got a game plan because of the crowd. And a lot of the times the locals and stuff like that will want to sit deep because there's no one on your inside. So it's a clear run. It's definitely harder when you've got no one out, obviously, because you've got the whole playing field. So to come down the point sometimes is a bit foreign, and it's an open opportunity that people that don't surf here regularly look at and seem to capitalise on. So
cool. Well, Ellie J. Brooks is out in front in this women's final at the moment, and down there with her support crew, Stacey Galbraith. Well, we'll come back to him in a moment, but looks like the Open Men's Final is about to hit the water. Benny Lawrenson.
Here we go.
Let's throw it down. Oh, hang on. We've got Dimity Stoyle, just a little look-see there, but let's throw it down to Stace, who is with Ellie J. Brooks' massive support crew, the M&M Board Riders.
Copy. Whoa, if there was a Club Spirit Award, it'd have to go to M&M down here with young Aiden Finn. Aiden, how's Ellie looking out there, son?
Oh, wait, she's on fire, eh? Like, unstoppable. I reckon she's got this one in the bag.
Is she got to do anything to put this one away, or is she that far in the lead it doesn't matter?
Doesn't matter. She's just a shredder.
And you look like you want to say something. What do you want to say?
M&M is better than every club. Every club! Every club is trash other than M&M. We're just better. We're just better. Go M&M! Ellie's winning $7,000, I'm telling you now.
You heard it here first. M&M for the win. Get him, Groms.
How good's that?
Pure froth.
How many Amazonian berries have those kids had? Flaring. The synapses are flaring. Look at that. Big energy from the Mermaid crew. That's what we want to see.
So many clubs, really starting to make their mark in this club scene for a long, long time. I think Snapper won the Kira Teams Challenge 11 times, or Australia Assault maybe. But here's Ellie, and looking like she's got a little grower here. It's a glassy face. She's whipping off a few nice high-speed turns, replacing a 5.17. What do you think?
Oh, I don't know if that's the number.
Maybe a little short.
Such a rare beast, though, isn't it, Snapper, that it could produce like a freaking knee-high wave that you can still manage to rip off 5 turns on and get the number.
Mate, what's your tactic? Obviously, the Legends heat, it's yourself, Joel, Dingo, Jay Phillips, B. Durbidge going out there for it?
Look.
Like must be some old beef
Hold
you
the
can settle
phone.
out there.
Shimmy Disco winding up.
6 minutes 20.
Big hit off the top.
Gosh, frustrating.
No bueno on the end.
Freya Prum, is she going to get a little grower here, Smithy? One little turn off. Wow, it is really got a weird
behind
wedge running through it.
Wow.
Nora Liotta very much in striking distance have taken the lead here with 5 minutes on the clock, only needing a 5.85.
Oh, Dimity is looking at that one.
And what a win that would be.
Here.
Oh, okay. So Ellie Brooks, snap. That's 2 nice little turns. Will she get a third section? She does. And M&M starting to find voice as she brings it through into the inside. Really, I think the wave selection has been pretty impeccable in a really tricky lineup. That's multiple waves with multiple opportunity here for Ellie J. Brooks.
She's got such a trademark backhand snap too that just fits perfect.
Has she improved on that 5.17, do you reckon?
I reckon maybe.
I think she did, yeah. I think she would have.
That was pretty rapid-fire surfing, critical in the pocket, managed to get down the line with plenty of speed. But Nora Liotta's dropped a 6.
Hold the phone, wow.
And Dimity, first crack.
Come on.
Nice second shiv and throws up a third, but just a little out of sorts at the moment. Nora Liotta, the Maui surfer, is in such good rhythm in this event. Imagine if Maui goes home with a trophy, an Open Women's trophy.
Amazing. And perfect validation of this World Club concept. I mean, bringing these surfers from all over the planet here, and we've unearthed a superstar in the making. How good's that?
Yeah, definitely a shout out to Theo. I remember initially when him and Rabs were talking about the concept, and just really proud to see him pull it together, and then obviously bringing that commercial sort of sponsorship stuff like Hutchies to the table. It's really good for surfing, and obviously the support of the charities and stuff as well is really cool to see.
Mate, just as we wind down in the last 3.5 minutes and we got a little break, who are you looking forward to smashing and pulling down a few rungs in this Legends heat?
Jeez, I mean, I was feeling a little bit more confident yesterday when I saw the waves, but look, I'll see. Joel's already playing mind games with me, so I'll have to put that in the bank account for when we go back to Shippies.
Yeah, exactly. Revenge will be a dish best served cold and 18 foot with about 9 ledges in the middle of it.
Well played.
3.5 minutes remaining here, so it's all eyes on the lineup. Women's final is wrapping up.
Ellie Brooks has just regained the lead too. She did get the nod on that, a 5.83, replacing the 5.17.
Ooh, she might have found a gem here too. Gets one up, but this swell direction is really tricky.
Dimo out the back.
Open face, off the bottom hack.
That was nice.
Oh my goodness, here she comes. That's the one she's been waiting for. 2-turn combo. And what I loved about that was it was actually standing up and begging the question. Dimity answered with knifing punchy Rios and a nice carve there. And that is the wave. And far out, man. How many times have you seen, in finals, especially CT level, like you see someone just getting cooked and cornered and out of rhythm, and then all of a sudden just have a 3-minute heat and just put back-to-back, excellent scores and can steal it. I think Joel Parkinson was on the tail end of one of those with CJ Hobgood in Japan years ago. It was, just a 3-minute blitzkrieg, and all of a sudden Parko had gone from one hand on the trophy to watching it disappear in the back of CJ's car.
Well, she needed a 7.37 there, and that's going to be right around the number I'm calling.
That wave ran off the bank a bit, so it kind of gave her a bit more of an opening too, so.
Nice re-entry there. That was money.
That was money there. She liked it.
Bigger wave, 3 critical turns. Not sold.
She's
that
in
it's
the
a
lead.
7.37. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Shows what I know. Bang.
They like that second turn.
I think you had to reward the actual, the wave was still tricky. It was surfed beautifully, and the commitment. I mean, it was the biggest wave of this final, and it was the best surf wave of the final. So there's no question that, it was definitely going to be the best scoring wave. But the judges really loved it, Smith. Really loved it. And now Dimity has gone basically from having a bit of a shocker to first place for North Shore board riders. And somewhere out there, Shane Bevan has got one hand pointing to the heavens. Just going, come on, Dim.
Nora's leading this final the whole way through too. So back to your point of the last 3 minutes, she's pulled it together.
Yeah, Nora must be wondering, how did I end up here? I was
leading the whole final.
The sign of a good final, isn't it, with the lead changing hands so many times. And right here at the pointy end, Ellie Brooks.
Well, nice first turn. Ellie Brooks snaps it off the top. Coming around the corner, gets a 3-turn combination in. I can hear cheers. There's a massive support crew here. Has she done enough to get in the front? It was a wobbly wave.
Needs a 6.64.
Oh, it might go. It's right there, 6.67 and a 5.83.
Doesn't get any more tense than this.
Oh.
And has
Dimity again.
Dimity's found one. Look at this thing.
One's a
bowl out.
nugget. Wow. Oh, just kind of cupped out and went weird on that section. 2 turns, I don't think. Well, could improve on the 5.
Touch
maybe.
of the Matt Hoy cut downs there. A little.
I think that's done and dusted though.
5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
How good.
Wow. That final really came to life in the last 5 minutes there. And it looks as though... Are we waiting on a score for LEG? I think we might be.
In the end.
She needed a 6.64, I believe.
6.64, man. This is going to be so close. It was a smaller wave. It had a bit of a wobble, but you've got to give LEJ props there. She just surfed it seamlessly, heaps of speed, and sliced it.
We're going to throw down a Stace on the beach as we wait for the scores
Quiet,
to drop.
everybody be shh. Everybody shh. Can we confirm Shimmy Disco? I'm too scared to announce it. I don't want to do a Miss Universe.
No.
You needed a 6-something on your last wave.
Oh, I don't think so, but we'll see.
Shimmy D, great fight back.
Oh, I was having a shocker. I just couldn't get a wave.
I think Dan's got
But what's the score?
I can confirm. Here it is. I'll let Tapper do the job.
That's it. What a deserved win it is. Amazing.
Amazing scenes down here.
Amazing.
Don't get the shoes off too often, but it's worth it today. Well done, Dimity.
Usher Cup! Oh my god! That was crazy. I was having such a shocker. And then the snapper gods delivered.
Boys aren't mucking
Gave
around.
me that wide bomb and I just had to stay on my feet. Oh my god, I'm so happy.
What a great way to start the year.
Woo! 2023, let's go!
Let's get a chair going. Get her up in the chair. Get her up, boys. All the way to the top. Oh, Tiana. Yeah, Shimmy D. Do you want a quickie heart? It's not like Roxy.
Let's go. Wait, we're on tonight. We are on. 7K Richard.
Dimity Stoyle there. She is the champion of the Usher Cup Open Women's event for 2023, and she's been seeking the big win here in the past. She didn't do too well in the Challenger Series event. She wanted to really put in a good showing here. Her club, North Shore, not making it through to the World Club Challenge, but man, oh man, she's put in a fantastic final, and it was a bit of a slow start for Dimity Ock, but she reeled it in.
Shimmy Dimmy, here she comes. She's going to come join us, I think. But
bring
she
it
served
on.
great, you know, and I believe she's playing tunes tonight, so she's busy.
On Fuego. And bring her in. Get in here, Dimity Stoyle. Welcome to the booth, and congratulations. Bring it in. Well done.
Oh my gosh.
You wanted this title so bad, because we were talking just the other day before the event kicked off. You know, you got the opportunity to surf out here so much during those pandemic years, and then the Challenger Series came to town, and you were just rubbing your hands together.
Oh my gosh, I know. And
now this.
And now this. Finally, I got the win. Like 2 years ago, I got second. I got just pipped in the last minute of the heat. I was winning the whole heat. Got pipped, and then last year I didn't make the final. Macy took the win. We all celebrated because, it's Usher Cup, best weekend of the year.
Love it.
Finally got the win, and I'm so happy.
Just take us back to the sort of first half of that final, though, because
oh my gosh,
I was sitting here watching. I was going, oh, Dimity's going to be getting really anxious at the moment. You hadn't locked in that big score to start, but you came back in a strong way.
There was lucky there was no one out in the water because I wasn't too happy, and I was just like kicking myself because my wave selection was so off, and I think I wanted it so badly that I was just catching crumbs and then just out of rhythm, and then finally the snapper gods delivered that wide bomb, and it was so smooth and nice. Like all my other waves had so much bump to it, so I kept falling off when I tried to put the rail in, and I was so stoked.
Okay. Congratulations, Dimmy. Playing music tonight?
Yeah, we're playing at Kira, just in the park at Queen Elizabeth Park, where the groin is.
Sweet.
So we're going straight to the after party after this.
Wow. Well, I heard all the locals getting behind you too, even from different clubs, because locals love to see, surfers that they enjoy the lineup with break through for victories here.
Yeah, Dimmy is a part of the lineup here, and that helped out a lot. Yeah, Dimmy,
I
a bit of local knowledge,
love my snapper family. Like, it's just so nice, always paddling out there, and the lineup's so crowded, but there's always like nice faces in the water, like you and all the boys who surf here every day, and just like look after each other, and I get the scraps, so I'm happy with that because the scraps is still bombs.
Oh, the scraps are like a main course for you.
My God,
it's unbelievable. You're
best wave in the world.
Best scrapper ever. But, mate, congratulations.
Thank you.
Awesome, man.
Thank
and
you.
Obviously really crucial, not just for your club to represent and lift your standing on the ladder, but also that prize money is going to be so helpful in funding your QS campaign
100%.
through the start of this leg.
I know, I'm so grateful. Like $7,000 will definitely start my year off right. Got the regional QS coming up next month, so that's definitely going to help pay for my season this year. So grateful. Thank you, Usher Group, legends.
Epic.
Love you, Tim.
Thanks,
and congratulations on the victory. A very well-earned title here at the Usher Cup, and great to see, and can't wait to see you kick off the after party later on this afternoon.
Go Big Al, North Shore, let's go.
We've got
you guys.
the Open Men's final now. And it's looking like it's going to be one hell of a battle. Have a look at Ben Lawrenson here, finishing this one off. The modern-day BL from Noosa. On the backhand, he's been posting big scores throughout the contest so far. He's kicked this one off with a 7-point ride-off, but look at Morgan Siblick. He is fired up, 8.5, an excellent ride to kick off his campaign here. Sheldon Stimkus is in the mix, 6.17. Stacked lineup.
8s or lates in the final though, right? That's a famous old saying. Let's get a replay right here of Morgan. This must be his 8.5. Holds his speed so well.
This wave had no chance to be in an 8.5 for almost anyone in the world, and he came from so far behind that thing and manufactured an 8.5 out of it. And Shelley, 6.17 for this. He went floater, a huge projection turn. This one, bang. And then he falls on this roundhouse, unfortunately.
Wondering what
and it
happened.
was still a 6.17. And here's Benny Lawrenson. If this was his last one, I watched this live, and wow, watch these couple turns, like you would have seen plenty like this.
I like it. Oh, I really like it. He's quick. Yeah, I'll just go back to thinking about Sheldon. That was an 8, right? If he didn't fall on that roundhouse cutback, because there was more meat on the bone. It's hard to commentate, you know, when I'm snapper, and this is important for us right here.
Yeah, man. That was a big lost opportunity. Felt like he was on his way to a better number than Morgan even. He just had that flow going, and that wave was standing up on that inside. And when you talk about the tricky low tide characteristics of snapper rocks, Sheldon's the guy that can read it better than anyone. He can punch that board through the roof right out of those cupped out sections and do it a number of times.
Yeah, and those things he does. What do you know?
Yeah,
out of
those
the lip?
grab rail.
They fit
Club
out.
sandwich.
They're the club sandwich, actually. Yeah, Josh Kerr was the first one to do one way back here, and yeah, they fit so well out there because there's cupped out sections everywhere. So let's see if he goes to that move.
And if you rewind back 12 months, he literally did one of those club sandwiches to beat Nathan Hedge in the final in the last minute last year. So no stranger to that manoeuvre. And we see up and riding Alistair Reginato, big first turn.
Yeah, he's covering some distance with that floater too. Boom! Wow, that was sick.
That was very similar to Morgan Siblic's
It was,
8.5.
yeah, it did look similar. And I bet it's a similar score.
Yeah, this is going to be a hard-fought final. I think we will see Sheldon go to that trademark move, but let's have a look at the replay here for Reginato.
Yeah, this floater, he really covered some ground and then hit it really hard, nice, bit of a slide.
He's
similar
explosive,
to
isn't he? The surfer from
explosive.
North Shore.
He's put on weight and he looks way more powerful now.
Yeah,
he's growing
put
into
on
a
muscle.
man.
Muscle on muscle.
It's super impressive watching both Alistair and Morgan. Their closeout Rios aren't just those lip lines that you generally see on those cupped out sucky sections and just sort of the safety turn to finish a wave. We're in the finals now, and both of them are literally throwing the kitchen sink at that last section, which can be really hard to keep speed out of those sucky turns, but both of them doing it perfectly right now. The last turn for Morgan and that last turn for Alistair were just beautiful.
Oh, so strong, and waiting for those numbers to drop now. Here it is, 7.73 for Alistair Reginato, right in the mix. Things are heating up here on finals day. Let's check in with Stace.
Yeah, thanks. I'm down here with the absolute GOAT, Jay. Jay, one thing to have an event at home, but one thing with waves like this, you must just be stoked to have crew from all around the world turn up and get some fun waves.
Oh, mate, it's been incredible 4 days of action here at our point, our local spot. You know, we've got a bit of you think we have a bit of an advantage, but, you know, we always surf this wave a lot, so, you know, it's down to like a bit of a disadvantage in a way, because we've been scraping through our heats. You know what? It's the final. Sheldon's out there, and amongst some other good, really big clubs, so, you know, I want to stay a little bit humble and not so confident, but, yeah, I just want to see everyone enjoy our time in the sun, and the guns are out. Let's go.
You once famously said you just want to make some money. You reckon you're going to do it today?
You know, it all goes back into the kitty for the Snapper Rock Surf Riders Club and our junior development. So, it's just fun this weekend. Theo does a wonderful job in the crew at the Usher Cup, and Rabbit's just brainstorming this. So I'm enjoying the ride, and you know, we're just like, it's going to be bigger and better. It's going to be unreal. I can't wait for the end of the day. And Shimmy Disco, I can't believe she won it. Like, that's amazing. She's got a good kitty in the bank for her. So, yeah, we're excited. Excited for the presentation night. So, yeah, it's going to be unreal, mate.
Thanks for having us, Jay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know that all the locals of Snapper Rocks were happy to see Dimity win because she spent so much time in the lineup. The other thing they love is the fact that she kept Ellie Brooks from getting the victory and just keeping her points total at bay for the M&M Club, which is in that World Club Challenge final as well. So that was a bit of a bonus. Ben Lawrenson, though, he's a danger man here for the Noosa Club because Noosa's still alive and in the mix, and he's going to have a serious run at the victory here. He's got a 7. He's backed it up nicely. Morgan's the danger man, though, at the moment with a pretty decent point spread with that excellent ride that he did post, 8.5. Doesn't need much at all to get himself into the lead. It's just shaping up to be a beauty. Everyone's got a good number, Rock.
They have.
And you can't help but to feel for Sheldon right now with that fall off. He is a little bit behind the 8 ball right now with those 2 scores for Morgan and Alistair. Scores that you'd be happy to keep in your scoreline at the end of this final. But for Sheldon, I don't think a 6.17 is going to be something that's going to be in the scoreline of the winning surfer of this heat. I might eat my words, but what do you reckon, Og?
I hope not. I really do hope not. It's 8s for sure that's going to win this thing. And, there's not a lot of 8s out there. Just, I think Dimmy said, she got one smooth one, and I'm looking to line up. And I do surf snapper a lot like this, but I know that with the reverse rip and onshore, there's a lot of troughs out there. You get a couple of waves. It almost takes 2 waves to smooth it out. So let's see what happens in this final here.
Starting to get excited, not just about the remainder of this final, but also the Legends Heat that's going to be hitting the lineup soon. Ok, you've been waiting, you've been training, you're ready for it as we see Reginato up, going after the lead here, looking for a 5.84 out of this one. Whipping out of the top a couple of times there.
That was another good score, I think. And right behind him, Morgan Sibley.
Wow.
Beautiful air reverse.
Starting to enter that zone, Morgan, that is a glorious place for someone to get to where you feel like you can kind of go for just about anything.
Yeah.
His confidence is soaring.
It's soaring right now. No pressure on these guys, at all. They just enjoy their time out there at Snapper.
Yeah, so interesting to see where that goes, that exchange, because that Alistair, again, just so good at ripping through those cars, but getting the board back up there and getting those final explosive end section hits in.
Going really fast too, and it doesn't seem to matter that he's not on a complete smooth one, because it seems like he's just drawing through those chops. Like, like I said, when I said if you put on weight, I mean just like in all the, right spots. Like, no, I did.
Put on muscle.
Muscle.
Yeah, 6.33 for that last ride in a pretty short amount of space. So Morgan's going to need a 5.56 now to jump up into the lead. Here's the replay of it.
Yeah, so that's Alistair. Nice first turn there. This one came in at 6.33, second carve, and this one just bottomed out a little bit, didn't get that really strong turn. And I thought Morgan Sibley made a bit of a mistake on the one that we might pick up a replay of, but he took off on one that looked like a bit of a closeout, one quick snap, and he knew he had to do something big if he wanted to manufacture a score through the air reverse. And there we see a 7.83. He now is holding the top 2 scores of this final, and he's in a demanding position, 16.33. Alistair Reginato is going to be looking for an 8.6 if he wants to move up. And here's the replay, just a foam climb straight into this blowtail reverse.
Yeah, more of a blowtail reverse, right? Yeah.
He's all teeth, Morgan Sibley. He's all smiley. But he's quietly, he's just got that little sort of inner battler in there, and he just always puts in such solid heat performances.
He does.
So likeable though. Post-heat interviews, he's fantastic. As I said, just always grinning. But can switch into that competitive mindset.
I was upset last year when he just missed out, didn't he, on the Challenger Series?
Really close.
And again, I think he was 2. I think we had
2 spots out. So he might get a start here and there, maybe?
Yeah, Dylan Moffat was first out. He's gone over to Hawaii, North Narrabeen surfer. He didn't surf in his event, so he could be on the sidelines already in Hawaii.
Next guy
which I think the WSL gave Carlos Munoz the replacement for the year because he missed a few events because of his injury. They didn't get to give him the injury spot, so Dill, I think, goes down to second replacement.
Okay.
Not too sure on that one, but yeah, Morgan Siblick was the next out, and then Jacob Wilcox was one behind him, so agonisingly close for a few of the Aussies, but we did get a few on there.
Yeah, I think too, that is one venue where if you're in a position, even third in line as a replacement surfer, it's probably not a bad event to turn up to because unfortunately injuries happen in free surfing sessions in Hawaii pretty frequently.
They do, and I would be there, if I was Morgan. That's a good point. It could go to a local, wild card 2, which is, I think they go ping pong back and forth, don't they, when it comes to that? Anyway.
But one thing great to know for Morgan, he does get that automatic spot in the Challenger Series this year.
Oh, does he?
The 10 that missed out, I'm pretty sure it went down to 24 on the qualifying series. It didn't qualify for the World Tour, but I think it's like 10 of them get an automatic spot in the Challenger.
So they don't have to do regional.
Yeah, so they don't have to do the regional tour, which is great news for those 3 Aussie surfers. I'm pretty sure Kalani Ball was 1 out of those automatic spots, as was Sheldon Simkus. So a bit of work to do for Sheldon if he wants to get a spot in the Challenger this year. I was having a quick look at the qualifying series domestic tour for the Australia region, and he's down in 71 because he focused his energy on that Challenger last year. He got second here at Snapper, so he was all eggs in one basket for the Challenger. Didn't go to the events in Indonesia. And right now there's surfers like Jarvis L, Marlon Harrison who are on about 7,000 or 8,000 points. And Sheldon finds himself with just 200 points. So he's got a bit of work to do if he wants to find himself back on that Challenger this year.
That's true. Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see how that plays out. But right now, Sheldon's not concerned about that one bit. What he's concerned about is getting something better than a 6.17, because his combo, when you start thinking about the lead, and he needs to break that combination pretty soon, just on 13 minutes remaining here.
And I'm going. It's been good. I don't know. This might be it for me. I'm out there for the heat. And I've really enjoyed commentating with you, Ronnie.
Mate, it's so good to see you. Always relish the opportunity to dive inside that melon.
It's been
and
so
pick
great.
Your brain.
I hope I haven't annoyed everyone too much, but it's been fun for me. This seat has been gold, and watch the best surfing. And thanks to the Usher Group and Hutchison Builders and the Romano Room, Rainbow Bay Surf Club. Thank you.
Good on you, Ock, and best of luck in the Legends Heat, and enjoy the afternoon. And of course, make sure you get along and watch that presentation. So we've just seen another solid ride there for Alistair Reginato, and expecting a decent score to drop. It's all happening. We're going to bring Vaughan Blakey back into the mix with Cooper Chapman as well. Coop, what a fantastic 4 days it's been. Sadly, it's kind of winding down, but winding up at the same time.
Yeah, as we see Sheldon Simkus trying to do it for the Snapper team. They want some of those precious points for the team challenge, but unfortunately Sheldon Simkus going down in that one. But yeah, as you said, Ronnie, what an epic couple of days it's been. I think as much as it was great out there surfing yesterday, it's been pretty bloody fun hanging out with all you guys in the comms. This is going to be the best spot in the world to commentate. We're sitting on the sand watching Snapper Rocks and watching Aussie team surf, and it doesn't get any better.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's been a lot of fun, mate. Enjoyed your company. Vaughno, take us through this ride for Reginato.
Oh, how good. Just cracks it off the lip, gets a little board slide, tail release. He's just such a reliable performer. And I just reckon that, like, when you hit the final and you just see someone really attacking it, that's what you love. That's why you watch this sport. That's why you get into it. I mean, you don't come to the final to watch people half turn it. That's why we've got these 4 guys out there. I mean, Morgan Siblick, if there's one aspect of his surfing that you know is going to be there time and time again, it is just full-blown lip-smacking aggression. He goes at it so hard. I remember Potts, I think one of his first compliments to Kelly, even though he probably said it begrudgingly at the time, but Kelly, it's in Kelly's book, Pipe Dreams. He says, you know, Potts pulled him aside one night and said, you know what I like about you? You whack the lip.
You hit it.
Yeah, you hit the lip and you hit it hard. And Kelly's, you know, felt like, oh, okay, that's actually, that means a lot to me.
Yeah, coming from your peers, yeah. And certainly, you know, Morgan, Alistair Reginato, Ben Lawrenson, Sheldon, they have been whacking it hard on their road through to this final. Morgan's out in front still. Alistair's last ride coming through, didn't go into the top 2, 5.43. He's looking pretty decent there in second spot at the moment, but everyone wants the win. Benny Lawrenson needs a big score now, 9.33 to take the lead. And
wow.
Sheldon's kind of hanging back in that 4th position. Now, these are crucial points up for grabs when you think about all the components and all the different stages of the Usher World Cup. We've got the World Club Challenge coming up, and we had finalists from each of the remaining teams in that final with surfers in the open division. So it's going to play a part. You just know it. And Sheldon doesn't want to end up in 4th place here, considering that Ellie Brooks finished in 2nd position in the women's open final.
Far out, yeah. It makes for pretty interesting watching. You just you're zoning in. Like, every place is an extra few points for your club. Like, you know, you might be sitting there in Shelley's position right now, and I mean, a 3rd is going to be better than a 4th. So you're just not going to, like, you're not going to leave anything. in the cupboard.
It's
You're
going to be
drag it all out.
Yeah.
And look at this right now, that drone angle giving us a very good bird's eye view of what's going on in the lineup. You can see Sheldon Simkus sitting well and truly behind the rock by himself. I would not be surprised if we saw him come flying out of a pit from behind the rock. Although I think he does have third. Here we go, look at this, on cue. Sheldon Simkus, is this thing going to barrel for him? He's going to have to get in and out. Other surfers are going to be fighting off him. Quick 2 turns, trying to race down that one, and unfortunately that one running off. But you can see the intention for Sheldon Simkus, trying to find a bit of space in the lineup. He is on the back foot. He's looking for something up in that 7.5 point range, even to move up to a third. So he's got to go hell for leather if he wants to move any position, let alone up to second. I think he needs something in the 8 point range.
Hey, mate, how many times have you seen the local guys sit deep without priority and just pick off those ones that just don't even go anywhere near the guy just down the point? Sort of grovels past and then grows down the line. Dingo Morrison. Just case in point number 1 for that.
Coming up on 20 years since Dingo won here. And we've got... We're going to see a repeat of the final in the Legends Heat. Ocky's going to be out there.
Unreal.
So, bring it on.
Have they agreed to put the winner of the Legends Heat on the stairs going up the Snapper Surf Club?
Yeah, I hope so.
They should.
We've got to put the winning club name up there for sure. I mean, have a look at this now. Just over 7.5 minutes to go. Look at the healthy heat score total for Morgan. He's by far the front runner here. It's going to take an 8.6 or better for Alistair Reginato to jump into the lead. Ben Lawrence and Sheldon Simkus still in the mix as Sheldon gets up once again. Does have those big individual manoeuvres that he can call on that can turn in those excellent scores, but finding a kind of a ramp that's not too cupped out at the moment has proven pretty difficult.
There's Sheldon trying to find a bit of space in the lineup. He tried up the top, didn't work out for him. He's going to try down the bottom now. And our 2 finalists from last year, Sheldon Simkus, Ben Lawrenson, having a bit of trouble this year in the final. But Morgan Siblick, you got to say, he's the highest rated surfer in this event. Made it to world number 5 just 2 years ago. Really showing why he did that with such a huge performance. And he's kind of built every heat, Morgan. He wasn't the biggest scorer in the early rounds when the waves were kind of firing. And he's really shown up on finals day and shown why he is one of those form surfers of the Australian sort of crop of talent.
I kind of get the feeling that Morg's just missing out on qualification might serve him. I don't know, like to go from number 5 in the world to missing the cut and now to just missing, by a handful of points, that requalification, it might just spark, like flush out all that head noise of having to step up and all these responsibilities and just get him back to his pure mongrel, get him back to that inner fire that just wanted to take people down at all costs. So I just think getting so close and trying to, I don't know, just consider sort of what that means. You can just flush it all away now, start from scratch, and he's definitely surfing like an elite level surfer here.
He sure is.
Look at that.
Up again, Morgan looking to get rid of a 7.83 to increase this incredible lead and has just that compact rail gouge.
What about where he did that?
Yeah, just drove it right through that incredibly cupped out section of wall.
The guts dropped out of that thing like...
yeah. Go on.
Well, yeah.
Let's have a look at the
Sitting here with
replay.
my brother, so you do the math.
Here we go. Look at that.
Whack.
Just an aggressive rip through that section.
That's one of those turns that a really good surfer will watch and appreciate. That was one of those turns that might have looked a little bit clunky, but you see it as a kind of high-level surfer and go, that was one of the most difficult turns kind of pulled off throughout the event. Even though it wasn't the cleanest, the most beautiful-looking one, the level of difficulty to rip through that turn on a sucky section and come out with speed and power. It'll be interesting to see if he betters that 7.87. He does have a huge scoreline, but I'm going to say that I would give that higher. That first turn was electric, second turn was nice, and that third turn was maybe one of the most high difficulty manoeuvres we've seen the whole event. And yeah, we'll wait and see what the judges think.
Oh, look at the legends turning out in force now. B. Durbidge. He's down here for point lookout. Jay Phillips, Snapper Rocks. Joel Parkinson, Snapper Rocks. Mark Ocolupo, Snapper Rocks. Dean Morrison, Snapper Rocks.
Beat a finalist out here?
Beat, yeah. Yeah, mate. Yeah. Had some finals here.
Yeah, thought so.
Yeah, Durbo. He's strong, isn't he? And let's see how he goes. See if those hips are still holding up.
Love what you said there, Coops, about, you know, really looking at the intricacies of that last turn of Morgie's. It was a turn that is done by a guy who has absolute belief in his craft, eh? Like, to be able to just bury it in that little section of the wave with that much sort of, I don't know, cupped out sort of below sea level draining going on is pure faith in what you're riding.
Yeah, good pickup, Coops, because we have seen a lot of, in those trickier low tide conditions, a lot of kind of those, they're almost cheater turns. You know, it's like a punch, but you keep that down the line flow. It's sort of like the wave forces you to go there, but Morgan able to commit through a full rail gouge, and the judges picked up on it. 7.87 just increases his heat score total. As we see on the outside, he's up again. Is there anyone else out there? What is going on?
Found the rhythm. I guess, you know, when you're up against someone who is on a mad roll, it's kind of helpful to see something like, you know, that last heat of the women's final go down. There was just nothing doing for Dimity in that final, and, you know, put together a 3-minute heat.
Yeah, I guess, Coops, the other thing is we've been talking like what it's going to take the victory here at the moment, but maybe for like Sheldon Simpkins, going after the big combination and 2 scores at this point is lost. Maybe go for second place or just try and catch up to those other competitors out there, because it's extra points for your club and it could set you well on your way once we get that World Club Challenge happening again.
Yeah, dare I say, Jay Phillips and the Snapper team will all be begging him to just get something on the line. You don't need a 10. A 10's not even going to get him the win anyway, so obviously right now a 3rd would be better than a 4th for Snapper, but there's a bit of work to be done right now. Both Ben Lawrenson and Alistair have got healthy scores in their scoreline. Sheldon with that 617, you've got to think back to that wave. He fell midway through the wave and still picked up a 617. It could have been a completely different story if that was up in the 8-point range, and he would have surfed a very different heat.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he's having to adapt now, but I think his smartest move is to really go for this 8 and get himself ahead of Alistair Reginato as Morgan just finds another one down the line here.
Oh, geez, he really clubs it. That is just, you know, like not even a whole lot in that wave, but that one big turn, it's kind of like a fluffy lip, not even really giving him much back, and he still just stabs at noon, high noon. Cue the Clint Eastwood music.
Minute and 20 seconds remaining here in the Open Men's Final. And Morg's just having his way with it. Been the busiest surfer in the lineup, got the 2 best scores.
There's 1 minute left? How did that happen? I swear we were sitting here just 10 minutes ago and there was 10 minutes left.
Who would have thought?
I mean, that drained out so quickly. Wow, 1 minute.
The illusion of time.
Especially for Sheldon Simpkins.
Oh, are we going to go there? The illusion of time. Mate, when you're in the lead, it goes in slow-mo, and when you come in last, it's running like Usain Bolt.
Alistair Reginato! Oh, he had it.
Do.
It's just that tricky transition down the line there at the moment. Hard to ride out of those airs. He gave it everything, but he was after a decent score, 8.64. This one's winding down. He's calling it a day, sitting in second position at the moment. That's still up for grabs, though, for Ben Lawrenson and Sheldon, who are out there in the lineup just begging for the opportunity here in the final 20 seconds.
20, though. It's not a whole lot of movement.
And wow, after what has been an action-packed couple of days of open men's conditions, we've had pump and waves yesterday. Conditions have deteriorated a bit, but the scores are still massive today, and that's going to be all she wrote. Morgan Siblick, early loss for Merriweather in the teams event, but he's taken it all the way. And Merriweather, their first go ever in this Usher Cup, Morgan Siblick bringing home the trophy.
That's so cool. And what does it mean for Morg's doggy? I mean, you've followed his career.
Cash.
Yeah, yes, yep.
Cash money,
cash.
but prestige.
But just also like momentum and belief and all those things that come off the back of smashing people.
And the pride for Merriweather. I mean, they were devastated. That was a big upset result in the World Club Challenge when they fell out of the mix. They've had such strong finishes in board riders events around the country, but this was a big one. And Morg's really narrowed his focus on this Open Men's title. And he is the champion of the Usher Cup for 2023. And you know what? He's won the Open Men's Final. I think he'll win the celebration tonight too, if I know him. And we're gearing up now for the Legends Heat, which is going to be a lot of fun. But the results, Morgan got the win. Alistair Reginato hung on to that second place finish. Ben Lawrenson for Noosa in third. Sheldon for Snapper Rocks was in fourth place. Let's throw it down to Stace and hear what Morgs has to say for himself.
Local press first. Sorry, mate. You're a wanted man down here. Sibbo, mate, well done.
Thank you. Yeah, stoked. It's a pretty fun event, eh? Epic.
How's it feel out there with Shelley? He's obviously wanting to go back to back. You're pretty happy to stop that campaign?
Yeah, stoked, man. No, it's good to surf against like Shelley, Alistair, and Ben. I haven't seen much of Ben surfing, and man, he was ripping all day. It was so sick to see. And Alistair and Shelley are CT level, especially out here and everywhere as well. So yeah, it just felt good. It was a sick event. Thanks Theo for putting it on, and yeah, the Usher Cup is a mental one.
Greatest event on earth?
Greatest event on earth.
I just see down here big support from the Merriweather Club, but a couple of grommets are about 30 kilos dripping wet. Felix Burns, one of them. You're going to need about 8 of them to cheer you up, I reckon.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it was like a last-minute decision. Felix's dad, Jai, found it, and yeah, we got in there late. Cheers.
Get him.
Yeah, so there he is, the champ, the Usher Cup Open Men's champ, and good back in the winner's circle, Smithy, because he's just such a lovable character in Australian surfing, Morgan Siblick. He's, you know, had a couple of rough results, you'd say, as we turn our eyes to the Legends Heat, and there he is.
Durbo, just getting ankle tapped.
He's seen the inside of behind the rock there, Smithy. A finalist here in one of the early Quicksilver Pros. I think, was that against Fanning? I think it might have been. But, yeah, it was just, you know, an amazing heat. I remember it was just a tube fest, tube duel par excellence, just pulling the six-shooters out and blasting away. And I think that's Sheldon from the previous men's final, not getting the waves that he was hoping for. And here he goes, the bull, the Raging Bull. He is in peak form. He is just ripped to pieces, Occy. I believe how just surf fit he is. But then again, you watch him chase around his little groms and it sort of makes sense. He's got his hands full. And there he is, look at this, getting chaired up the beach. Morgan Siblick, your Usher Cup champion for 2023. And a nice result here for Morgie. I mean, he was a cult hero. And he still is. He remains that. And I don't think anyone in Australian surfing really enjoyed seeing him, you know, miss the cut and then narrowly miss requalification. But there's lots to like about this performance.
I think that's the first time he's been chaired up since he arrived on the podcast there in Newcastle, clasping a six-pack of EB, covered in his own spittle. There are different circumstances here with a win and a solid check to pocket too. That's going to help out during his next Challenger Series campaign. Should he get there?
Who have we got here? This is...
This looks like Gurr alert.
Oh, it is too. Bradley. Ronnie, you've had a lot to do with Gurr over the years.
Yeah, he called some events with Gurr back in the day.
Steamer Lane?
Steamer Lane. Yeah, he was awesome.
He won that event one year, didn't he?
Yeah. He threatened to punch me because I kept calling him Brad on the Bradley on the broadcast. Unlike Kong, he loves his moniker. He loves Gurr.
Yeah.
And that's how he'll be referred to. Thank you very much.
Oh, man. So fun. It was just, I was watching some footage of him the other night at the President's dinner. And just forget just how buttery his style was and how much flair he had. And I do say had in terms of, you know, just that classic 90s fluoro rock star vibe, you know. He's gone all sort of dapper gent on us, hasn't he, Smitty?
Indeed. One of the true style masters and just characters of world surfing. But looks like the champ is here. Morgborg congratulations, my man. That was a deserved victory. We're frothing to see you back on the winner's dais with a bit of momentum, washing off that, a really valiant Challenger Series campaign, but far out good to start 2023 with a win.
I know. I just went down to Marrow the Board Riders for our annual 20 contest for Gaz Callanan, and they were just like, oh, you want to do the Usher Cup? And I watched it last year, and it looked so fun, and I was just like, yeah, chuck me in. And I don't know, it couldn't have been any better. We got pumping waves all event. It was so sick, and no one out, so we couldn't ask for a better event. Like, guys getting 10s left, right, and centre, so it was epic.
Mate, you're definitely one of the form surfers of the event. Like, I mean, what does it do for you when you sort of, you build your whole year around trying to requalify, you miss it by, like, a handful of points, nothing. Like, does it? I know you've always got the fire in you, but you just look like you've just gone, stuff it. I'm just going to go out there and attack it, which is when you really do surf your best.
Yeah, I don't know. That's been my goal. I just wanted to, like, kind of, I don't know, feel it a little bit more this year and kind of attack it. I felt like I held back. Like, this year was a bit of a tough year for me, just especially at the start of the year. I just felt like I wasn't really connecting with my turns at all for like 6 months straight, and I know it wasn't very good for the confidence at all, and kind of plummeted it down. But I don't know, I feel like in my free surfs lately I've been surfing a little bit better, so yeah, it's good to be able to come here and get a little win under the belt. I know I'm stoked, yeah.
Yeah, talk to us about, just the emotional roller coaster of being in the Final 5 showdown, jousting for a world title, then obviously losing your spot on tour in somewhat controversial circumstances with that cut-off, and just what that does to you mentally, and how do you get back to the form you're at? Have you been really trying to remember what got you there in the first place? What's the process like getting back to the top?
Yeah, like I went... This year I was just like training my butt off and trying to just get back into the form I was in. It was super hard, but lately I've just been kind of like taking my foot off the pedal a little bit, and I don't know, just relaxing and having a bit more fun in my free surfs, trying to film a little bit here and there, and I don't know, just hang out with a good crew. We had an epic crew on the Challenger Series, and I know, just a good bit of banter, and it was just good fun, and I feel like that helped me a lot, just to stay relaxed and push myself a little bit more. I felt like I was just, I don't know, not all there at the start of the year, and yeah, it was a pretty big roller coaster, to be honest. So yeah, I don't know, it feels good just to be back surfing good again, and having fun with it. That's the main thing. Having fun.
Holy Krakatoa. Going vert alert on that one.
Yeah, mate. Well, look, Morgs, you're a mad dog, mate. And mad dogs are at their best when they're let off the chain. They just go mad out in the bush, just taking down roos and just being feral creatures of
ripping
the night.
The throat out of pigs.
Yeah, cheers, Warner. Hopefully the boys get a big old bomb soon.
Oh, this is all time, isn't it? Joel Parkinson, Jay Phillips, B. Durbo, Mark Ocalupo, Dean Morrison, Ryan Hipwood, Brad Gerlach, all in the lineup for this Legends Heat. All guys you would have had on your wall. Did you have actually magazine stuff on your wall?
Yeah, I actually surfed against a bunch of those boys back in the day, No, just kidding, yeah. Right. Growing up, just looking at the mags when I could get one, when I could get Mum to buy me one, see all those boys in it, and just watching Parker on tour, and it was sick.
Your mum and dad watching?
Yeah, I think they'd probably be watching. So, hey, Mum and Dad. Everyone at home.
Hi, guys.
Hope yous are all good.
And have we got the okay for postcards from Morgs too, mate? Are we going to fire up that thing this year?
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to have a word with Fletchy. I was trying to tee it up earlier this year. I gave him a buzz, and so I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to try go on some clips. I'm going to try go on some trips and get some clips. As I said before, I want to have fun, so I just want to go get some good waves. It was pretty heavy. Like, you're spending so much money on the Challenger Series, and we're going to these places, and like, I don't know, you might as well run the whole Challenger Series here in Australia because we're getting better waves.
I'd love to see, speaking of postcards from Morgs too, I'd love to see some kind of long-form compilation of surfing just from the crew you're travelling on the Changers with, whether it's in and around those events. It's such a stacked crew of talent, Chippo, Dill Moffat, yourself, I guess Lob's made the ascension now onto the World Tour, but man,
Lob's
that'd be
bailed
sick.
on us. Here we go. J-Boy.
Oh,
Nearly
dug that,
dug a
didn't he?
nose. So shallow out there. You can't really like tell from here, but it's so steep. Wow, you're ripping this thing though.
Far out. What about
turn
that?
it back the
That is
clock.
epic.
He's just so
Signature.
silky, man. Like when I was a Grom, he just would just marinate in Jay Phillips sections, whether it was in Pulse or the early Billabong stuff, and it's just, man, smooth as. Beautiful point surfer.
Yeah, he used to come up to Angari a bunch when I was younger and living there, and used to see him ripping, just wrapping the Hurley sticker always, and absolutely shedding.
He was one of the first guys to really, Australian guys to really control tail blows. Like he just had that release down. It's this Dingo, and of course he's dropping in. Of course he is.
Even in 1 foot marsh, he's got a...
Have you ever seen the front of Dingo's head, either of you guys?
No,
I only know what he looks like from the back.
It's only whitewater.
That's it. And, mate, moving forward, like, this must be a great launching pad into the new year. Like, what are the goals and objectives? What's the path to getting where you want to go from here?
I don't know. First things first, we got to win the ABB down there in Newey. That would be nice. And then, like I said, I'm going to go overseas a couple of times, and then I don't know, lock back down with a good Challenger crew that we're traveling with, and just rip it in.
Sick.
And just have a good time.
Nah, good on you, mate. And I guess it's no question. You're one of the real favourites of Australian surfing. You're just such a lovable rogue. Especially when you go rogue. But man, look, it's just so great to see, like Smithy said, back in the winner's circle, getting this year off to on the front foot, because you do put in the work. That's the other thing, man. Like, a lot of people don't see it, but the amount of training and mental fitness that goes into these campaigns is so huge. And even a win here at the Usher Cup, it can just be the springboard into that whole rest of the year.
Yeah, honestly, the year I qualified, we won the ABB as well, and also got the man-on-man comp, which we do at Merriweather Board Riders there, and I feel like that honestly helped me a lot. Durbo, he's pulled into a little one.
Hacked one as the smell of Gedangs fills the commentary booth. Oh, it's good to be back in a surf commentary.
Especially on the Goldie.
But it's interesting, man. Just those small wins, those small omens. So much of this game at your level is mental. The difference in skill is often negligible. So it can often be a case of just working smarter instead of harder, and just making sure you're in a positive frame of mind, because being hard on yourself never helps, does it?
Nah, not at all. And one thing I managed to do with the time off is just let a bit of steam off, and just had a good time in the off season, and I don't know. I feel like now I got a fair bit of it out of my system, but see what happens tonight. But it'll be fun either way.
And have you moved up this way, mate? Have you still in Newey, or?
No, I'm actually living up. Wow, this is a bomb.
Oh, who is this? This is Dingo.
Oh.
And he's already lost 3 points for not burning one of his old mates.
Oh, wow, he's toweling this thing up. Oh, wave of right there.
On a twin?
Is that on a 20?
Looked like it.
I love that signature Rio foam ride thing where he almost goes backwards, back into the line, like such a deep bottom turn beyond the...
Had a fair bit of flow in that thing.
Yeah, mate. What about, how's the move up the coast served you? Because I know that you really love living in Newey, and, that's part of your family and your tribe, just as Angari is. But do you enjoy being up here and sort of in the thick of this whole lineup? Because, it's so super competitive up here.
Yeah, no, we'll go through this one. Dingo just belted that thing. He linked all those turns so good, eh?
Crazy, given how much chop is out there. It's not easy to surf.
Oh, that was just throwback. He was wearing that exact colour in the 2003 Quickie Pro that he won. He was in the pink rashi. So,
Lucky charm.
Feeling the sentimentality. But, yeah, Morgs, what do you reckon? Do you think it's serving your surfing being up here?
Yeah, no, it's I know it's different. I feel like Newcastle actually just has consistently more waves, to be honest. Or it gets a lot of that south swell, especially through the winter. But yeah, no, I love it down there. Maybe a little too much. It's a bit of a danger zone for myself, getting sucked into having a bit of fun. But no, it's been good living up here. My girlfriend lives up here and close to my family as well, and just training. So I know when I want to be switched on, I'm up here, and then it's not that far of a drive to go back down to Newey anymore. So I get back down there a little bit, and yeah, it's always fun to go back down home.
Such a culture of excellence down there too, the Merriweather Board Riders. It's the most stacked club, one of them in this country, in the world. Geez, it must be good to have guys like Ryan Callanan, Craig Anderson, MR to lean on, Luke Egan, Matt Hoy, the list goes on.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. I mean, like, you just go out for just... sorry, that was a huge turn. It's a huge list of names from Newey, and every surf you paddle out in, it's just... You're surfing with someone that's absolutely ripping the bag, so you're always getting pushed, and that's why I feel like there's just so many good surfers coming out of there, because other than like getting a lot of waves, here's a bomb.
Oh, who's in the spot too? Looks like Jay Phillips is just pulling rank here. Oh, a little free surfer in the area. Here goes Jay down the point.
That was a silky. Oh, wow, he's that.
Oh, he's getting the big cheers too.
That could be a wave. Oh, Snapper boys are fired up.
Listen to that. The clubhouse behind us is just lighting up like New Year's Eve.
This heat's actually had a fair few waves by the look of it. In the final, it went pretty dead there for us, which is unfortunate.
Jay there was sitting on an 8. Is that a combined score, or is that what he actually got for that last wave? It might actually be his... Oh, yeah.
No, he's got one.
Yeah, just that. That's a big score. Look at this one. This will go straight into his top 2.
That's got to be in. Sorry, I'm not dropping scores. That's a big score, though. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Bede.
Oh.
Far out, mate.
That was silky.
You know your Olympic chances are looking good if that's your head coach.
Jesus, dude. He'd be still tallying everyone up on tour. Guaranteed.
Tallying everyone up. Interesting choice of phrase. What does that mean exactly?
Throwing them on the towel rack.
Ah, magic.
Hanging them up.
Mate. So, what about things like, the Olympics and getting on tour? I mean, what's your goal list look like these days, Morgs?
Oh, cop this.
Oh, this will be
slow-mo, absolute demolition, darts.
Jeez, that takes you back. Takes you back, doesn't it?
This next turn was the money, though, I think.
That's proper textbook.
Opening the hips up.
Did it much work with Bede, Bottle, all the coaches at the HPC and stuff?
Yeah. Well, the year I did well, I did a bunch of stuff with Bede and Botsy. I was coming up a lot. It was kind of like before I fully came up here, and I was coming up here and doing a bunch of work with them, and Bede was jumping on the ski and stepping us off into a couple cutty sections, so it was epic.
Unreal. Yeah, it's amazing, Smithy, just, like the way that surfing, the industry is sort of structured now, like all of this knowledge that typically in the past would just sort of go back to its home beach and just sort of siphon into the Groms, maybe, if you bumped into these crew at a board riders comp. Now it's all there, and the wealth is getting spread around, and all of the wins, the mistakes, the way to manage your head noise, the way to stay physically on top of your game. It's just all right there to just basically get right on the teeth.
Yeah, that's right, and we're starting to really see the benefits of all this investment in the HPC. We see a few sets rolling through, and it feels like we're starting to get a kind of a classical Australian prototype in this modern era. I think Morgs, Cal Robson, Connor O'Leary.
Oh, Dingo, look at this grower. Oh, he's got so much speed. Gets a little float up and over. I thought this thing was going to actually open up.
How's that framey?
That's a skits framey, dude.
Get a phony quick.
That's
glitchy.
Old school.
Have I missed it? Oh. Dang it.
But yeah, I feel like we're starting to get a real trademark kind of style of surfing, like real starchy power, but still the ability to land those nose picks and air reverses when we need to, pull them out of the bag. And I feel like that's a real... Oh, here we go. Parko tucking in to a bit of Vishnu. Can't make it.
It's probably still in it.
But yeah, it's good to see. I feel like there were some question marks over the HPC early on when we weren't really getting the results that we wanted. Hippo.
Oh,
what?
That was mental.
Hook to tail slide. That was so sick. Big man throwing buckets of KFC.
No, you go in there, Smithy. I mean, you and I are in there quite a bit with just different Surfing Australia things, and mate, it's awesome. There's always like Kiwi grinders or the next generation or some sort of camp going on, and far out, mate. They are getting put through the paces. The cheeks are red, the sweat is dripping off the brow. You know, it's on, and you see everyone in there. Everyone from yourself and Jack Robbo and Cal Robson and all that, right down to the next generation of little Groms.
Yeah, that's the coolest thing about it, I guess. Like, there's always someone, one of your mates, that's like pretty frothing to get in there, lift some weights, I guess. And I know it's like Jack's moved up here now, and he was getting in there a bunch as well. So yeah, it's like a little community, and I know it probably sucks when we paddle out for a surf, but we're all having a good time.
Yeah, mate. Well, what's the plan? I want to know what you do to celebrate a win like this one. Usher Cup, you got a big chunk of cash in your back pocket. You've got the ABB coming up. Oh, hang on, eyes on Jay Phillips. Section looming.
Oh,
touch of the. Oh my
no
goodness.
way. Are you serious? Pull it. Oh my lord.
Big tail blow. Beto behind him, just crack a toe up.
Oh my god.
How is the performance level in this heat as we see the Raging Bull winding up?
Oh!
Signature carved down.
Old school.
Wow, what an exchange that was.
Is it best single wave in this?
It might be, yeah. Looks like it is. There's no, if you don't better your score, it doesn't seem to go in. So.
I thought Jay definitely, it's all right, I'm not calling anyone actually.
Here's Joel Parkinson.
Yeah, this was in between those two waves. We missed this one. Oh.
That technique is unbelievable. How's it in the slow-mo there? You see how his back knee compresses as he's twisting through it, and then he just drives straight into his next bottom turn from mid-face. Actually, Morgs, I was going to say, man, clearly, like, your tail release, tail blow, air game has really come a long way. It's looking just effortless for you now.
Yeah, wow. Joel put that thing together. Positive body language there.
How was that? Mate, he looks like he's about to nod off. Are you serious? He was so stylish and smooth.
I've been working on it a little bit lately. It's been a fair bit of fun, but it's pretty frustrating at the same time, especially when you see all those Brazilians just stomping full rotors like nothing. So it feels like a full rotor for those boys is like easier than a frontside snap. So I know I'm trying to learn it, but I still got a long way to go. But definitely progressed a little bit.
It literally is, though. It literally is that the full rote air rev is their kind of frontside snap, and it feels like we've kind of got the mortgage on. How's that pun? Well punned. We've got the mortgage on just the kind of futuristic power game, and I feel like that's becoming the staple of Australian surfing. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I don't know if anybody will catch up to this guy. Like Ethan Ewing, like that guy's next level. The turns that he was doing at even Haleiwa this year, but all last year at J-Bay and Sunset. He was my pick to win Sunset for sure. He was ripping so hard. And then I know at Haleiwa this year, he did a cutty through the foam. I was like, on what planet?
Yeah, he's another level. Ethan Ewing is surely a special to win a world title at some point. But yeah, it'll be done without aerials for the most part, which is so interesting and a definite break from what the judges have been rewarding for the last few years.
Yeah, I mean, Jack threw a couple out there, but I was sick to see like Ethan and Jack getting there, no airs, and kind of smashing them. I wish the waves were just a bit better for the finals. Like that's the one annoying thing about that whole setup is I know it's always going to be suited to one guy at each location around the world. So like that in my eyes, it makes it a bit unfair. It should be based over the whole year, but I don't know, that's just my take on it.
I think a lot of people agree with you, man.
Well, I think Jack took a leaf out of your book, Morgs, from the year before, because it just seemed to me that the real difference in his surfing as he's progressed is the sting. Like it's the full sting. Like he attacks it and throws a bit of flair in here and there, but the fundamentals are just backed with aggression, and it just is working for him. Like, I don't mean a mental aggression. I just mean a physical aggression. It's like blasting it as hard as you can because you just have pure faith in where you're at, your body, your boards, your game, and that was like, I think both he and Ethan, the J-Bay final was probably the best example of that. Just purely going at it with just non-stop Formula One surfing. And, yeah, I mean, not an air to be seen, and it wasn't missed.
Yeah, I feel like Robbo's, his rail game's gotten, like, it was already good, but it's gotten pretty next level, especially when it was good when it was big, but I know the lines he's drawing are like lines, it's like similar to John, like nobody really you don't really see that ever, and it's pretty sick to see. I feel like he's got his boards super dialed, so I know him and Ethan are looking epic for this year.
Hibbo's having a little blinder out here. He's cruising along, but when the section stands up, he's just smashing it.
Oh, no, it is 2 waves. Is it?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, there we go. It's taken a while, but the scores are dropping about 15 minutes
Oh.
after the fact.
And this is
that's
Dingo again. Oh, he's got a bee in his bonnet. He's taking a little bit of hog juice out there.
Love that hand drive on the wrap.
Always looking for the vish. Yeah, what are you going to do to celebrate? We never got to the answer of that question. It's a big win. It's a huge contest. It's the first World Club Challenge. It's never happened before. And you're taking home the trophy in the box.
Yeah.
What else are you going to do tonight?
I'll probably just go up to the Rainbow Surfy and have a few schooners on the balcony, and I know just soak it all in. Everybody's got such a good vibe down here. Everybody's got high spirits and just stoked to be here. And I know, so I feel like it's going to be a lot of energy getting around up there for sure.
Yeah, I thought you said Rainbow Serpent for a second there. I thought you were going to head on down to the skitzest doof in world history of Nicky Van Dyke and the crew and
just
cover
straight
yourself
on the
in
plane.
glitter.
Straight on the plane
On
to
the
Vico.
First plane out of Tugan for Vico.
Oh,
Be
that's
a worthy
good.
spend. Good way to blow $5,000 or $8,000 or whatever it is in a weekend. Not good for your
Wow.
World Tour
Who's
qualification hopes though.
In the
Hippo.
whitewater.
Hippo. And he's got a big section looming. Just a little speed float.
Jay off the end.
You can hear the boys in the background going ham.
As he wraps one back. Oh,
that
fin
was
drift
hot.
Rio again. He's got him on dial. Jeez, he's looking fit, isn't he? Slender fit. He hasn't aged a bit.
Is he coming in after that?
He's still got 14 and a half minutes. Probably not.
How long was this heat?
I think it was like 2.5 hours.
Yeah. Seems like it.
Morgie, you having fun sitting in here, or do you want to go and see the crew?
I'm happy to go see the crew if you want me to go see the crew.
No, I'm just saying. We love having you. I don't want you to go anywhere. I'm just seeing if you want to start celebrating.
Are we saying we got to stay on the Rashies?
I think the Prezzo is on at.
At the
Down-
Rainbow Serpent.
Right.
Nah, sorry.
Yeah, we're leading it. There's the Cooley Summer Vibe walk from here down to Queen's Park, and we'll be leading that. I'm going to be carrying a giant crucifix through this scalding heat and leading the procession. And
Lovely.
You're going to be in the Usher Cup on Instagram. Have a look at that. Yeah, it should be interesting. Bit of a procession
So,
through this
we're doing a
scalding heat.
huge walk in this crazy heat and blistering sunshine all the way down to the Prezzo.
In bare
area.
feet,
Is the
it's
Prezzo down at
I think so.
Elizabeth Park. Is that what it's called? Elizabeth Park?
yeah, something like that. Queen Elizabeth Park.
It's in the park.
Yeah. That's
Picnic
it,
in the
Queen's
park.
That's it.
Yeah, similar to Jesus in Lent when he walks through the desert fawn. That'll be us. We'll finally get to that bar and crack the top off one and
Fantastic.
find salvation. I think that's how it went in the Bible.
Well, that's going to be good. Of course, we've got the final still to go.
I know.
The World Club Challenge final. What do you think? Who are you liking in this one, Morgie? I know Merriweather devastated to be knocked out, but all eyes on ABB for you guys. What about in the World Club Challenge?
I'm not sure, really. I was originally saying D-Bar. D-Bar was looking really, really, really good. I don't know, everyone was in their team was dropping like an 8, which is unheard of. So I don't know, maybe I'll stick with that and go D-Bar.
It'll be a huge result for D-Bar. I mean, all the clubs along this strip are just so celebrated, so storied, so successful.
D-Bar's pretty much like a washer's snapper.
Yeah. Not the bastard child of the golden hour. The washer's snapper. Well said. Well put.
That's their slogan. That's their next T-shirt.
We're just a washer's snapper, exactly. Quote unquote. Established, I don't know, question mark.
Established.
Well, Parker was saying was it Parker? No, Oki was saying he was almost over there, almost led the mutiny or joined the mutiny.
Oh, Parker, that tail drift. Cuddy, that was so sick. Fire out. I've seen a couple of them in Taylor Steele movies over the years. Sick surfing. But yeah, mate, what a team though. Brent Dorrington. Mate, I could watch that guy if my hair was on fire. What a surfer, especially when it's coning.
Dude, he's so gnarly.
Ultimate tube warrior.
He charges so hard, it's kind of scary.
Yeah, some of those clips coming out of Indo, some of the, I think maybe a couple of years ago, just dominating the slabs over there in Sumatra.
Did Jay fully come in?
There's Jay Raptor. He's
well out.
He's Bede's definitely closed the gap there.
Oh, did it just change from like 14 minutes to 1 minute?
Game over.
I don't know what's happening here, but
see you soon, Morgie.
Thanks, Morgs, for joining us, brother, and all the best, mate, in your campaign this year. Cannot wait to see you back on the world tour.
Same, man.
Swatting it, putting him to the sword. Merryweather's finest.
We'll see you at the presentation. Morgan Sibley.
See you at Rainbow Serpent, mate.
2023 Usher Cup Opens champion. Smithy, it brings a tear to my eye. Love the Morgie. And he really is just a little warrior, little battler king.
Pocket rocket, power blasting.
I think we're going to throw it down to Jay Phillips. Is someone going to...
He's taken it out. The Snapper Rocks president of 10 years, the Vladimir Putin of club surfing, the autocrat of the club board riders scene. Just strangling that presidency to death, but geez, he's earned it today with the win.
Hey, don't put your name up. Don't nominate yourself to go against him.
Oh, the last bloke that did that ended up at the bottom of a prawn trawler.
Oh, he's still there.
20 Ks out to sea.
That's right, mate. Your shoe washed in at Froggies. Okay, so it looks like maybe the club presidente took out the Legends Heat. We'll come back with that result in just a moment, and also the Usher Cup World Club Challenge Final is almost upon us. Ronnie Blakey joining the commentary box.
Are you kidding me?
It is time for the big one, the World Club Challenge here at the Usher Cup to decide the champions for 2023. And the very first International Board Riders Club meet. What a contest this has been so far. We're in for a special show. We've got the Snapper Rocks Club setting the pace amongst the finalists here in the World Club Challenge. They're out there in the pink. It's going to be M&M, Mermaid Miami out there in the orange. D-Bar is going to be in the yellow, and Noosa Board Riders are going to be out there in the green. Ronnie Blakey joined by the Ain't That Swell team, Smithy and Vorno. Lads, this is going to be a whole lot of fun.
It's a full Queenslander-thon. All that's missing is Billy Moore and Gary Larson out there just screaming themselves hoarse. I mean, maybe they were giving them a rev up before they made their way out, but geez, World Club Challenge, it's a Queensland, regional board riders event right now.
I can't believe, what an amazing opportunity this is for, three clubs who have probably sat in the shadow of some
really big, heavy-hitting Queensland clubs, Australian clubs, really. I mean, you know, if Eminem, D-Bar or Noosa walk away with a win, it's a huge feather in the cap and a real announcement that they're going to be scary in the next coming years.
I'm going to give you guys a quick update on what's happening here with the leaderboard as we see our legends make their way in. What a collection of all-time greats that is. But at the moment, on the club leaderboard at the Usher Cup this year, it's Team North Shore out in front. Thanks to Dibbity Stoyle, who got the victory. Alistair Reginato in the men's open final. Of course, they're not in this World Club Challenge final, though. So that's going to hurt their chances. Merriweather's currently sitting in second place, courtesy of Morgs. But Merriweather was gone and a long way back in the World Club Challenge. Snapper Rocks is currently sitting in third spot. So they're leading the teams that are out there in the final at the moment. Not too far behind them is Noosa. M&M have a little bit more ground to make up, and it's Duramba in sixth at this stage. So the results here in the final of the World Club Challenge are going to be crucial, and they're going to decide who takes the cup, the Skull Cup, here at the inaugural International World Board Riders Meet. It's been a lot of fun. I think the vibe's been certainly lifted by having those international competitors here, because they were so buzzing to get the call up from Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew and get flown and put up out here for this first event. What a bonus.
What could be better than getting the call up from Rabs, the Bagwan, the shaman of professional surfing as we know it? You struggle to think of a more influential person in the history of surfing. I mean, the guy's been there since the start of the shortboard revolution and high performance surfing. You've seen it all come and go. He invented the Dream Tour and competitive surfing as we know it. And to have him, I mean, of course he's going to come up with the goods. His vision has reached fruition again, and what an event it's been. Far out. It's been an absolute pleasure to see surfers from all over the globe, from Hawaii, Bali, Japan, California, just all those regional styles and the various strengths and weaknesses that come with growing up in all parts of the world. It's been a real treat.
There's just no area of surfing that, you know, Bugs hasn't touched. It's just, it's incredible. You know, he was shaping his own boards before he got on tour alongside MP and just trying to get the edge over his competitors with, you know, design deviations or evolutions. And but yeah, as you said, birth of the tour and junior surfing, and I mean, it's just everything. In every facet, there's some sort of influence from Bugs, and it's so cool to be sitting here and watching World Club Surfing become officially, you know, a big date on the calendar.
He's got the most unbelievable honour roll. Someone's going to have to update his Wikipedia profile. He's been inducted into the Sporting Hall of Fame here in Australia, the Surfing Hall of Fame. He's received the Order of Australia. He's done it all.
Unbelievable. There's
Has he
only
met the
one
Queen?
gong.
I think he might have met the Queen.
Has he? And I'm sure he has. And
yeah, well, Steph Gilmore.
Yeah, well, exactly. That's who I thought you were talking about. But yeah, I mean, the only thing left on that honour roll really is to become the leader of this proud nation and replace our current Housing Commission product with another battler. So yeah, Rabs for PM, I say.
Yeah, what we got to add to that Wikipedia profile is, of course, becoming the architect of International Board Riding Club meets.
Yeah.
This has been a huge event, and it's great to get it happening. It's also been fantastic to watch our legends attack the lineup here. Let's check in with Stace and the winner of that grand event.
Must feel good to get one over that lot, Jay.
Oh yeah, you know, it feels good to be able to, you know, rub shoulders with some of my heroes in this town, and you know, Brad Gerlach was thrown in the mix. I just kind of wish it was yesterday because the waves were incredible. You know, I kind of stuck to that Stacey Galbraith kind of strategy where he took off down from Marley's to get the little gap between, you know, me, myself and Parko. So he was up around the point and I was down a little Marley way. And the reverse sweep, you know, kind of gets here and I got lucky.
Yeah, it can even get the best of them.
Yes, it does. And World Cup challenges are happening right now, and a little luck on our side will be beautiful. And you know, the sun is out and the afternoon's about, and the presentation will be right up, kicking off. And Usher Cup 2024 next year is going to be bigger and better, man. So happy, so happy.
Jay, finish this sentence for me. Snapper, napper, snapper, rules. You know that. Thanks, Jay.
What a beautiful singing voice. And, yeah, congratulations to Jay Phillips taking it out. So maybe a bit of an omen, a confidence builder for Snapper Rocks as we get the World Club Challenge underway now. And we can see there in the green for Noosa. And looking to lock in a big score in the early stages here. Waiting on that number to come through. He wants more, though. And we've got all our clubs down there on the water's edge just chomping at the bit to get out there and get themselves a couple of high-scoring rides out here. Got any early thoughts on who you might take this thing out, Smithy?
Yeah, I mean, the conditions, they've gone a bit marginal and tricky with that onshore. There's plenty of bump on the face. I mean, so I'm kind of going to lean towards the local Wizards. Probably, yeah, I think it's still got to be between D-Bar and Snapper at this point. But Benny Lawrenson is the wild card in the pack. He is definitely the form surfer of the event. Well, one of them. And
zap! Oh, that was a pretty solid turn there for the M&M Club. Oh, he's let it go at the end of this ride. And for Snapper Rocks, Jagger Bartholomew up, but it was Connor Lyons in the green for Noosa, only putting up a 3.33. So you can catch as many waves as you want, but you've got to keep that clock in mind. You know, you want to give those surfers at the back end of the order plenty of time as well to lock in those big scores, but Connor Lyons has gone back out there looking for more.
It's a huge call, isn't it? You commit to a wave, you give it everything, it might fizzle, it puts you in two minds, and all of a sudden you're stuck with this, you know, this decision that could affect your entire team.
Your life, Vorno.
Your life.
Could affect your life.
It just seems, you know, I guess that's what makes these team surfers really, really important in this event. Sometimes, you know, the guys who are at the top level aren't always the #1 team guys, you know. That's why you see some underground call lords sneaking into these high-level team picks.
Yeah, it's awesome. We know the magic of the board riding club culture. All of us having come through a couple of heats, always made it through to the repechage rounds, and yeah, it's just great to be here watching it unfold at this level. And you know, I can see next year that there being a big kind of qualification process in getting to this contest. I think just the way it's all unfolded, you know, it's probably going to create a lot of interest from the clubs that couldn't be here. And yeah, everyone's going to want a piece.
It's such an amazing vibe down here. I'm just looking out towards the beach, and we've got the huge Mermaid and Miami posse, their big flag, and it's just, you know, reminiscent of the Kira Teams challenges from years gone by, and the ABB, it fits so snugly into that calendar. And, you know, club culture, club surfing culture, it's such an Australian thing. It's something that is at the foundation of a lot of our surfing community and surfing culture, and this is a real celebration of it. It's a great thing to be a part of.
And there's no world champ who hasn't come through a club, right? Like, I mean, men's and women's, they've all surfed basically these grassroots little once-a-month Sunday comps to get where they get to.
Absolutely, and that's the great equaliser. That's the beauty of club culture. You can be a world champ, but, you know, you still got to come down to your local board riders meets, show face, cop a ribbing from, you know, the old colonel that's been ribbing you your whole life. Like, nothing ever changes, and that's the beauty of it. It doesn't matter who you are. You can be a plumber or an eyebrow waxer, a corn waxer. It really doesn't matter. It's a great equaliser. Love my board riders club down there at Bondi. Try to get down to club meets whenever I'm in town. And yeah, it really is, home is where the heart is. Big part of who I am.
Most definitely, yeah. Oh, look, Mark Okalupo is going to step in here and relieve Vaughan so he can get set to take you on that walk down to the presentation at Queen's Park. You can follow that journey at Usher Cup. But, Oki, a couple of absolutely mind-blowing backhand blasts out there, mate. That was a lot of fun to watch. Did you enjoy yourself?
I did. But the funny thing was, you know, like with all of us out there, I'm looking at the the main thing about it was to get snapper by ourselves, but I said we probably would have got that to ourselves anyway.
Yeah.
So we laughed, but it was so enjoyable with all of us out there. Just reminded me of old times,
Oh, man, fully. And, Dino wearing that pink jersey, that was a full throwback. We're going to be coming up
He was in pink when he beat me, didn't he?
The 20-year reunion of your final with Dino here back in 2003, where he took the ratings lead. You were sitting in number 2 that year.
He was in pink. I was in green, I remember.
That was a huge moment, and we spoke about it with him on the broadcast, but it was great to see you guys out there once again. And both.
Good to see Ding back in the water. Hey?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
He had a scary medical issue recently and ended up in ICU for a good week, and he's back.
He's back all right.
Yeah, dropping some good scores.
He took a wave off Brad Gerlach. I was like, it was the old Ding, kind of done the kind of behind there.
Yeah, I mean, you never lose that respect for your elders, but you do kind of come up on them a bit. But the respect is equal at one point, isn't it?
It is.
And for Dino, I mean,
how are we
his
going in
lineup.
Sorry, Ronnie.
No, go for it. Look,
I'm interested.
It's close. It's a low-scoring affair so far. The final here of the World Club Challenge. Connor Lyons dropped to 3.33, went back out for more. I think all the competitors, the starting surfers, have gone back out.
They didn't like any of it. Well, at first hand, it is tricky. Like, it's reverse rip, and it's east-northeast wind, which is really bad conditions for snapper. I mean, I'm not trying to take the final down because it's going to be so exciting. It doesn't really matter how good the waves are in this format, Jed, because it's so exciting. And look how hard it is to surf.
Mate, there's chops and bumps and like two lips when you're trying to hit it. It looks so challenging out there.
Oh.
Who do you think that favours, though, in the scheme of this final?
Well, it should favour snapper, but, I heard Jay Phillips talking about it earlier, we're pretty spoilt here. We wouldn't, usually surf these conditions. Jagger would, and I do because I just surf way too much. But like I said, it wouldn't be very crowded today. Maybe I'm wrong, but it's just that difficult, and after a run of swells, it's you'd have to invent some kind of new board to fit into those waves because I don't know what would work.
Yeah, well, M&M have just dropped the biggest number of this final so far. I believe that was Archie Curtis getting a couple of decent turns laid down. And so he's going to put the M&M club on top. And we know that it's really compressed between these clubs on the leaderboard points-wise at the moment. They're trying to make ground, actually, on North Shore and Merriweather, who with the big wins in those open divisions are currently sitting above them, but they're not obviously collecting any more points with these clubs in the final. So it's likely they'll be overtaken here at some point. But M&M are right up in the mix.
Wow. Brad said it'd be a great story. I don't know much about M&M board riders. You could tell me more.
Well, I'm very much surprised to see him in the final. I've never known Mermaid or Miami to have any great waves of notice. We see surfing.
That was Jagger.
In pink, that snapper
Yeah, he
looks
didn't
like
like
Jagger
it.
Bartholomew.
He's heading back out too.
1.5 hitter. But, what a story that is. M&M leading the final of the World Club Challenge. Coming from complete obscurity, really.
And here we go for Noosa. Hammering away at the lip here and looking for the finish now.
Bullet. Oh.
Wow, that was risky.
It sure was.
And I don't know if he should have went that high. He still claims that he must be coming in, but... that was a big move to go for there in the scheme of things, when the waves aren't that good and he had two good turns. Three turns would have been the highest score of the heat so far, and he went for the air reverse, Jed.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ock. Maybe conservative approach would have favoured him there. Geez, he come close to pulling that thing. It was such an ambitious manoeuvre given the conditions.
I like his
throwing the kitchen sink at it. But
that was Connor Lyons. And look, he's looking to improve only on a mid-range 3. So we'll see if he's able to do it. 3.83. It was he just nudged it up a little bit. So he went from a 3.33 to a 3.83. So having to make some ground on the M&M club from the opening exchange here is Jagger Bartholomew, who's got the big turns. He doesn't like the end section there. He's going to head back out.
There we go. That's a clean face and a couple of big backside hits from our surfer from Miami.
Yeah, strong Strong effort there, and that was Sean Gunning. He's been a strong performer right throughout the contest. So they're kind of setting the pace at the moment here, Miami.
They are.
Mermaid.
Yeah, M&M.
Movement down the line. Jagger Bartholomew.
And the crowd goes wild.
Well, that was kind of pretty smart too. He was already soaking up quite a bit of time on the clock. It was a quick pivot. He got back out there, found one section. I think he will improve his situation here, and it might even be comparable or might even better the number that Archer Curtis put up earlier on.
Yeah, it might be because they've been liking that air reverse. Even though it's one move, let's see how it is. The Snapper boys went mad up there. There's a lot of Snapper locals here watching this event, but look at this first wave. It's spicy. And look at the air reverse. Was it pretty good?
Interesting. I really thought Jagger was going to be the key that unlocked the prize for Snapper, just given what you said. He does surf these conditions a lot. He's able to really get on the long ones, really his wave selection that sets him apart from the rest of the field. So, I don't know, he's dropped a 5 for that air rev, so I guess that's a good result in this game of things.
Job done, because he kept on pace with M&M, and he had, as I said, soaked up a bit of time on the clock. So they're going to look to rebound quickly here, and Sheldon Sinkus is going to pick one off down the line, doing his best to find some open face. He's going to drive up over that whitewater and get back out there. And Nick Vasicek for D-Bar. He's having to think about it. He's going to go there.
But even if he claims it and changes his mind, he can go back out, right?
He's not too many penalties.
He's thinking about it.
I think he's coming in. He's released that third surfer now for the Duranbar Club. And I'm not sure who that's going to be, but it could be Nathan Cook. It could be Freya Prum. Let's see what unfolds here. But, it hasn't been the big... Well, maybe their second surfer,
the man of the moment.
4.03 for Nick Vasicek, so they're a little off the pace. The best number at the moment is for the M&M Club, that second surfer locking in a 6.17, Sean Gunning. Strong effort from him. But,
this is building quite nicely.
Sure
building
is.
quite nicely. All the Snapper boys, Daryl Parkinson, I saw him up there. Josh Glennon, Robbie Cohen, long-time member of Snapper.
Deep Daryl Parko.
Oh, yeah.
The father of Mitch and one of the great Tube Pigs underground core lords from the zone.
Oh, here we go.
Sheldon.
Down the line. He's found his place in the lineup. It seems the Snapper Club has actually made that move down to the inside section, just sort of near Little Marley. There seems to be a little bit more room to move with those bigger set waves.
There is, but what you find when it's like this, especially me, is you get lost. Like, I'd like to sit off the rock because there is a wedge that comes there still, with the backwash and that thing. There is always that wedge next to the rock, and it's usually about 15, 20 minutes to the side, and that's my spot. I would not sit anywhere else because it's just too risky. Like this sections aren't there, but hopefully they're making the right decision.
You really get the sense that Snapper's in the box seat at the moment, being able to unleash Sheldon Simkus now on the lineup after Jagger Bartholomew. I mean, two absolute specialists in all kinds of conditions out here, as we see D-Bar Surfer winding up.
Noosa,
is that green?
Yeah, I think it's Cooper Davies. Yeah, it's Cooper Davies looking to get his team back on track. I mean, when you look at that opening ride for each of the clubs, it was Snapper Rocks and M&M getting the edge with the 5-point rides. D-Bar not too far behind, but have to make up a point somewhere along the line here with their next three surfers. Noosa almost a point and a half behind. So, there's a massive advantage now for M&M and Snapper Rocks as we head into the second half of this final clash.
Look out, here we go. M&M has found a wave here.
Oh, it's a good
it's a big turn, but he's off.
Hits a bit of chop on the way down. It was a nice-looking section too.
And that was Sean Gunning.
Everyone had a look at that next one, but didn't have any opportunity. Time's going to come into this too, boys, I reckon.
Sean's making his way in. He already had a 6.17, I think. That was Sean Gunning.
Okay, so he's going to rest his laurels on that wave.
So it's tightening up at the top end at the moment. Sheldon Sinker. So when you think about it, you've got that 35-minute window where it sort of gives each competitor around about 8 minutes, and all the first surfers soaked up more than that in the opening stages of this World Club Challenge. So that's going to mean that, we're going to have riders scrambling to get their final wave, those last surfers in the order, and getting back to that beach for the 3 points.
They do, and we got to I'll just mention that we're not actually running and tagging like a normal board riders battle. What happens is when the surfer claims, right, the other guy can jump off the keyhole or off the rock, wasting no time.
Great system.
Yeah, it's amazing. When Snapper Rocks were kind of back against the wall earlier in the event, Mitch Parkinson and
Kobe
Enright had basically a 2-minute turnaround for 2 surfers, and they managed to get it done. From the moment Mitch released her and she could get out in the lineup, she managed to find a wave, get the points, get the bonus 3 points, which really helps get them into this position to make a run at the win.
Absolutely.
All right, look at this. Cooper's up again.
He's hydrofoiling through these sections.
He looks like he was in the snow going through moguls right there.
Jeez, he did well, though.
And he claims
throws
it.
his hands up.
He made the most out of that. When you get given lemonades, make lemonade, as we see.
Sheldon.
Shelley.
Oh, beautiful one turn right there. But look out.
Here he is. Yeah, DT, Darren Turner, old QS journeyman, back in the jersey and just dropping big numbers.
Big laser into a bit of a shampoo on the inside.
There goes Mitch Parkinson.
All right, Mitch, I hope he got a watch because in his last couple of heats, he has just been winding the clock down and putting so much pressure on poor Kobe Enright. He has been getting big scores, but right now he wants to be very mindful not to, rob her of the opportunity to get a big score, because the women have made the difference in a lot of heats.
For sure. You know what? Sheldon didn't take too much time.
No.
But this is a classic for Snapper. It's almost theatrical, because the one big move first wave, and then one big move on the second wave, but the third surfer has got the ultimate big move. Is he just going to do one big air?
Yeah, this is going to be really fun to watch. He has thrown some big individual turns at us. He's been barreled behind the rock and just spat out onto that open face already in the event. Mitch Parkinson, he can really stand up in a big way for Snapper here. But have a look at M&M and Snapper Rocks. I mean, they got themselves back on track with the clock with their second surfers wasting no time. So they're back in that position of having 8 minutes for each rider. And that is a glorious position to be in, as we now see for Durambar, Brent Dorrington. He's had some big scores in the contest already. Such a great surfer. And obviously a whole lot of experience, as much experience as any Snapper Rock surfer out here.
Oh, he can't claim that wave, can he?
Shades of the Pennsylvanian wave pool with that inside section.
So for Noosa now, we are going to see Gia Lawrenson up.
It was a 4-6 for Snapper there, so they didn't go super high on Sheldon's reverse right there.
Did Sheldon come in? No.
He did, not. Yeah. He came in because we saw Mitch Parkinson paddling back out. So, yeah, like...
That was it was a 5. A 5 for Sheldon.
I believe the 5 was for Jagger.
For Jagger.
Yeah, the 4-6 there for Sheldon.
4-6, yeah.
Thank you.
But interesting, a couple of one-hitters doing the damage for Snapper at this point. They're relying on just single manoeuvres.
Mitch can do one move and get a 10. We've seen it before, and I want to see it now.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment for Mitch to stand up and deliver once again for his club. And like we said, he really can't afford, I think, just the way it's panned out so far with the numbers that have dropped in for Snapper Rocks, he can't afford to not give Kobe Enright some serious time to pick off a good wave. She's going to have a great chance to match what Ellie Brooks can do out here, but you've got to keep those women in mind because they have been delivering, Ellie Brooks especially, delivering big scores right up until this point.
Here we go. Mitch having a sniff at a bit of a double up here. Plenty of face on this. Oh, he gets a bit hung up on that foam ride.
Oh, it's standing up though. Carving 3-0.
Slater-esque. Carving 3-0. Oh, that was a sick gouge.
Not finished just
wow,
yet.
there's a little bonus section off the end.
Oh, can he hang on?
Oh.
No, doesn't get that finish on the inside, but he did a bit of work down the line there. There's been a little bit of a shuffle in the order.
Jeez, that's a hard call.
Oh, no, he's asking, what do I do? And he may as well go back out.
I think
because
so.
I don't know, and they don't know how good
Looks like he's claimed it here. It looks like Kobe Enright on the way out.
Oh, wow.
Pretty surprised at that decision. I thought he probably shouldn't have gone for it all on the last turn. He just had to finish the wave there.
Kobe Enright has the opportunity here to really put on a big number and give Snapper Rocks the opportunity they need. And they might need a score because we've still got some real talent out there at the takeoff zone, waiting to lock in rides for their club. Darren Turner's out there at the moment, so this is big.
This is big. I just want to know what they're going to score that. The creativity on that way from Mitch was unique. The carving 360 off the whitewash. I want to see the replay, please, when you guys aren't so busy. I know there's a lot going on, and there's another rider having a look at that wave pulls back, but, you know, he done a carving 360 off the wash, which is a totally technical wave. It's really hard to do. I want to see a couple of angles here. We'll get to see the drone angle, but love to see a front-on angle if you can get it for us. And it's not completely, it is a carving 360, but the whitewash kind of didn't help. And then the cutback, and he falls here, so the number's not going to be big. Just tell me the bad news, Ronnie.
4.5, mate. So that has left Snapper in second spot, and they are a little behind now. They're almost 2 points behind M&M. Kobe Enright's going to have to really bring it home for Snapper Rocks. Their hopes of getting the victory here this year are in Kobe Enright's hands or on her shoulders, so we'll see how she performs. M&M still have Darren Turner out there. He's looking to improve his situation at the moment. He's at a 4.6, and
Kobe's going to need a 9 or something, hey? Seal this deal.
Yeah, what do you think of that call there from Mitch to call it on that wave? I feel like he had more in him than that.
I don't think it was his decision.
No, it was coming from up on the hill. It must have been Jay Phillips and Joel Parkinson. We got to lay the blame on someone here.
Oh, the autocrat, the 10-year president. Rules of an iron fist he does.
You know what's been really interesting here is that Kobe Enright hasn't even really had the time to find a great scoring ride in her last two heats in this World Club Challenge. So this might be the opportunity she's been begging for. Just leave it with me.
Put me in, coach. I'm ready for this.
Pretty big set coming through here, guys. First one's super lumpy, though.
Okay, it's getting
Is there going to be a clean one behind it? Kobe wouldn't have priority yet, would she?
Or D-Bar may be making their move now. And they are down the order a little bit, trying to make some points up on the front runners. It's Brent Dorrington, who they're going to rely on. He goes to the float. He's found the flow here as he releases that tail, and he'll claim it, and that's going to get them right back into the mix. Might be one of the better scoring rides of this final so far. Here come Durambar. D-Bar are making their move. They're going to charge up the order here. And there is just on 9.5 minutes to go. And, yeah, I can tell you that the clubs are pretty much on track at this stage of the game time-wise.
Okay. Vasa looks happy there. I think that's the biggest score of the final so far from Brano right there.
It's a monster, 7.83. However, they've still got a couple of surfers to get out there and execute. But here's the replay from the drone angle.
Talk us through it all.
Yeah, it's always tough with the drone angle, but I can't talk you through it.
It's just such a compact style and so much power and flow moving down the line.
Gia Lawrenson there, she's trying to get rid of that 2.93 to improve Noosa's chances. And she's going to claim that one. And that will set Ben Lawrenson free out there in the lineup to rack up another excellent score and potentially get Noosa the victory. But it is going to be a case of fighting from way back. So Durambar now, we'll see if it's Nathan Cook or Freya out there for the D-Bar Club. And it looks like it's going to be Freya who's up at the moment. So she's moved quickly. Nice hit there. Can't hang on for the finish, so she's got to get back out there.
Here we go.
With 8 minutes to go.
Kobe
Enright loading up. Needs a big number here, Jed. And she won't get it out of that ride, mate.
No, didn't offer enough there. Far out.
Look at that. The actual snapper boys have moved from the tent and they're on the beach. That's big for snapper right there.
Isn't it? Yeah, get them out of the tent into the glaring, blaring heat.
I'm feeling it here. Like my guts are twisting up.
Same.
With the pressure that's starting to build on these final surfers. I mean, if you look at the scores, M&M across the board have been pretty solid. And it's Darren Turner still out there, I believe. He's trying to get something better than a 4.6, which he's so capable of. And then they're going to send out Ellie Brooks to try and bring it home. So snapper with that last ride of Kobe Enrights have jumped up into the lead. But she's still out there and she's going to chase more.
It is a kind of a fake lead right now, though.
Yeah, but it's not like she can't improve on it.
No, it's true.
She hasn't claimed it.
No, she hasn't.
And it's so low tide, Doc, too. That
she could build. She could just keep building.
You could take a wave with 60 seconds to go
and win this thing.
And actually get your turns done and still make it to dry enough sand, I think, to get the bonus 3 points.
You'd seem to think like, I mean, obviously D-Bar in the kind of in that box seat with the 7-8-3, but all the other three clubs had similar scores. So one big score out of those guys might blow this out. Oh, she's claimed it. I don't know why she's doing that. That wasn't a big score. If I'm, prove me wrong, but
she is making her way in, I think, and that's going to leave Nathan Cook out there as the final surfer to get the job done.
Here we
but
go,
that's going to be a low number.
On a wave here, it's going down the line. How far she's out of there.
Trying to better that.
Oh, huge hook.
Trying to better a 3.27. It's on the outside.
Wow,
Darren Turner. Hasn't he been rock solid? Oh,
he really has.
Yeah, love this guy. He's living on the other side of the hinterland in the bush at the moment.
In the bush.
And he said on the first day of the competition when he saw the waves firing, he's like, I've got to get back down the coast. This is madness. And I'm sure with this performance, he'll be even more inspired to get back into that salt air and maybe pull the jersey on a little bit more. It's gorgeous, mate.
Back there. The hinterland of the Gold Coast is amazing. Springbrook, Mount Tambourine.
That's where he is, on the other side of Mount Tambourine.
And it's not too far of a drive. Like, I mean, he hasn't got any excuses. Like, half an hour, you can get to the coast.
So 4.6 is what Darren Turner's trying to improve on. He's going to do it. Let's hear from Stace. He's down on the beach with Brent Dorrington.
Hey, Ira, Dad got a 10 yesterday and a 7.83 today. What does he need to work on? Yeah, that was my response too. He's got a fair bit on his plate. Where do we even start? Brent, one for the team.
I was stoked to snag that one then. I've got my good little luck charm with me here. So, yeah, got lucky there. And Freya's out there now, I believe. And hopefully we can get the win, boys. Everyone's fired up.
Where are we going after?
I don't know. I think we're going to Sands, or where are we going?
Down to the park, I reckon, for the Prezzo. We'll lock right in. Thanks, Breno. Get him, Ira.
Stace. Oh, here goes Nathan Cook for D-Bar. He's their last surfer. They got work to do. Freya Prum, she only managed a 2.1. So it is going to take a good score here from Nathan Cook, you'd think, to get the team back on top. Something, they're going to need a solid score. Kobe Enrights put the Snapper Rocks team in front already with a 3.27. It was a little bit of a disappointing result for Darren Turner. His last wave, it didn't even improve. It was actually the same as the scoring ride he had at 4.6. So M&M has fallen to the bottom of the order. I guess the good thing that they have going for them is the fact that Ellie Brooks has been putting up excellent scores frequently on her road through to this World Club Challenge final. So their hopes are resting on Ellie Brooks now, but have a look at the numbers. They're pretty close. Snapper Rocks, though, still out in front at this stage and looking to get rid of that 3.27.
Maybe a good tactic in the end. Like, just keep her out there, give her a lot of time in tricky conditions and let her build on the score.
Yeah, this is...
Is that coming from Rabbit, Jay Phillips? It's coming from one of them, Joel Parkinson. Someone on their backhand. It looked like Noosa.
Benny Lawrenson just manufacturing a score out of nothing there.
So at this stage of the game, Nathan Cook He's after a 3.41.
For the lead?
To put
To win
T-Bar
this thing?
ahead. No, just to put him ahead. Kobe can still improve on the Snapper Rocks
Yeah, no, I know
total.
that, but I mean just to get in the lead.
Nathan Cook, if he can get a 3.41, they're out in front. Now, Noosa is right in it too. That they are counting on Benny Lawrenson out there at the moment to bag a number that could see them make the jump up into first place as well. As we see Ellie Brooks for M&M trying to get them out of fourth position. Up the order here. And she's looking at the clock. 2 minutes and 20 seconds to go. May as well get back out there, Ellie. As Nathan Cork strings together a couple of nice ones. So as I said, he only needs a 3.41 to get the D-Bar team into the lead, but Kobe's up behind him. She's trying to improve on a 3.27. There's 2 minutes to go. They're saying, are they saying come in?
Don't come in.
She must have got some work done on the outside because that's a big call looking at that last turn.
How about the brains trust at Snapper Rocks there? Joel Parkinson, Jay Phillips, Rabbit Bartholomew. Geez, they got some heat knowledge to draw on there.
Oh, they have. Well, the Snapper Rocks' campaign is over. Where they finish is yet to be seen, but Kobe Enright's making her way in, but Ellie Brooks, what kind of work did she do at the start of this ride? Because the finish was strong.
Finish was strong. Hopefully we get to see these replays as the...
Right, we are waiting on numbers to come through, but there's a lot of shuffling happening here, Rock. A lot of shuffling.
Oh, it's already shuffled. M&M have gone to the lead. Snapper Rocks is on the beach.
Wow. This is huge. So waiting on that last score to come through for Kobe Enright, 4.03. She did add to the heat score total for the Snapper Rocks club. She got called in by some of the members. And we are seeing the numbers come through for Ellie Brooks. Stand by. This is getting super close. Nathan Cook's been doing a good job out there for D-Bar.
Wow. We're on the cusp of one of the great boil-over victories in club surfing history here.
This is massive.
M&M board riders, an absolute unknown.
Well, you know, have they ever been in an Australian board riders battle? Ronnie,
25 seconds to go. Oh, mate, they've definitely challenged, but in different conditions. But this is a big one. This is an international field. This is the first of its kind.
Yep.
M&M waiting to hear their scores. But this is extremely close. Look at Noosa too.
He's going to get around this thing. Look at this thing. Benny's got a section here.
Mate, he's going to have to.
Whack.
He's not going to get the bonus points though.
Oh.
He's still riding though.
Yeah,
he's getting points right now just for riding. Stuff the other points. Can he get 3 points here? Maybe.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow, that was one of the waves of the heat for sure. But yeah, he's going to cost the team 3 points there.
Yeah, well, he needed a 3.98, but he needed the bonus points as well, you'd think. So he will have to make those up. Was it an excellent score? We're not sure just yet. The numbers starting to roll through. Benny Lawrenson, he did pretty damn well.
Wow, I think he's justified that decision to not get the 3 points. Looks like he's dropped a 7.27 for that.
Well, man, I think the numbers are rolling through. The order's set. And have a look at that. The bonus points are in. M&M have broken through for a victory here in the World Club Challenge. We've still got to work out
unbelievable
whether that's going to put them in front.
What a win. Completely unheralded. They've trumped the best clubs in the world. Mate, amazing. Who would have thought that they would get the better of Snapper Rocks, D-Bar, Burley Heads, Maui, Padma.
Oh,
what a performance.
They're making the bronze statue of Ellie J. Brooks up there at M&M's clubhouse because she has been their star performer throughout the rounds. Everyone contributed in a big way. Darren Turner, he had moments. He was
Huey
solid.
Corlord from the hinterland, whittling sticks by day, and he's just put the sticks down, got off the rocking chair, and blasted his junior competitors away. Unbelievable. We're going to cross down to Stace with the Mermaid team.
I want to hear their theme song. It's got to be M&M, right?
I thought mate the Noosa got it, but yeah, we're stoked. Just tough conditions out there, and I think we've done what we needed to do. It was a great team effort. So,
Darren, big resurgence by the elder statesman this week, led by yourself. You must be proud of all the older boys having a good swing.
yeah, absolutely. I think we still got it in us to, throw a couple of turns, and we're all still feeling young. I think. You saw the legends out there ripping. It's all, mate. If you still got it in you, you keep doing it.
Absolutely, and you must be proud of this young club. Definitely the underdogs going into that final, but how good does it feel?
Yeah, pretty good. We're about 30 years young, so and a great Groms though, mate. Just great atmosphere. Yeah, we're stoked.
Well done, mate. Well done, Eminem.
Incredibly stacked field. Just a team of battlers, and really anchored by Ellie J. Brooks, who was their highest scoring surfer throughout the event. And have a look at the energy coming out of this cheer squad. They are beaming.
How good is that? How about that,
I'd love to go to their party, Eminem blasting out.
Wouldn't we all?
Lose yourself, at the Star Casino in the Atrium Bar.
Oh, it's on.
Oh, so good. So good to see a boil-over victory. I mean, that's what this is all about, just unearthing unknowns, and that's a team of them right there. They've done themselves very proud, taking out the final. What a performance.
Yeah, really solid. Ellie was the one, too, who got them the big result in the Open Women's Final. She got a second-place finish there, and she's anchored this team beautifully, doing enough to keep them in front at the end and getting back to the beach for those bonus 3 points. We've still got to add the numbers up and see where the teams fell on the leaderboard. Was the victory enough to get them the Usher Cup final?
The outright.
The outright win.
We're forgetting that. Did it get them the outright? They actually have won the first tag team, we're calling it catch and release. They've won the teams, but have they won the whole thing?
Exactly, yeah.
We don't know that yet. By the sound of their screams, because it was loud.
It was
I
close.
reckon they're adding up the numbers, right?
Snapper Rocks was ahead of them on the points tally going into the World Club Challenge final, because they had great results in the Opens and in the women's as well. Sheldon was in the final for the men's. So they had a bit of a point spread, but I am guessing the way that the numbers fell, with Eminem finishing first, D-Bar finishing second in the World Club Challenge, and Snapper Rocks finishing third, they are a really good chance of making that big jump up to the top end of the leaderboard. They feel like they've done enough. They obviously know the points tally.
Yeah.
But we are just waiting for the official word.
Doing the points. But anyway, who's doing the math right now? Come on, let's hear it.
Not us, obviously, but we are going to have the coolest summer vibe walk after the finals, and we will be taking a big waltz on down to Queen's Park for the presentation. You can follow all that live at Usher Cup on Instagram, but have a look at the scenes here on the beach. Have been so all-time since the first day of the competition. Getting the opportunity to rub shoulders with some of the international team riders was so fun. Huntington Beach, Santa Cruz, Maui, Japan were represented, point board riders from New Zealand. Thank you guys so much for making the journey here to Snapper Rocks and being part of the event, for making it so special.
That's right, bringing a bit of culture, a bit of local culture, a meeting of tribes here at Snapper Rocks. It's been an unreal weekend, and regardless of what the outcome is for Eminem, they can hold their heads up. That was an incredible performance, emotional stuff, emotional scenes here, unreal.
Absolutely awesome, yeah. As I mentioned before, the Cooley Summer Vibe Walk after the finals, you can follow at Usher Cup on Instagram, and that is where we're just, we're holding the fireworks off until then. That's where we're going to announce who is the winning club for the Usher Cup and our first international meet here for the event. But what an event it has been. I've actually loved my time here on the Gold Coast, Doc, and thanks for bringing the waves, mate.
Yeah, no, we had swell the whole time, so no problem. It wasn't me, it was Mother Nature. But, on behalf of Snapper, we just want to welcome everyone. I'm glad you guys had a great time. I think everyone has. And let's make this contest bigger and better next year because it's got legs.
And Jed, the Ain't That Swell team, you guys were up here for the President's Dinner to welcome all the international clubs and sort that draw out. Can we look forward to some episodes?
Absolutely, yeah. There'll be bits and bobs from this event featuring on the podcast. And I'd just like to extend my gratitude to Rabs and Theo, to Ock, to the Snapper Rocks Club for having us here. And what a spread they've put on for the boys and the girls. It's been an absolute spesh.
An awesome spread.
Mate, we're going to head down and cop a few tunes from Shimmy Disco Stoyle to round it out. It's going to be very mad.
It's going to be unbelievable. Love your work. Thank you for tuning in for the Usher Cup this year. We're already looking forward to the next chapter, but stay tuned to @UsherCup on Instagram to find out who won the Usher Cup this year. Thanks for watching.
Keep me on your mind, 'cause I be on the way. Yeah.